Non lo so, perché sei stato il tuo uomo, io faccio quello che mi viene detto. Hello, good morning. Good to see you. Stanno cominciando ad arrivare. Sono le 9:02.
Giuseppe 9.5 cominciamo?
Sì.
Perché se iniziamo a fare ritardo poi dopo...
Voi siete i master,
Ma anche prima di ora.
siete voi che decidete. Perché stanno arrivando. Come dici tu?
Direi che possiamo cominciare.
Up to you.
Okay, I think that we can start. So, welcome all to Torino and welcome to the 9th Global Moon Village Workshop and Symposium. I'm Enrico Zappino and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you in Torino. We will start with a small, opening ceremony, and for that it's my great pleasure to invite on the stage Dr. Giuseppe Ribaldi, that is actually the president of the Moon Village Association. So, please.
Okay, so good morning and welcome to Torino, as has been said, but welcome also to the people online, as we are always MVA workshop are live streamed, hopefully all over the world. So good morning, good afternoon to everyone. So today we are in the 9th, so that means that it's not the first, 9th Moon Village workshop and symposium. This is a long tradition. We started many years ago, and now we are in Torino. Last year we were in Luxembourg, and next year I cannot tell you yet where we are going to be. This is going to be announced tomorrow night, so if you bear with us, you can wait and hear where is going to be the 10th Moon Village workshop. So today we are in Torino, which is the city of space, but for these 2 days, because of a number of events, it's going to be the city of the moon. We all know the importance of the moon, and I will share with you a few considerations about our organization. But let me start the basically ritual thanks. Well, let me start obviously from the local organizing committee, this workshop will not have been possible without the, let's say, imagination and the will of Professor Erasmo Carrera, which I would like personally to give a big round of applause. I think he managed, together with us and with his team, to put together this workshop together with many other events that are taking place here in Torino. And of course, beside the local organizing committee, you have seen here Enrico, which has been working very hard to try to make this workshop a success, all the team from AIDA and of course the local committee to really make this a success. But of course, I like to thank, of course, CS in the presence of the president, which I've tried to study for a few days, Cornelia Hillenherms, so I think hopefully it is good enough as definition. So today we are going to have two intensive days, and I will first of all like to show for the people which do not know the association just a couple of charts about what is the Moon Village Association. And before doing that, I would like also to thank, of course, all the participants, particularly the people which have come from far away. We have people which are coming from Japan, from China, from Egypt, from many, many parts of the world. Sorry if I do not mention all of you, because some of the other people are going to join us later. At the moment, we have, let's say, a preliminary number of people here, but I hope that in the course of the day, the number of people will increase. So if I can see the first chart, and I can move it, I guess, myself. Yes, okay. So the idea is to simply tell you, for the people which we don't know, what is the Moon Village Association. So the Moon Village Association is born of a consideration which not only space agency and government could have a role in the exploration of the moon, but also NGO. And so that's why we created in 2017 the Moon Village Association with the goal to try to put together a space agency, government, research organization, industry, and last but not least, the public. This organization was not there. It does not exist. We are the only one. There are other organizations which are leading with specific topics, but we are trying to bring together all these different actors in different topics, as we will see. So, and in order to do that, we quickly ended up in being an observer, permanent observer in the COPWAS, which is the Committee on Outer Space. And it is there that we bring a lot of the result of the work that all the people which are working in the organization. I think is important, and as you will see, we have reached some important results. So the organization is really global. We have about 60 country representative in our in the association, as well as institutional member, a large institutional member also from United States, Japan, China, and many other. So this is the goal of the organization. This gives you an indication of the number of countries where the association is having people. Just for reference, COPWAS has got 104 countries. So we are about 60 countries, so it's not too bad, considering which we are only 8 years old. So you can see there. The last point I want to show, and I'm going to stop this part of the introduction, is to show simply the multiplicity of activity. These 2 days are dedicated to explain to you quite few of them. And so many of you which are attending here, they have been actively involved in those working groups. Tomorrow there is going to be a Lunar Economic Summit, which I was asked to open this Lunar Economic Summit in parallel because of the overlap which we have with a number of activity, including the economy. But you can see a full palette of activity from lunar commerce, governance, which is of course a major element, education and outreach, industry, participation of emergency in country. Basically, we have cultural consideration, architecture, lunar agriculture. I will be particularly interested in lunar agriculture. You will hear a lot of this. The 2 points I want to mention that as a result of our joining, we managed to have the United Nations approve the International Moon Day, which will be discussed tomorrow, which is an event which happens every 20th of July. And of course, GEXLA, many people know this is a global expert group on sustainable activities. So just to give a flash that these are the activities that you're going to hear. And so with that, I would simply like to declare this workshop open. And I'd like, of course, to talk with you in the course of the few years. Do not forget that you will hear from the IPC co-chair, we have an important award ceremony in a few hours from now. And with that, again, I wish you excellent workshop to you present here and online. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Giuseppe, for the talk, and thank you for bringing in Torino the Moon Village Association workshop. So as you know, this year, actually, the workshop has been organized jointly with other 2 prominent events in the aerospace field, the conference of the Italian Association of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and the conference of the Council, European Council of Aerospace Society. So it's my pleasure to welcome now on the stage the president of the Italian Association of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Professor Erasmo Carrera.
So thank you very much, Enrico, and thank you, Giuseppe, for the nice word you have said about our organization. Of course, as AIDA, we are having here the 28th Congress in the other rooms, and then we have also the 10th Congress of SEAS, which is the association of the European National Association of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And then when we had the discussion with Moon Village people, and especially with Giuseppe, when he proposed the possibility to have this event in Torino, and said, yeah, why not? Because we have two events, we can have a very well-known workshop, which is not national, not European, is international. So you see people from other continents here today. And in parallel, we also have the Aerospace Defense Meeting, which is a commercial event. It's just 200 meters from here, and you can go there. You are allowed to come. With your badge, you can go there and visit the place. And they have also, of course, commercial events. As Giuseppe said, they have the Lunar Summit, and they agreed with Giuseppe to do the opening together. So, yeah, we are very, I think, as AIDA, our experience is that we need events like this to have people together. So that's the only way to make, I think, events successful and useful for the participants. If you just make, small events, then it's not working as we put people together. And Moon, I want to say, is very important for Torino, for Italy, and for Torino as well. The pressurized modules for the space station is probably going to be made in Torino. Torino has made a big investment also for ASI for Moon. And so I'm leading a project, a national project, which is a very important national project, which is Space It Up to Moon. So you have to go Italy to Moon. So, and ASI has put a lot of efforts. Thales Alenia Space is working a lot for many things, and we are very proud, to work on the pressurized rover for Moon. So Moon is extremely important for this area, so we are very happy to have the Moon Village Association that here in Torino for this workshop. And of course, the program is excellent, it's outstanding. So we are really proud to have all of you here and to present, your findings here in Torino. So I hope you can have a very wonderful workshop in these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Carrera. And now it's my pleasure to invite on the stage Dr. Cornelia Hillenarms from the SEAS president. So, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome you also on behalf of the Council of European Aerospace Societies here to this unique event where, as Erasmus said, we are combining 4 events into one. And this is really a platform to be used for exchange, technological and scientific exchange on all levels, cross-discipline and so on. And when I learned during the organization that we will partner with the Moon Village Association, my first thought was, wow, crazy, but also very cool, because through this contacts you get new ideas, and there are always touching points and common aspects you can discuss. And so this event brings everybody together, and I would fully underline what Erasmus said, that these events are very enriching and bring us further in terms of innovation and cross-discipline discussions and encounters. So use this event or take this opportunity to come together, make new contacts, and I wish you a fruitful symposium and workshop here in Turin. Thank you.
So thank you all for the speech. Now is I have to take some moment for, just speak a little bit about the conference. I'm here in my role of IPC co-chair of this conference, and for sure I'm not alone. I'm here with Alessandro Bartoloni that helped me and actually worked together since several months to put together the program. Actually, first of all, I just would like to thank all the people that actually are part of the International Program Committee. Probably now we will have a slide for that. And really some of those people are here in the room, so thank you very much. Some other probably will join us later. So I just ask a round of applause for all those people that spend the months to put together the conference. So all this work actually really give us a lot of, a very good program. I'm really proud, just to give you some number, we will have during the Congress 10 thematic panel that will cover almost all the themes related to the exploration of the moon. We will put together more or less 17, 18 attendees that will give talks and then will give their point of view on this theme. We have a strong support, and we really thank all of them from the Space Agency. We will have 6 talks from Space Agency that will really increase the level of these events and make it even more prominent. We have a strong support from also institutions. We will have a speech by UNOSA, and that's really is something special. We have a company that support very well these events, so we really also would like to thank all the company that decided to be here and to give speech and keynotes and participate to the panel. You will find the program for sure online. We have an app, so you can download it. In case you need more information, for sure, you can go to the desk at the entrance, and there are a lot of guys that can help you maybe to download the app, to install it. You can find all the information about speaker and the program. So please do it. This will help you a lot to really follow the conference. Just a few other words. As Professor Carrera said, this is a joint event, so you are here in the Moon Village. You can also attend the other session in this venue. People from the other conference can join this event, so please, do your best to really increase your network. It's a unique opportunity. We have also collaboration with the Aerospace at the Fast meeting. You are free to go there and to visit the exposition that they have. Just be careful. You need your badge and you need your ID card, because there are some security checks. So in case you want to visit the Aerospace at the Fast meeting, bring with you your document. I think that is more or less all what we want to say. Technically, if you need some help, just come to me. I can help you. And maybe I just call on the stage Alessandro, maybe just to close this speech. So, and last but not the least, enjoy also Turin. The weather is not so good, but probably in the next few days it will be better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Enrico. I will try to be very fast so that we can hear from many other people. But let me thank all these persons in this list, because with different effort in these hard times, they give anyway an help in organizing. And since Enrico has thanks everyone, I would like to thank him. A big applause for Enrico. That was the real core of this organization. Great. Thank you very much, Enrico, and have a good conference. Of course, I'm here. If you need help, just ask.
So with this, we can close this, opening ceremony. So once again, thank you to all, the three presidents that, give us the welcome to these events. And I think that we can call on the stage Jan Kolar that will chair the next session that will include many keynotes from Space Agency. So.
Okay, good morning to everybody from my side as well. My name is Jan Kolar. I have the honor to be a member of the MVA board, and I am specifically responsible for financial matters in the Moon Village Association. So it's really my pleasure to be here and to give you introduction part for keynote speakers. First on our list is Mrs. Marti Hola-Maini. She is director of the Office for Outer Space of United Nations. So this is quite important platform for every organization who is doing whatever in the space affairs. And it's also, I can inform you that MVA is an observer of that organization, which gives us again opportunity to really be quite active even in this important international bodies. So Mrs. Maini provided just video speech, and now we are ready to listen to her.
Distinguished participants, colleagues, and friends, I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person as I'm currently in New York, but it is a great pleasure to address you virtually for the 9th Global Moon Village Symposium and Workshop on behalf of UNUSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. The theme of this event resonates strongly with our mission and our mandate. The moon is no longer a distant aspiration. It is becoming a place where science, commerce, and political ambitions all meet. In 2024 alone, we saw more lunar missions in a single year than at any time since the Apollo era. By 2030, more than 100 payloads are expected to be delivered to the lunar surface and orbit. We are entering a new chapter of human activity beyond Earth. And like every chapter of human expansion, the way we begin will shape everything that follows. The real question is not whether we will return to the moon. The question is whether we will do so responsibly, sustainably, and inclusively. This is where the United Nations, and specifically COPUS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, plays a very unique role. Since 1958, COPUS has been the place where states come together to build outer space governance through diplomacy and consensus. It is here that states agreed the Outer Space Treaty and the 4 other treaties that followed, forming the rule of law in outer space. These principles remain fully relevant today. Space shall be used for peaceful purposes. No state made appropriate celestial bodies, and states are responsible for all national activities in space, including those of commercial actors. These are not just abstract legal concepts. They are operational tools that guide behavior and that are more relevant today and with respect to the moon than ever before. Within COPUS, member states are now shaping the future of lunar activity. Working through the working group on the legal aspects of space resources, they are developing recommended principles that will help ensure resource-related activities are conducted safely, transparently, and with respect for the international legal framework. In parallel, the Action Team on Lunar Activities, ACLAC, is working toward procedures for coordination and information sharing among lunar actors, so that missions do not interfere with each other simply because information was not exchanged in time. This is governance by design, not governance in hindsight or after a crisis. Through UNUSA's One Moon for All initiative, we are ensuring that this future is not reserved only for those with the capability to reach the moon today. We bring governments, industry, academia and civil society together. We support states in developing national space law and regulatory frameworks, including for lunar activities. And we help ensure that every country, regardless of its space program, can engage in the discussions that shape how lunar activities unfold. Because just as when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon in 1969, it was a giant leap for humanity and millions over the world shared that moment, so too must our future activities benefit all humankind, not just the few who arrive first. We know that without coordination and transparency, activities may interfere with each other. We know that without predictable rules, investments become risky. And we know that without global participation, trust erodes. Multilateralism is not a bureaucratic add-on. It is a safety mechanism. As humanity prepares its return to the moon, the choices we make now will determine whether we build a shared and cooperative lunar presence or a fragmented one. Your discussions here are therefore very relevant. They inform real missions, real planning, and real decisions. On behalf of UNUSA, I'd like to thank the Moon Village Association and the Italian Association of Aeronautics and Astronautics for convening this dialogue. You are truly bringing together exactly the ecosystem that we need: governments, industry, researchers, investors, and the next generation. The moon is a shared frontier, and we have a once-in-a-century opportunity to get it right from the start. I wish you a very productive workshop and an inspiring one as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to Director Maini, because it's a really quite important function and the bodies. And some of you and some of the members are also quite active contributors to the activity which is discussed in COPUOS field. And I hope that MVA will provide also very important role, and specifically one of the circles, if you've watched the presentation and structure of MVA during our president's speech, was called GEXLA, and this abbreviation is specifically devoted to the legal and diplomatic activity around the moon, of course, and MVA plays a role there. Okay, so now we have still the three more speakers planned, and all of them are already physically present here. So it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Belos, sorry for pronunciation, and she is from Luxembourg Space Agency, where is a manager for exploration and science, and specifically responsible for active Luxembourg role in the field of specifically commercial use of microgravity and lunar environment specifically. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I first just want to thank you for the invitation to be present here today. It was a great honor as well to host MVA last year in Luxembourg. And it's now also great to inform you a little bit about what Luxembourg is doing in the area of the moon, and especially in the commercialization of the moon. So I just want to first refer back to the strategy of the Luxembourg Space Agency, which is, of course, one that is focused on commercialization, on economic sustainability, sustainability for the economy, for sustainability on Earth, but also sustainability in space and sustainability of the use of space resources. We are not interested in funding or supporting activities which do not lead to sustainable evolutions of what we are trying to offer also in the lunar area. I think this is an important part to focus on. We are not interested in one-offs. we are interested in building a sustainable future, both in LEO as well as on the lunar surface. In general, Luxembourg, and within the Space Resources Initiative that was established in 2019 in Luxembourg, we aim to contribute to a peaceful use and sustainable utilization of space resources for the benefit of all humankind. And we were able to translate that into a law that allowed operators, commercial operators, to do transactions, commercial transactions with space resources. And we had a first taste, the first use of that law this year within the frame of the iSpace mission M2, where iSpace, which is a Japanese company, or where the headquarters are in Japan, but they have a subsidiary in Luxembourg where they developed a rover, Tenacious, to do a first commercial transaction, or hopefully a first commercial transaction of lunar resources between iSpace and NASA. And unfortunately, the mission was not fully successful, and we were not able to really see or really fully translate what was or what the objectives was of the missions. But it did give us the opportunity, as being Luxembourg, to first use the law that is in place on these commercial transactions for the lunar resources, and to be able to authorize this mission and to authorize also the operations of this rover on the lunar surface, authorize the operations of the rover to take resources and then to sell these resources to NASA within the frame of a commercial contract. And to be honest, that was quite a feat. Again, for authorizations concerning, for example, telecom satellites, there's a lot of standards available. You know what you have to do in order to authorize these kinds of missions. The standards are there, and you have to check what is offered from the providers, from the commercial providers, to the authorization, to the legal entities. However, for this is not the case, and I think we have different frames of work, we have different ways of working. Again, we want to do something that is sustainable, and we want to keep to the different principles that also were outlined by Ms. Arti just a couple of minutes ago. So it was quite a difficult feat to do so, and I think we are very happy in the end with the result. We were able to authorize the mission, and being able to authorize the operations of this rover on the lunar surface should the mission be successful. So just to come back on that, we see a couple of key challenges still sort of limiting the commercialization capabilities of the lunar surface, of the use of this. Of course, in first instance, this is technical. Just trying to understand where are space resources, where are they located, how can they be used, and these kinds of technologies need to be further matured. In this frame, Luxembourg is also working on the first lunar foundation model that would combine different informations on topography, the presence of certain resources in the coming months, and we will release a full model at the Space Resources Week next year. In Luxembourg. So trying to stimulate a little bit this technical, or try to address technical gaps that are still missing to use space resources in a sustainable way. Of course, as I said, from a regulatory perspective, we have a legal framework in place, but this needs to be translated into specific practical measures, practical standards on which we can uphold the authorization and the operation of certain activities, commercial activities on the lunar surface. This is something that needs to be established, and where we are also contributing from a Luxembourgish side, of course, to COPUS and to the working group. As Ms. Arti also mentioned, on the other hand, we have in Luxembourg several financial and investment schemes in place to be able to support this. So we are able to fund these ideas, being able to develop these kinds of systems to address the gaps and to further stimulate this. And of course, that leads to markets. And that's in the end our goal. It's to develop a sustainable market on the lunar surface. Within that frame, we have also established the European Space Resources Innovation Center in the south of Luxembourg, called ESRIC. They're also here with a stand, and also different people are here from ESRIC as well, also giving presentations today and tomorrow. So I would also happily invite you to them and to their presentations. ESRIC was a strategic partnership together with the European Space Agency, again, to address some of these topics that I mentioned in the slide before. First of all, on the research side, to address the gaps that currently have been missing to be able to use space resources in a sustainable way. In a second, also on the commercialization. Again, I think this is something that we really want to push from a Luxembourgish side. And we have a startup program in order to address or support these initial ideas, initial companies that want to develop something that can address these gaps. And third, of course, community, entrepreneurship, and so on. And in that frame, we will have the Space Resources Week. On the facility side, I want to mention that at the moment, they have already looking at different parts of the ISRU value chain. What is now really unique is that they will build a dusty thermal vacuum chamber, or DTVC, to be completed by 2026 and hopefully operated, or I'd say functionally available for testing in 2027. And this will be the largest and first chamber in Europe to do this kind of testing, which would stimulate lunar conditions. So this is a huge asset, and this will also be open for other partners to test their rovers, their equipment, their parts that they want to do. And on a second part, also develop a first ground-based pilot plant in order to fully close the value chain for space resources. As I mentioned, there is also a startup program, and they will actually open up a call this week. So again, if there are very good ideas in the frame of space resources and lunar development, I definitely invite you to go to ESRIC, go to the website to check the call. This is a great program to support your company in these first initial steps of developing your plan. We also have a BSGN, so this is in the frame of the European Space Agency, where we can couple, let's say, space ideas with non-space ideas, with non-space companies, be able to support this as well. And I just want to conclude with the Space Resources Week, which will be organized in May in Luxembourg. And I also invite you to of course, come and visit us there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting overview. But everybody mostly know that Luxembourg is very active player in the field of space exploration generally, and now we have heard about the specific steps ahead regarding the lunar use and exploration. Okay, so if there are some immediate questions, please, you can put your hands up. If not, then of course you will have opportunity, you know the contact, you know to whom approach if you would be interested to get more information about this specific activity. Now there is a time for our second speech, and I would like to ask our Egyptian colleague if he can join me here. This is Dr. Ayman Ahmed, and he is a senior director at the Egyptian Space Agency, where he is specifically overseeing space projects and missions system engineering in Egyptian Space Agency. So, Dr. Ayman, floor is yours.
Thank you everyone for inviting me here today. My name is Ayman Ahmed, and I am from the Egyptian Space Agency. Unfortunately, I don't have a presentation, but I have a speech I would like to say. But before I'm going to speak, I would like to introduce myself. I'm currently working as a vice chair of the United Nations COBOS working group on legal space aspect of resource activities. Also, I have been working with the African Space Agency in Egypt. The African Space Agency is established around 6 months ago. It is hosted in the Egyptian capital, Cairo. So also I participated in the development of the African space policy and the African space strategy, and the deep space exploration is one of the pillars of the African space policy. Also, Egypt is hosting the headquarters of the Arab Space Collaboration Work Group. It is collecting the heads of space agencies in different Arab worlds. Besides this, I have been working with the Moon Village Association and GIGSLA since 3 years ago. So what I'm going to say today is our perspective from developing space country, how we see the space exploration, how we see the space missions regarding the lunar exploration, lunar orbiting, and lunar mission. So today we consider the Moon as a gateway for human deep space exploration. It is the closest celestial body where we can test technology, life support systems, and sustainable practice. That will be the one day carrying our missions to Mars and beyond. It is a platform for astronomy, free from Earth's atmospheric distortion, and also laboratory for resource utilization, where we can learn how to move forward from our homeland. But beyond the technical matters for human space exploration regarding to the moon and lunar landing, moon is now a mirror of our values, how we are going to choose our way to explore it. And this will reflect who are going to state as a mankind on the lunar surface. Will we pursue short-term goals and gains? Will we build foundation and long-term ownership, or will we act isolatedly? So this question is one of the topics we are discussing now among each other, even in the work groups in the conference. So the lunar missions not driven solely by the government. Now we can see a private sector and emerging companies related to lunar surface exploration. So companies are developing landers, rovers, cargo systems. Startups across the globe are innovating robotics, AI, and resource exploration. As well as industry's acceleration and timeline is going, the lowering cost and expanding possibilities are major demands now. So into a framework that can assure equality and equity, transparency, and sustainability. This framework should be developed globally and by consensus. Here comes the model of public-private partnership, which should not only advocate for profit, but also serve for global faith. The legal landscape of lunar exploration is complex and evolving. As you can see, in the Outer Space Treaty, 1967, which declares that the moon is a province for humankind, gaps remains. These challenges, like who has the right to extract lunar resources? How do we preserve the heritage of the sites? How do we manage the liability and the multinational missions? We can see actual urgency for these questions, how to answer this. On the other hand, moon presence through technical challenges. It is environment harsh, very high level of radiation, and also a high risk regarding the temperature values, which can swing from very high temperature to freezing. Navigation, habitation, and for the new systems, for positioning, timing, and navigation on the lunar surface are demanding now. Such infrastructure should be developed in a reliable, interoperable, and coordinating way The communication across the far side of the moon demands relay satellites as well. These challenges and technical challenges becoming opportunities for international collaboration. It is not a solely government, not a solely controlling companies, where modular habitation can be tested in situ with resource utilization. This can reduce dependency on Earth. Robotics, AI can enable autonomous operation and lunar environment as well, exploration. So during the last few years, we can see that the moon is not infinite, not is a finite. Its resources, cultural heritage are also finite. So no single nation or company can build its moon village alone. International entities such as United Nations, COBIUS, Moon Village Association, GIGZILA, and also the European Space Agency Moon Village concept. These are reliable platforms and forums that can provide dialogue and comprehensive dialogue and inclusive as well. This platform also brings together government, industry, academia, and civil society. Dialogue is not an optional now, it is becoming essential. So I would like finally to emphasize on one thing, the principle which is being raised the last few years, leaving no one behind. As I'm coming from a developing space country, lunar exploration is inclusive, and it should be opportunity for capacity building, technology demonstration, and talent development. Data sharing, training programs, and joint mission can empower nations that are new to deep space exploration. So the moon is getting attention now, and we have all to go together in an inclusive way. Finally, I would like to thank you so much for inviting me today, and I wish you have a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So, yeah, that's fine that we had the opportunity to meet you here, and thanks for your information about the general African activity in this field. And specifically, it's interesting your announcement about the establishment of this African Space Agency, because this is important step ahead. And you just gave the very general overview of all aspects of going to the, not only moon, but to the space. But that's very important, and we are hoping that the MVA is contributing to that, and the reason that you are here is also confirmation of that. And I want to use also your example for the cooperation between different countries. And it's good to also that you mentioned importance that even countries like in Africa, developing countries, but not only then, are part of that endeavor. And if I am not mistaken, you were also involved in some good examples of that the Egyptian Space Agency was involved already in one Chinese mission to the moon. Chinese 4. So you provided a camera for that. Perfect. So that's nice, because our next speaker is exactly one from the China, who is, by the way, also responsible for that mission. So it's my pleasure. Please, I invite Dr. Wang Zhengmin, who is a director of the International Cooperation Center at Deep Space Exploration Laboratory. And Deep Space Exploration Laboratory is exactly the organization in the China who is very actively developing all type of deep space missions, starting from the moon, going to the planet, and far behind. So please, Wang, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's my pleasure. It's my second time is on the workshop and symposium of the MVA. Yeah, so last year it was in Luxembourg, and this year in Italy, touring. And today I would like to, because last year is in Luxembourg is have just briefly the detail talking about the picture of the RS. And today I would like to have some more of the concrete of the project, the cooperation under the frame RS. So my name is Wang. I'm the director of the International Cooperation Center of the Deep Space Exploration Lab. So I think it's mostly know about the lab, but someone is new and is know that is the lab. Okay, say that is the Chinese GPL in China, and we are part of the space of National Space Agency and responsible for the part of the Chinese of the space exploration, the missions. We are the institution for the deep space, and starting from the lunar exploration, planetary exploration, asteroid defense, and also the heavy launchers. So it's Mohammed just say that we have a lot of cooperation already on the lunar missions. Like so, last year we have introduced the Chang'e 6, what is the first time to take in the sample from the far side of the moon, and in the next year, mid of next year, we will have to launch the Chang'e 7. The mission of Chang'e 7 is the purpose is to find the direct evidence of the ice water and the south pole of the moon. We hope that we can find it, and the important the foundation is for the next mission of Chang'e 8, which will be have the basic the base will be set up on the south pole of the moon, and we'll plan to build the permanent the infrastructure of the human in the South Pole, and we have a lot of cooperations from Thailand, from Egypt, from the, many countries. So, so we also will have just have launched this year about Tianwen 2. After bring some badge at this is a new mission that we just have to launch this year, and will be fly to the end of the next year to one of the nearby asteroid, and to take the sample from the asteroid, and hopefully return back in the end of 2027. And also in the 2028, we plan to launch the further of Tianwen 3 to make the Mars the sample return. And this year, in the middle of September of this year, we have quite deep international deep space conference in Hefei. That it will be the topic is asteroid defense. So in the mission of 27, 28, we will also have to make the demonstration mission to light one of the nearby the asteroid to change its orbit. Regarding to the heavy launcher, that is good news of this morning. That is the Chinese first reusable, of course, it's commercial, the launcher, the Zhuque, which is by the commercial company, the Landsat, is already have successful make the test launch. Although it's on the return back, it's have a little problem, but it's a good step for the heavy launcher that's already on the light of Falcon 9. Yeah. Okay, regarding the cooperation, so we have quite deep, a lot of long story cooperation between the lab with the MVE. So it's, we are very gradually, presently have received the yearly award that's by the Chang'e 4. This is a award from the Mr. Giuseppe in the Tucson. It's also the workshop and symposium 2019 in Japan. And we also have the MOU signed between the DCL and also MVA. Last year, we became also the member of the MVA, and we have sent the expert to the GEXLAM, the working group 1, 2, and 3. So I'm the co-chair of the working group 3. And also we are preparing. We know that is the MVA have launched on the website to set up the regional center globally, and we are glad to preparing to apply for the global center of Asia Pacific China by the end of the year. Secondly, is someone is already know that within the middle of this year, so we have launched the first international academic organization in the world, so only dedicated to deep space. It's called the International Deep Space Exploration Association. This is very young. It's only half year, but we already have about total 800 members. With them, there's 86 institutional and about 700 individually from 60 countries. So the mission of this association is to promote the international exchange, the corporations, to share the knowledge, to advance scientific technology progress, and of course to contribute of the human being. Yeah. This is very also the close contact between the association and MV. So MV is the founding member of the association, and many of the key management guys also the key members of the ADC, like Ms. Stories, and also Ms. Ubia, and also the key member of the association. During the inauguration ceremony in July, Mr. Giuseppe also have sent the conclusion video to us. Thank you very much for that. So third one is about RS. So last year we already have a present that this is a huge project. This is compared to our Artemis project that is not only on the South Pole, the permanent infrastructure, but also is covering whole of the globe of the lunar surface, the lunar orbit, and also the cislunar space. So it's a lot of systems. It's 10 totally, including the surface, on ground space, and also the cislunar space. Okay, so it's this is initial cooperation initiative. This is similar to the Artemis call, but different. So in last month, we have some of our webinar. It's organized by the World Space Week. So we have the very honored to be the big speaker, and we have compared the detailedly about the IRS cooperation initiative to the Artemis code. So it's what is the difference, what is common, and what is should need to approve. So I will not go to the details. Okay, so that's regarding to the partner. So you know that is Artemis, the partner is increasing, and the RS is the partner also increasing. So within this year, we have another more than 20 of the new partners, and currently it is about 20 countries of a state partner and 70 institutions of the institutional partner to participate into the RSA corporations. Yeah. Okay, next one, I will go to the detail of the C3. What called C3? Because there's 3 words in the capital of C. So it's a cislunar CubeSat constellation. So we call C3 Corporation. This is initiated by the 3 of the organization. One is our lab, my lab, the DSL, and one is association, DC, and also the Asia Pacific Space Corporation organizations. This is a plan that is we want to have the very big the global cooperation project under the frame of the RAS. We plan to invite about 30 to 50 global institutions to participate into the international corporations to develop, to launch, and to organize the constellation, the C3 constellation. We will essentially to provide a standard scientific payload. Each of the participants will to develop the platform by itself, but in accordance with the unified standards. Of course, if you want to have the support from Chinese, technically, and we will find one of the commercial launcher to launch this constellation. We hope that it will be 2028 or even earlier, about 2028, into the trans-lunar orbit. And then those of the satellites will fly to the cislunar 2.1 reconnaissance orbit for the lunar space environment detection, and also some of the key technology verification. So the later slide, I will go to the detail about the scientific mission. So everybody will jointly to receive. Everybody will receive the data. We will set up the data relay receiving network globally, and we'll be jointly to study all the scientific results together, and we will publish. We get the result, and we will publish to the same time to the world at the same time. Okay, this is the principle. This is what I would like to have a unified plan, free feedback, data sharing, and the self-cost responsible. Once it's programmed to implement, there will become firstly, this is a key international cooperation project under RS, and they will become the largest scale the space environment detection in the cislunar space, because no such of the big of the constellation is before. Yeah. And there will be, because mostly they are the developing countries, they are the partners from the area, so we'll bring a lot of the emerging countries into the lunar age together. Yeah. Okay, this is a scientific object. There are two of the missions. The one is to detect the energy particle in pseudo detection within the cislunar space. That will be the first time in the world for such of a large scale pseudo detection of the energy particle in cislunar space. We try to draw the dynamic distribution map of the cislunar space in the wide range of the Earth of magnetotal, the Earth's coronal mass, and plasma slice, because the constellation, the satellites will be distributed in a very large space, so we'll be to have the large scale the maps of this. And second mission, we would like to have the detection for the gamma ray burst of the deep space. This also will be the first time in the world for the full coverage, long baseline, the high precision location for the gamma ray burst detection in the deep space, which will achieve the important scientific result in the field of time domain astronomy and transit research. We're also trying to draw the high precision, the measurement demand map of the gamma ray burst in the universe. Yeah, because it's currently such of the satellite is just distributed just near around the Earth. Only few of such a satellite will be in the lunar orbit or in some Lagrange point between the Earth and Moon, but not so large of the constellation will be distributed in such a big the space. You know that is the bigger of the space will be have more process to get the location of the gamma ray burst. Yeah. Okay, some of the object. Yeah. This is the first one will be verify of the satellite networking, free flying, and multi-satellite interferometry within the cislunar space. Yeah, because they have no such of the big constellation before. So we were verifying this in the new technology. And second one, we were verifying of the space ground integrated technology of integrated CubeSat cluster mission planning and also resource management, because there's in the normally for the lunar mission will be the large scale the distance, large scale the diameter of the antenna for example the 18 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters for the TTNC, and the data receiving. But for this mission, we would like to organize the build of the affordable the data relay, the receiving the antennas network. Each of the dish is only 7.5 meter diameter, so there will be allowed many countries to receiving those of data, and we will verifying such of technology. We will each of station to receiving the data, and another one will have data relay, and another one have data, and then we'll organize it together. The third one is we'll verifying on the space ground, for example, the flexible, the solar array, autonomous positioning and navigation technology in deep space. You know, the cislunar, the PNT is quite hard, and we also should see that is such of the cislunar, the PNT technology could be verified in the beginning. Okay, this is an operation model. So during the satellite flights in the orbit, the scientific the payload will be work regularly to obtain the data. So each of the months will go to the moon and the Earth. That once the satellite near to the Earth every month, the on-ground station network. So we'll have the 10 to 15 of the stations around the equator of the Earth to implement the TTNC and the data download. All of the data will be received by the near equator receiving station, then transmitted to the headquarters to have a data center, to have the organize the global scientists to study. For this project, we will also to organizing the working group will be established of design for the IDC, ICD document, and also release some of the standard for the all of the participants. And each one will be responsible for their own CubeSat development. We can just provide the necessary technical support. So this is a work breakdown. So it will be clearly, the first one is about the 30 to 50 of satellites, so will be 30 to 50 of the scientific payload will be provided by China to make the environment detection and the gamma ray burst detection. And each of the participants will be to develop the 12U, the CubeSat platform by itself. And we will develop the deployment mechanism for the CubeSat releasing, and also will provide for the launch or piggyback launch service for the designed the orbit. We will to choose the partners to upgrade or set up of the new ground stations. It's not big, it's a small one. I said it's a 7.5 meters diameter only for TTNC and the data receiving network. And each country, each partner could have their own the data center and to responsible for the data transfer to the headquarters or back. And jointly, everybody will be jointly led by China. So we'll have the data analysis. And the Chinese Institute will develop one of the demonstration software to distribute every of the partners. So every partner will be, everybody we can just organize to publish this the scientific result to the world at the same time, but as a software can demonstrate to the national people to let them to understand. Yeah, of course, it also have joined the project management. Okay, right now we already have more than 10 of the institutions to participate into this cooperation, and some of already start for the satellite development. So this has come from the Asia, like the Thailand, like the Indonesia, the Sri Lanka, some from Europe, some from even the Africa. So you see that Kenya, the Ethiopia, the UAE is, okay, this is Asia. Yeah. Okay, go back to the end. So you see that this is tracking simulated by the computer. So it's tracking of the constellation. The big circle is tracking of the moon, and in the middle is the Earth. So this tracking like the green rainbow. So we call this the cislunar, the Silk Road. Therefore, we want more and more people, the participant, to participate in this cooperation, the under areas. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wang. And it's good to know, so I think that we will remember what C3 now means. So I hope that also your email address is possible to use as a contact point for everybody who would have more questions or interest and like to know something more. And those of you who would like to get more information about that, we have our Chinese colleague with us or the conference, so you can approach him directly and express some other questions or interest if you wish. Okay, so that concludes our part when it's now my nice duty to thanks to all keynote speakers. We had 3 here and 1 on the video. So thank you also for sharing with us this part of our workshop and symposium. I am mentioning MVA, workshop and symposium. And I hope that we will see you around here during the rest of the conference, mainly today and tomorrow. So with that, thank you, all of them. And now I would like to invite all speakers on the podium together with the president and for the picture. And then for others, of course, you are invited for the coffee break. So thank you once more for your presence.
Here and here.
Yeah,
Good
that's
morning.
good.
I didn't see you. Good to see you. I think you have to come close to the.
Lady first.
Where is
Thank
it?
you. But maybe then we keep to the...
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me start the second keynote of companies. So now we have distinguished speakers from industries, major space industry, and also the venture company, and also a professor from university, but he was in charge of lunar industry architecture. So let me first call you Mr. Walter Cogno of Thales Alenia Space, Italy. Walter-san, please come here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Leppe, buondì. Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the moon, which for my company, my former company, by the way, is one of the most strategic domain we are implementing. It is really a privilege to speak with you about, which is one of the most exciting undertaking of our time, which is the humanity return to the moon. It's a simple word, but thinking is quite a challenging and impressive journey we are implementing, because many countries, technology country, I'm looking to our friends from China as well, are moving to bring back the humanity to the moon for increasing our knowledge, for beginning the expansion on not only the knowledge, but the expansion of the humanity on the universe, in our solar system. Just to mention that in the exploration field, our company, and I am also proud to say our site in Torino is one of the leading sites in Europe about exploration, human exploration and robotic exploration. We are deeply involved in all the domain of exploration in LEO. I will talk a little bit more during my speech in the return to the lunar orbit and the surface and the Mars exploration. Just to remind that the only big project which is underway in Europe for Mars exploration is managed by Thales Alenia Space Italy and by our site in Torino. Just to mention that in LEO, we have been involved in the development of the International Space Station. Almost 50% of the pressurized volume is being designed and developed here in Torino. And there have been, I am proud to say that I spent 17 years of my long career in the space, longest year in the working as a program manager of the International Space Station. But it's not only there, because we are still sending cargo to the station with our vehicle, together with a U.S. partner, which is Northrop. And we are deeply involved in the new, in the changing paradigm on the utilization of LEO, at least on the West Country, where the institutional infrastructure will be replaced by private and commercial infrastructure. So two of that initiative, there are a certain number of initiatives going on. Two of them are seeing the involvement of Thales Alenia Space, and we will have the pleasure to visit our facility. We see that there are at least 4 modules of the next station which are under development and construction. Coming to the moon, I just want to recall the fact that we are through the signature by our government of the Artemis Accord, we are deeply involved in the Artemis project through our national level in a bilateral agreement with the United States, but also through with the European participation to the European Space Agency. Just to remind that the first goal to bring back men to the moon was 2024, and today, as we all know, will not be earlier than mid-27. And this declaration happened back almost 8 years ago, in 2017. So this is demonstrating the fact that it's not easy to go back with the human to the moon with robotic mission. We have several missions on the moon from West Country, from China as well, from India, from Japan, and but bringing back humans on the moon is not easy if we will want to do that in a sustainable way, in a permanent way, like it happened at the Apollo time. So the Artemis project is characterized by some major pillars. Most of them in most of them, Thales Alenia Space is deeply involved. Starting from the launcher, the SLS, the Space Launch System from US, we have the Orion spacecraft, we have the Lunar Gateway, and we have the project which bring, as in one name, several projects, which is the Human Landing System, and then what should be the lunar base camp. Today, this was at the time of the declaration. Today, we know that there are issues in looking how to change the approach. There are reconsideration in the United States about the launcher system because of its cost. There are reconsideration about also the Orion spacecraft utilization. Hopefully, I hope that the will remain stable on the gateway and for all the rest. In terms of involvement of Italy and Europe and our company in particular, I start from the big and huge challenge which is represented by the Lunar Gateway. Most of the elements of this station are under the responsibility of Thales Alenia Space. There is only one module which is under full responsibility of US, but Thales Alenia Space is involved in 3 modules, plus the airlock, which is under the responsibility of the United Arab Emirates, for which we won the competition last year, and we are under contract for the development of the airlock as well. So most of the elements are under development to be ready to be launched. Halo, which is the element under Northrop Grumman responsibility, and the propulsion and thermal module, which is in US, are under development. On the Halo, most of the hardware has been designed and manufactured here in Torino. The International Habitation Module, which is ESA, is under development. The primary structure is almost ready. It's under the prime sheet responsibility of Thales Alenia Space. ESPRI module, which is the telecommunication and refueling module, is as well under development. We may have a little delay on the sequence of the station. There is under discussion in this time. And the airlock is, we just started the design last year, at the end of last year. The other element in which Italy is deeply involved through Europe is the logistic element which will bring cargo to the moon. We are talking about, or at the beginning, at least 2,000 tons, but 2 tons, sorry, 2,000 kilograms, which in the future we all know that much bigger capability are required, at least up to 10 tons. But this mission Argonaut, again, is under development, will fly it in the early 30s, and is a very important element, fully European, under the European Space Agency leadership. In the right side, you see another element which will be the first, at least from the West Country, habitat on the moon, which is what is provided by Italy in the Artemis Accord as a bilateral agreement with the United States. It's called multi-purpose habitat. It's a mobile system which will include habitat capability, scientific laboratory capability, and the mobility in order to move out and in from the landing or the takeoff area, or to go in area where it is more suitable from the scientific standpoint. This element, which is under development in the early phase of development, will flight in the early 2030, 2032, 2033 in the current scenario. Then we have the Orion capsule, which is bringing, and we still fly for, there is a second flight planned the next year in February with a crew on board this time, approaching the moon orbit. This capsule is done in collaboration between Europe and United States. There is a great contribution from our company from Italy. You see close the picture of the capsule, all the elements provided by Thales Alenia Space, which include all the primary, secondary structure, meteorite protection system, active and passive thermal control, environmental control system. And then there is a partnership with Ariane Group for the propulsion and with Airbus Germany for the system integration and the avionics. Another important contribution from our company, which is not only Torino in this case, is the project for ESA for the Moonlight, which include the capability to have a cluster of satellite providing navigation and telecommunication capability around the moon. This is the prime contractor on ESA request is a service company. In our case, it's Telespazio, which is part of our Space Alliance. And all the satellites are developed under the prime sheet of Thales Alenia Space. In the center, we have all the human landing systems. This is an area where there is a discussion ongoing between Starship from Elon Musk, between New Glenn from Blue Origin, and there was also a third competitor where we were involved, which was from Dynetics, a company of the United States, with a system which was not supported by private investment, so it was a loser immediately, because without a big contribution like has been done for Starship and for New Glenn, which half of the price is covered by private investment, it's difficult for other companies to be competitive. In the future, that's is not science fiction, you know very well, but all big company are studying the technology for the further development, starting from the first habitat, but you have to look how to stay permanently, which is the purpose of the Artemis project, permanently on the moon. So you need to understand the overall architecture, what you need in terms of technology, what you need in terms of infrastructure, and that's what the capability of every company can become an added value to be part of this development. So we at Thales Alenia Space, we are looking all this field, all this domain, including food production, with our network of supplier in Italy, and not only, but around Europe, how to be better placed in the competition to provide all the system, not only for institution, but the change of paradigm in the moon is the fact that also private companies are investing money to develop system and services or to exploit the resources of the moon and make business from that. I am still much more in favor of the scientific objective of our mission, but of course having also a business perspective will help a lot to speed up the development of the moon, to the return to the moon and beyond, of course, because Mars will be the next step. And by the way, also Mars, again, is not a science fiction. We are going to have a robotic mission from Europe in 2028, finally, with ExoMars that was planned to be. The mission of 2028 was the mission 2018. Then became 2020 because of political reason, not because of technical reason. Then became 2022. And then when it was ready to be launched in 2022, we were blocked while we were moving to Baikonur for the launch because of the political situation between Russia and Ukraine. But finally, I hope that the system is ready, we will launch. Unfortunately, the next mission, which was again a bilateral collaboration between ESA and NASA, has been blocked because in the new NASA vision, on the new US administration vision, Mars sample return, which was the vision, was considered not strategic, so the collaboration has been cancelled, and ESA is rethinking what will be the next mission after ExoMars. But apart from that, we are going to use our infrastructure around the moon, the gateway, or in the moon, also to study and develop the technology that will be required to bring humans to Mars. That will be the key objective, is the objective of the Artemis project, because Artemis project has the end objective to go to Mars with human. And so there are many studies ongoing, how to, which are the right infrastructure to develop, to support safely the travel of human and the stay around or in the Mars surface. Of course, there are not yet all the technology required to have a safe mission to Mars. The moon will be used as well to understand and to study this kind of how to survive in this environment, even if are very much different between Moon and Mars, but we can use that as a lab much more than on ground to understand and develop what we will need to go there. And that's, again, in all this study, with the strong support of our government and of our agency, we are already investing in studying and developing technologies that will help them to be ready on time when the time will come to send infrastructure supporting human mission to Mars, and not only robotic mission. So that's short presentation what we are doing, not all our, because what is here is what Italy is doing through our company. Let's say, all what is done by Thales Space is fully in line with the vision, the strategy, and the ambition of the Italian government. And we are very proud to be in the front line, not only in Italy, but in Europe and the world for many of these technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions? We can accept one or two questions. Okay, then I'd like to invite the next speaker. And before that, I forgot to tell you important information. My name is Satoru Cross. I'm a board member and in charge of Moon Market Development Coordination. So, and also another important information is that please, do the presentation. Try to be within 15 minutes so that we can have some time for the question and answer. Okay, next speaker is Mr. Atsushi Saiki of iSpace, venture company for the moon.
Buongiorno, my name is Atsushi Saiki, and I will show the presentation soon. But before that, I would like to say thank you very much to MVA and Dr. Ray Bardi for having us and giving us this opportunity. And also, it's always nice to be in Italy. In the past, I have been in Italy for more than maybe 50 times. I never counted. But this is first time in Turin. And then now I think everybody understands. I was not in automobile business. I was not in aerospace business. And it's always nice to be here. Beautiful town of Barolo and white turf, which I love. And one more thing is that I just hope that Italy will do best in the World Cup football qualification stage. And because Italy not in the World Cup is like not having espresso in Italy. So we wish you good luck. And I would like to go, thank you very much. And I would like to go to our company presentation. Next page. Yeah, that's disclaimer. Self-introduction. I am executive fellow of iSpace. I used to be CRO until last November, but I turned 65, so I sidestepped a little bit. I'm doing a special assignment from CEO and also executive relations. And I am also the co-chair of the industrial working group in MVA. That's a new assignment since this year. Besides that, so as Apollo 11 was mentioned, I was already 9 years old at that time. So I'm one of the rare living legends, I think, in the industry. And I still remember next day, it was, I think, July 21st in Japan, like 4 o'clock in the morning because of the time difference. But next day I went to school and teacher told me about the success of the mission. And at that time, I never thought I would be working in the space industry in future. But I am enjoying very much of this very motivating business. And I'm very honored to be here. Okay, iSpace, unlike other established companies doing a presentation after me and before me, we're only 15 years old. And we have about 340 people working in 3 locations, headquartered in Japan, and then USA and Luxembourg in Europe. As you can see on the right-hand side, we have raised about $688 million US so far. And Sparks, one of the Onuki-san's company or the fund, has been the original supporter for us. And we were able to IPO in 2023. But as you can see, we are continuing our international offering and third-party allotment even after IPO. Because as you know, space business, you need many upfront money and to have a sustainable growth as a company. But one thing I would like to add is we also had not just investment funds and venture capital and the banking. On the right-hand side, you can see our strategic enterprises who are supporting us. And they are all Japanese, mainly regular non-space companies, camera company, airline company, automobile company, communication company, printing company, general construction company. So this is thanks to our CEO and founder. I heard writing handwritten letter to each CEO at the early stage, explaining his vision. And some of the key president, CEO of the famous companies echoed to his vision and supported us. And I think that was a very, very traditional way to get support, but I think that was one of the key. Oh, sorry. And our vision is to expand our planet, expand our future. And we want to create cislunar economy utilizing the one ecosystem, Moon and Earth. And so one of the service we're providing is, of course, transportation service to the lunar surface and lunar orbit. But I have nothing against DHL or UPS, but we think this transportation service is just the tool to establish our vision. So we just don't want to be the transporting company. We do not do the launch. We make our own landers and design them and produce them. And we go to the moon, and our landers do not carry human, and our landers do not come back. But that is the area of our service providing to the market. And as to the launch, we have used SpaceX Falcon 9 in our Mission 1 and Mission 2, and we will be using Falcon 9 in Mission 3, but in future, of course, we are ready to use MHI H3 rocket or Ariane 6 in future. So we are very flexible. Mission 1 was done in 2022. It was first commercial company, 100%, to be successful launch for the lunar lander. Unfortunately, we could not do the soft landing. It was hard landing or crash. But we did manage to go into the lunar orbit successfully. And then one of the key clients we had, the biggest one was NBRC, UAE's Rashid rover, about 10 kilo in our lander. And also, we had the first ever lunar insurance covered. So once we did not succeed in landing, we were able to get some money back from the insurance company, because until now, there is a satellite insurance, there's a launch insurance, but there's no lunar landing insurance because it was all NASA and all the government mission. But we, together with the Japanese Mitsui Sumitomo Insurance Company, created this lunar insurance for future commercial companies to go to the moon, so that it's easier for each commercial company to get risk hedge tool to get approval from their own management. And in order to create this lunar economy, we thought that was very important. So myself and this insurance company visited about more than 10 underwriters in London and Paris and Munich to persuade them to cover our mission as a commercial company. So I will be a little bit quick. This is one of the beautiful pictures we managed to take in Mission 1. This is above 100 kilo on the lunar surface. And I have to admit, it was a coincidence. But we did get the picture, and you see the shadow on the Earth. That was a sun eclipse in Australia. And I think this was selected as best image of the solar system of the year by Planetary Science in USA. It was about 200 people, 12 years old, commercial company were able to take this kind of picture before crash. Mission 2, it was this year. We had our own lander rover produced in Luxembourg. Thank you very much. It was introduced by LSA also. And if we had succeeded on soft landing, this would have been first ever European-made lander running on the lunar surface. Unfortunately, we could not achieve that. But in front of that rover, we had the shovel produced jointly together with a Swedish company called Epiroc. And it was when rover was running, it was supposed to be scooping, and we take a photo, and we had the contract with NASA as a Luxembourg entity to sell that ownership to NASA. So that was the first ever lunar resource transaction of ownership. It was supposed to be if it soft landed. And we also parallelly had the Japanese entity contract with NASA for the similar transfer of the ownership of the regolith under Japanese space resources law. So as you know, there's only 4 countries in the world now who has this resources law: USA, UAE, Luxembourg, and Japan. So it's like a legal R&D we were trying to do. And this is, again, Earthrise from Mission 2 lander, before landing challenge. And Mission 3 is expected to happen in 2027 as of now. And this is a USA lander. This will be much bigger than Mission 1 and Mission 2. It can carry about 300 kilo of a payload. And we have a contract together with NASA, together with Draper, USA, to have a contract with NASA to carry their 95 kilo of payload. That's the biggest payload. But we also have a contract with ASI to carry retroreflector array on the lunar surface, on the lander. And also recently, this is MBA Industrial Working Group partner also, Magna Petra. We have a contract to bring their mass spectrometer to measure the helium-3 contents from the regolith. So we are working on this, and we're going to the far side of the moon. That's the NASA requirement. So in order to do that, you see like 2 little butterflies. That's a 2 relay communication satellite we will be deploying before our landing challenge. So as you know, NASA is buying service from us, not the equipment. So after we serve NASA, after landing, these 2 relay satellites will still survive. So this will be our iSpace asset to be able to monetize that or provide a service to other commercial companies or even international agencies. So we're looking forward to that. Mission 4 is a Japanese mission. Similarly, this can carry several hundred kilos of payload. And the main client we recently got is from TASA, Taiwanese Space Agency. And also we have this Institute of Science Tokyo University under the Space Strategic Fund funding Japanese scheme. And also the lander itself is covered by SBIR funding scheme from METI in Japan. So this will be Japanese mission to be launched in 2028. So we have 2 simultaneous missions coming soon, and we are covered with the cash for that. And in future, we plan to have 1 or 2 missions each year coming from USA and Japan, mainly, together with Luxembourg doing the rovers. Also, in addition to that, we are now working on orbital transfer vehicle, OTV, because we think there's a huge demand in future for satellites going around the lunar orbit. And so this will not have a landing capability, but to carry a huge amount of satellites to lunar orbit, which we have already succeeded in Mission 1 and Mission 2. And we have LOI with Italian Telespazio to carry 5 satellites of their potential under moonlight program, 2 or 3 tons altogether for this satellite, how do you say, the deployment. Yes, and we say never quit the lunar quest. And one phrase that I like is from the space business before, as Winston Churchill said, he said, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. But I would like to add, being a startup company, it is courage and cash to continue that counts. And I think that's very important. Thank you. And yeah, molte grazie per l'attenzione. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saki-san. So, any question for him? Yes, please.
Oh, by the way, I'll be around all day, of course, and tonight also. So if you see me, you can just ask me any questions later. Yes, please.
I have a curiosity. You said that the 3rd mission will go to the dark side of the moon, or the other side of the moon.
Yeah.
And I mean, you must have done your calculation, let's say. But don't you think it's a bit risky to go to the other side of the moon before succeeding in landing on the visible
near
side?
Yeah. So exactly, of course, what we wanted to do was succeed in Mission 1 and 2 on the near side and go to Mission 3, because Mission 3 contract with NASA was already decided or agreed before our Mission 2. Now, fortunately, NASA is not saying that if we fail Mission 2, they will cancel the contract. So contract is still valid. And it is challenging, as JFK said, we're going to the moon not because it's easy, and we know it's a challenge, but we have the contract, and we need to fulfill the contract, and we're doing our best. And so what we're doing is, of course, lessons learned from Mission 1 and Mission 2. We try to be as transparent and timely disclosure as much as possible. And we have put in third-party analysis team from JAXA and also from other reputable engineers worldwide to analyze how we can do better. And that's why we still have several years to go. So we are working on it. And it's a NASA requirement that we go to the far side. So we are committed to do that.
But why you plan to use 2 relay satellites? One is not enough?
I think to have the better coverage, I think that the reason was 2. Yeah.
Sorry. thank you for your presentation. And we are very keen to having a successful landing in the third mission. So
thank you.
My question is, because every time it's a hard landing is coming from probably the higher the descent velocity.
Yeah.
So is it too realistic to having kind of a big shock absorber, likewise air back type, when they hit in the bottom, and in order to avoid the brake or because even if you run very high speed, and I don't know if
well, thank you for the question. First of all, one of our supporter or partner in the project was a Suzuki automobile company in Japan, and we were having a discussion with them utilizing their shock absorbing technology in automobile to be utilized in our landing analysis on the shock absorbing legs. But at the same time, if we review the mission 1 and mission 2 failure reason, mission 1 was a software issue, and actually it was like we thought the lunar surface was there, and our position was right, our speed was right, it was like 1 second per meter. So if the ground was there, we were able to succeed, we know, and we were hovering. But actually, because of the software issue, we were like 3 to 4 kilo above the real surface. So while we're hovering there, thinking there would be a ground, the propellant ran out, and it was a free fall. So it's not a matter of how you can absorb the shocking, because it was a free fall from more than 3 kilo above. So it's a different ball game. Mission 2 was a hardware issue. It's already in our homepage, so I will not go into details. But again, this was already too late for us to reduce the speed. This time for the mission 2, we only got the data from a laser rangefinder about 1 kilo above the surface, and we started fully reduce the speed, but it was too late. So again, it was not the matter of how we can absorb or things like that. It was way above that. So that was the lack of our experience. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sam. So we started from Torino, and we went to Japan, and we are going to the United States, but the representative is from Rome, right? Lockheed Martin, in charge of European business development. Marco, please.
Good morning. Thanks so much for inviting us here. On behalf of Lockheed Martin, I would be glad to give a presentation on something that Walter mentioned in his presentation. So next year is the year of Artemis 2, and Lockheed Martin as a leading role there as a prime contractor of Orion. Orion is a complex spacecraft. It is also a symbol of transatlantic cooperation between the US and Europe. Lockheed Martin is the prime for the crew model. And in Europe, there are all the capabilities for the service model, as Walter said. It takes time to develop technology and to gather data, but then we've been doing this in the past few years, and next year is going to be a defining moment, and hardware is already built and real. You can see the first mission, that was the exploration flight test one, where we tested the re-entry vehicle at 80% of the velocity that will be experienced by Orion coming back from the moon. Artemis 1 performed the entire cislunar trajectory uncrewed, and Artemis 2, 3, 4, and 5 spacecraft are already being built, and I want also to highlight that. For example, for Artemis 6, from what I've been told from colleagues, Walter, correct me if I'm wrong, but as you can see from the image, also so there is a hardware that is here in Turin, closer to where we are today. So we are very keen to continue this partnership. And there was a time in June 2023 where the Orion crew modules 2, 3, 4 were all stuck in the same building at the Kennedy Space Center. And so it was definitely worth taking a picture. And when you look, an unexperienced eye would look at the shape of this capsule and compare it also to the missions that we are doing to low Earth orbit, to the space station. But the environment, the mission profile, the risks are completely different. So Orion has been designed from the beginning to sustain a deep space human exploration. To go to the moon, it's not 3 hours, it's 3 days. And the speed, it's much faster when you go back from the lunar vicinity and you have to dive into the Earth atmosphere. And so there are big challenges with heat. I mean, the surface is almost 70% hotter, which is quite impressive from an engineering standpoint. So the Artemis 2 is proceeding well. You can see in this image some of the phases, and I think in mid-October, as you can see also from the NASA website, Orion was stacked on the SLS in the historic vehicle assembly building at KSC, now performing tests, and then will be moved and rolled to the launch complex 39B, where the launch window is gonna target between February and April of next year. As you might already have read and heard, so the crew will be made of 4 people: the commander Raid Wiseman, a pilot Victor Glover, a mission specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen as the mission specialist. Of course. Records, are made to be broken. It's a relay, but it's always good, to look at what new records we are gonna target, in the next mission. So it's gonna be a 10 days mission. We're gonna perform a 24-hour high Earth orbit. So it's gonna be a record for a crew mission about the Earth. And in the past, with Apollo, the trajectory to reach the moon was direct. Here we are going to perform these tests in this 24-hour high Earth orbit. And when Orion will detach from the SLS upper stage, it will also perform a proximity operation test that will help gather data that will be needed in Artemis 3 when Orion will dock with the human lunar lander. And once Artemis 2 will do a lunar flyby, it will have a distance from the lunar surface of about 7,400 kilometers, setting a new record for the distance of a crew from home, from Earth, and the NASA has been great, and we're going to see more and more information being released in the coming months. I have a 90-second animation that I want to show that probably is definitely better than my words about this mission profile. So let's see if it works, because we tested it, but we never.
Okay, here we go.
Check around the horn. You'll see your eyes clear. Start with the shake of your light.
3, 2, 1, mark. Copy, lift off.
Roger, roll. 2, loud and clear. 3, loud and clear. Oh yeah, press APO.
And so finally, we've been having the first test mission, then the uncrewed. Next year is going to be a crucial moment with the first crew mission. But Orion has been designed to be to increase their usability, and so it's a step-by-step approach. And we are already using some of the hardware that has been used in the past, and more will be utilized in the next Artemis missions. And for that, the expectation is to drastically reduce costs from the Orion side by 50% by Artemis 5, with a further 30% by Artemis 8. As you might have also read on press, and there was also a Lockheed Martin press release this summer. It was August, so myself I was on vacation, but it's still there. And we are exploring how to, in the future, provide also Orion as a service. And it's a matter of what the customer wants. So when this program was conceived, customer, NASA for us, wanted to have ownership, control, and wanted to operate it. But we have the capabilities, and so according to what the new needs are going to be, and how we can keep partnering with all those involved, we are ready, and we have already been doing multiple studies. And I only have, a cartoon, but as Bob Benken, our Vice President for Exploration, mentioned also at IAC in Sydney a couple of months ago, we definitely performed also studies on crew landers. So we have that capability, and we definitely, for in the future, for an end-to-end service, is something that we do not rule out. But now the focus is on 2026. So we are very excited. Usually, this is something that is great for kids, but is also, I think, cool for grown-ups. So it's still there if you wanna send your name. And looking forward also to the next edition next year of the Moonville Association Symposium to follow up on what will take place later in 2026 in spring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. Are there any questions for him? Yes.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, you had some heat shield issues at Artemis 1. I think your heat shield showed more degradation than expected. Did you change anything about the heat shield for Artemis 2?
This is a recurrent question, and it was also good publicity. So you might also, if you want to dig also online, you can see that there was a target team where Lockheed Martin participated, led by NASA. And so there was, when you test the system, you stress test it, and there were a good margin. So we revised under NASA leadership the design for the future of the design of the heat shield. And for Artemis 2, we also followed. We were going to follow a different re-entry path that was as was decided by NASA. So everything was addressed by the targeting man. I encourage you here to look more on the NASA side. There's plenty of information.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Let me introduce next speaker, Mr. Fabrizio Paolillo of Symposium.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Presentation. Puoi aprire anche il PowerPoint. Se vuoi. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I will talk about Moonlight Lunar Communication and Navigation Service Program. My name is Fabrizio Paolillo, and in this program I am the design authority. I am from Telespazio, and this is my email address if you will need to contact me later. Okay. So I will try to summarize both, let me say, our service approach and CONOPS and the overall system, let me say, architecture. But let's start with who we are. So Lunar Communication Navigation Services is part of the ESA Moonlight initiative. Telespazio is the prime contractor and the overall system integrator. We are currently in phase B2. We are going to complete all the, let me say, subsystem PDRs. So we are progressing in this way. But what is important to say is that LCNS program include also the development, the launch, and the, let me say, realization of the service in orbit. This is an important aspect. Indeed, together with Hispasat and Viasat, Telespazio is building, let me say, a private-public partnership with ESA in order to provide the future services, the future communication and navigation services. There are for sure a lot of, so the consortium of industries, universities here represented and is quite big. As I mentioned, there is Hispasat and Viasat that is contributing both in the service, let me say, design and also in the system design. Thales Alenia Space Italy is part of the system team for what concerns navigation services and is developing the 4 navigation satellite. There is also Surrey, that is an UK company that is developing the communication satellite. There are other companies, for example, Quascom for the navigation terminals, MDA UK for the payload communication payload, and there are also university involved. So there is the SDA Bocconi for the business plan, mostly. Polimi for the mission analysis, supporting us in the mission analysis, and also CRAS and Sapienza supporting us in the navigation performance simulation. Let's have a look, let me say, of the market outlook. As I said before, let me say, we are targeting services, so we are managing in a structured way also the business plan and the market outlook. So there are about 206 lunar missions considered by 240. For sure, the initial phase, so 29, 32, is mainly institutional. Then from 2033, 2034, commercial mission became an important aspect, okay, of this market outlook. You can see in these two charts, let me say, the evolution of the addressable market. On the right, you see, the addressable market by geographical distribution. In green, Europe, red, Asia, and blue, America. So US is, let me say, the leading, okay, region from which we will have user and services. On the left, you see the addressable market divided by user assets. So mainly you can see that until 2033, they are mainly orbiter, landers, and rovers. And then important asset became pressurized vehicle, for example. Okay, just an important part of our, let me say, project is the user engagement that we started at the beginning of the study. We have a user engagement process and concept, and I would like also to mention, let me say, the company that I here represented, and with this company we have for sure a structured, let me say, bilateral and let me say in place. So Astrobotic, Blue Origin, Firefly, and so on. But for sure there is also Argonaut from ESA that is, let me say, one of the anchor customer in the near future. Okay. Okay. So let's have a look of which. Let me say what are the service volumes that we can serve. So mostly. We are focused on the South Pole region because there are scientific value. There is, let me say, there are a lot of missions that in the near future will be focused on the South Pole, so lander, rovers, and so on. So this is our, let me say, target area of interest. So we call it SV1SP. So SV1 is the surface volume, and SP stands for South Pole, so from minus 70 degrees to minus 90 degrees. So this is the main target region. And then also there is what we call SV2 SP. So the SV2 is an orbital region up to 200 kilometers height and focusing on the South Pole. These are the two most important, let me say, area of interest. Okay, but we can serve also other targets, other area of interest. We can serve other surface area, also the far side, for example, and we can serve also the rest of service volume 2, 3, and 4 up to 70,000 kilometers. For sure, these are served in, let me say, best effort, because the system is optimized for the two service volume highlighted in orange. Okay. Okay, let's go on some details on the communication services. We can grant, let me say, reliable and flexible lunar communication, 95% availability. About 16 hours per day coverage in non-continuous way, and 8 hours continuously. We will allow bidirectional K-band and S-band link with the user in the proximity link. These are the numbers that we can grant, so up to 60 megabit per second, for example, in the direction moon to earth. This is the end-to-end link, and up to 1 megabit per second in S-band from moon to earth. We can also ensure not only real time but also store and forward. So we have 400 gigabyte per day capability of storage, and we have also to let me say to target, let me say, a 2.5 second latency in the end-to-end real-time data. So it means in the end-to-end, for example, moon to earth link. This is the requirement that we have to fulfill, and there is also the possibility to have the moon-to-moon link. Okay, so we serve the moon-to-moon in case there are two different users that want to have a link directly, and this is the figure, so 1.5 the latency. For what concerns the navigation services, okay, also in this case we have availability figures that are very important, so 95% computed over 90 days. These are the main services here in the left. So we have the one-way ranging, the PVT, the time dissemination, the two-way measurements, and also the availability and prediction and performance prediction services will be implemented. There will be also a navigation management center on ground that will post-process data and provide PVT post-processing with, for sure, more accurate figures. These on the right are the figures that we can reach in the PVT services. So temporal coverage about 15 hours non-continuous per day and about 5 continuous hours per day. Horizontal position, here are the figures, for sure different for static user, less than 10 meter, landing user, less than 50 meters, and also orbiting user, okay, 100 meter 3D. It is important to say that it is considered also the fusion with available sensor in the different missions. So, for example, usually lander use AMU and altimeter, or surface user use AMU and digital elevation model. Okay. Okay, let's have a look on the, let me say, overall architecture. This is a, let me say, an artistic view. Basically, the system is divided in three main segments. The lunar space segment, so the constellation, the satellite constellation that is made by 4 navigation satellites and 1 communication satellite. Then there is the Earth-ground segment, that are all the elements on Earth in order to control the constellation and provide the services. And then there is also what we call the lunar usage segment, because within this program it is important, we are also defining the requirements for the, let me say, navigation and communication terminals that will be boarded on the user asset. Just to briefly recap the link, here are highlighted. So, for example, you see the link from Comsat A with Earth is based on a Ka band for the user traffic data relay, and for what concerns TNC and orbit determination ranging, we will use X band. It is important on the top right is highlighted also that an important functionality is the inter-satellite link, because an important requirement for us is the interoperability, and we will be part of the LunaNet. We will be a LunaNet service provider, so we are following standard that have to interface with the LunaNet environment. Okay. Then, for what concerns the navigation satellite, you see let me say, the Earth link is in X band, while the proximity link will be in S band. Will be provided in S band. Okay. Okay, let's have a look on the lunar space segment. Okay, as I said before, the navigation satellite, the 4 navigation satellites are developed by Thales Alenia Space Italy, and the communication satellite by Surrey Technology company in UK. Here, the main, let me say, drivers that we use in order to design the orbital configuration and the main parameters. So basically, they are ELF orbit, so elliptical lunar frozen orbit, to obtain constant eccentricity, inclination, and argument on pericenter. The navigation satellite have an orbital period of 24 hours and a semi-major axis of 10,000 kilometers, while the communication satellite has an orbital period of 12 hours and a semi-major axis of 6,000 kilometers. Okay, this is the Earth ground segment. It's mostly highlighted in green. You can see that deployed in a public cloud environment, we will have all the elements to provide, let me say, mission operation center, network operation center, security operation center, and then we have 2 specific elements that are the navigation management center and the communication management center in order to provide that services. There are 3 main ground station sites, 100 degrees spread in longitude in order to have let me say, the optimized visibility of the moon. In each site, you see here depicted there are 1 big antenna. The red one is for communication, let me say, is more than 14 meter diameter in X and Ka band, and there are 2 X band antenna for the navigation services. Another important point is that the time synchronization will be granted through the time generation and synchronization facility that will be based on atomic clock on ground, and one for each site. We will use also ground station as a service that will complement our, let me say, proprietary antenna. This is thanks to the partnership with KSAT. We will have also laser ranging services in order to support the navigation calibration, and also a fourth site in S-band to do the monitoring on the navigation services. You see on the left a lot of, let me say, external entities. But the most important is the user mission operation concept, because we will receive from the user mission operation concept the service request, and we will provide data. And then there are all the other, let me say, external interface that we need to develop, operate the system. And one is very important on the left is the LunaNet service provider. As I said before, I would like to stress this point. We are developing the system in order to be interoperable with the LunaNet system. Okay, last but not least, as I said before, there is we have a user, what we call a lunar user segment, no? Because we need to define our system in order to grant, let me say, the communication and navigation services, thinking at a specific class of terminals. These are the 4 classes of terminals defined for the communication service, for example. And you see that the number that I shown before, up to 60 megabit per second, for example, in K-band, is for the class D. So let me say the type of terminal that, for example, an habitat user can board. We will have, for example, less capability for the other class. For example, class A is nanosat and microsatellite that for sure will board, let me say, a limited terminal. And in this case, we plan to reach 5 megabit per second. And then there is class B and class C for robotic, lander, rover, and so on. What you see on the right is very important. We call IOVT, this is the in-orbit validation terminal, because within the perimeter of the LCNS contract, we are also developing a user terminal, both for communication, navigation, validation. So we will board this terminal on the carrier that will, the same carrier that will leave our satellite in the lunar orbits. We will board this terminal, and we will use this terminal for the validation of the service. Okay? And this will be in, let me say, is in a representative scenario in a specific orbit defined. So thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you very much. Any question for him? Yes. Oh.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. My question is, how do you intend to tackle the lunar time issue? Are you going to, because NASA is doing the study on coordinated lunar time, and NIST has also published a report last year on lunar time. So are you going to follow those, or what is your take on how you're going to tackle the lunar time issue?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Lunar time. Lunar time.
Lunar time, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, this is a very important question. Thank you. For sure, the lunar reference time is one of the important aspects that we are considering. So we are, the system is based on the generation of the lunar system time, as I said before. And then there is let me say, we are studying the utilization of the lunar reference time authority. So this is an important interface for us. and also this is let me say an ongoing dialogue with them, because as we said, this is not completed, the activity. So this is a very important aspect.
Thank you. So due to the time limitation, just one quick question.
In your graph on services to the moon, I have not seen scientific instrument. You know very well that there are plans to put radio telescopes on the moon, and the radio telescope need quiet sky. Have you envisaged how to respect a radio quiet zone somewhere on the moon? It's on the far side of the moon, of course.
I don't understand if the question is if we are taking into account this as a future
The
use,
need
or if you are following
respect,
standard. Yeah, we are following. Yes, okay. If the question is this, we are following standard. So in terms of areas and communication frequency, and so I think this is the.
But there should be a region where there should be absolute silence.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we are following these guidelines and standard. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so sorry not taking all the question, but please come to him directly during your lunchtime. Okay, so last speaker of this session is Mr. Seiko Shirasaka. Shirasaka-sensei, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. My name is Seiko Shirasaka. It's a great pleasure to be here to talk about our activity, Lunar Industry Architecture. By the way, my name is Seiko. Seiko is same as watchmaker Seiko. Just call me Seiko. It's very easy to remember. And Seiko means success in Japanese. So it's also a nice name for the space development. Okay, let me introduce a little bit more myself. So I work for the Mitsubishi Electric Corporation as a space systems engineer for 15 years. Especially, longest my project was a HTV. It's a H2 transfer vehicle to the International Space Station. And then I changed my job to the academia. And at the Keio University, I'm teaching the systems engineering. And also, in parallel, I was a program manager for the IMPACT. It was a Japanese government-funded program for 3.5 years. During that program, so we developed the small satellite technology, synthetic aperture radar satellite technology. So we established a space startup called Inspective. It was already listed in the Tokyo Stock Exchange last December. And now I'm teaching at Keio University, and also I'm a committee member of National Space Policy. Today's presentation is related to that activity. Okay, so why we discuss about the lunar industry architecture? Because so in the basic plan on the space policy, there is a statement: the government of Japan and JAXA shall advance study on lunar activity architecture. It's not directed to the industrial architecture, but in the next step, we are trying to do the design the industry architecture. But also, why this statement is in the basic plan on space policy? There is a clear reason. So, regarding the International Space Station, so it was originally developed as an international R&D project, of course you know. But after we almost developed the ISS, we discussed on the commercial utilization. It started later, not the beginning. At the beginning of the discussion, so we really struggled to the transition to the commercial use. It was not easy, so we had a lot of discussion. Now, so several startups try to cover that activity. However, at the beginning, it was so hard. So during that discussion, we realized, okay, if commercial utilization has been considered from the start, from the beginning, the ISS design and the operational process would have been better aligned with the commercialization. So, therefore, we concluded at that time, when we begin lunar development, we should integrate commercialization consideration from the very, very beginning. This is the reason we are now start to talk about the lunar industry architecture, not the mission architecture, not hardware software architecture. Okay, so architecture is very difficult to say, but I a little bit talk about the architecture itself. So especially scope of the architecture is very different. Of course, we design system architecture for the individual systems, like a lunar rover. Of course, there is a process is already in the standard, ISO standard. For this one is the architecture description is covered by the ISO group of the JCT1 C7 WG42. So I'm a leader of that working group in Japan. And of course, in the space area especially, individual system is not enough for the mission. We need several systems collaborate together. It calls system of systems in many cases. And the system of systems architecture we have to design. And that is also covered by the ISO standard too. However, to realize a mission, this is not enough. So we need, of course, organizations. We need the organization to support or develop each individual systems. And also we need a relationship between organizations too. We need a organizational architecture, we call. And we have to design everything together. This is called mission architecture. So now mission architecture is covered by a US DoD mission engineering guidebook. So this guidebook is try to cover the whole design, not only for the hardware software, it's starting from the operation and divided into missions, right? It's a kind of the tasks. And that relationship with tasks and the organization should be covered by the engineering things. It's called the mission engineering thread. But this is the important to the success of a mission itself. Of course, this is very important for, especially for the space missions. It's not easy, even for this one. However, we are trying to go one step more, industrial architecture. This is a little bit a new word, but I explain utilizing by the example of the mission architecture. Okay, for example, so launchers. So now there are several launch service providers. Several startups are trying to provide launch services. For example, in Japan, we have several too. So in case of Japan, we have the very famous space startup. It's a Space One. Now they are trying to develop their own launcher rocket. It's called Kairos rocket. Of course, they are getting money by providing the launch services. They are service provider, basically. However, they need launcher to perform services, and also they need launch site. They develop launch site too in Japan. It's Wakayama Prefecture. So they are starting from the vertical integration because new technology always starting from the vertical integration because it's too difficult to understand each other. So the provider have to know about the launcher technology itself, of course, is complicated, and also launch site. They should know about the launcher too. They need several equipment for the launchers. So it's easy to starting from the vertical integration. However, when we think about the airplane is also starting from the vertical integration. However, it's come to the better maturity of the technology it comes to be a horizontal distribution. That means maybe in the near future, launch service provider can procure different manufacturer from the different manufacturer, different launcher rocket. And they might be select a different launch site for each launch. For that, if we would like to realize that one, we need some kind of standard interface between service and launcher and the launch site. And the industrial point of view, maybe some company is only for the service provider, some are only manufacturer, some are only for the launch site operator or the developer. That means we will have the different industrial architecture. Of course, when we think about the lunar surfaces, maybe we will have the similar one. It's very not so near long future, but maybe we can start it from the vertical integration. Maybe it will be horizontal distribution. So this kind of the vertical integration to the horizontal structure, layer structure might be occur in somewhere. This is one example, of course. I want to explain about another example. If one rover is required for a mission, of course, the design of the rover is suitable and best for that mission. Of course, I'm an engineer. I was an engineer, of course, so I designed the HTV for that mission. Okay. However, if we imagine future lunar activity will involve multiple rovers from different industry, different countries on different missions, it might be happen. It might be better if we can design shared infrastructure first. However, of course, to develop the infrastructure, it takes time. However, design our infrastructure first, and then we can design our rover with a shared infrastructure in mind. That means, so maybe usually when we think about without a shared infrastructure things, we design the lunar rover a kind of the integrated one. However, once we have in mind, maybe we can a kind of the modular architecture, which we can change that module based on the progress of the shared infrastructure. So, and for example, in Japan, on the Earth, not on Moon, we are developing a 3D spatial ID. It's a kind of a new address system, not only for the surface, but for the underground, and also in the air. We are trying to make we call a box cell. We put a box cell all over Japan, including under the ground. We are trying to utilize that one for the control of the autonomous driving cars, and also UAV, unmanned air traffic vehicle, traffic management, and also underground utility management. We are trying to identify water line and gas line or electricity line in which box cell can be located there. So why we need that one is we'd like to utilize automatic development equipment. So for that purpose, we want to know where we have for example, the water line there. Exactly. For that purpose, we are starting to this 3D spatial ID. Okay, it's a hypothesis. If we have this 3D spatial ID, open lunar spatial ID, 3D spatial ID on the lunar surface or the underground too, maybe we can utilize that information for the rover traffic management. And if we have that rover traffic management, maybe we can more simplify the rover development, because new rover don't have to control everything by themselves. we can have the control system, traffic management system. So that means not only should we develop this system for mission success. Mission success, of course, is important. I'm working for the JAXA program for a long time, so it's very much important, of course. However, for the lunar activities, especially we are a lot of the commercial company are trying to get in that area. So we must also build open infrastructure that welcomes the newcomer. So our working group activity is 2 years, Japanese fiscal year 2023 and 2024. So there is a member is expert and a stakeholder from industry, academia, and government. So working group committee member is 9, and the industry representative 9, and government and agencies 59, and we have observer 147. We have a lot of members for the discussion. Of course, a lot of the support by JAXA too. And the first meeting was held in the almost end of the Japanese calendar year to 2023. It takes 4 hours for the first discussion. It's too long for us. However, we have a lot of discussion. And of course, we got a lot of the information from the industry to perform this one. Not only for the mission success, but also what kind of industry want to get money from what area. So that should be, we like to include. And also, not only for the domestic information, but also we have the investigation from all over the world, several mission architecture too. And so we are thinking, so stakeholder can utilize such kind of information, planning a future lunar activity, exploration, and technology development and demonstrations. And of course, we can collaborate together with international partners too. And this is a tool for the future domestic and international discussion. Sorry, this is only, we have only Japanese one. This is still overview. So we have the very detailed one, but it's too big to show here. So this is an overview of our lunar activity architecture. This is not industrial architecture, but this is a groundwork for the future discussion about the industrial architecture. So the discussion of the industrial architecture will begin from this year. I will finish soon, sorry. What we are thinking is, no, we don't want to make first player takes all situation because the technology difference is so big, but new countries, new industries, new agencies are trying to come to the moon. So if everything designed for a special mission is very hard to join after. So we'd like to make this kind of a kind of the space for newcomer to join us. For that purpose, we need a open and standardization is a kind of the fairly development. And also, not only for the industry, for commercialization, of course, we need sustainability. So there are a lot of discussion, I know. Like a governance, okay, this is one discussion we are talking about, is lunar boundaries. So maybe most of you know the planetary boundaries on the Earth. This is developed by the Stockholm University Stockholm Resilience Center. They identified a safe operating space for the humanity. So, of course, we are now lunar activities are rapidly moving from the concept to reality. So that means we start to change the situation, environment of the lunar surface or lunar air environment. So if we don't have this kind of the clear boundaries, maybe we cannot stop our too much development. So with the clear boundaries, we can prevent unsustainable practice from the export to the moon. And enabling the sustainable lunar development. And that means it's a kind of a fair access for the new player too. So this kind of shared reference is important for all of the stakeholders. And we'd like to keep the moon within a safe operating space before large-scale exploration begins. Now, we don't have too much time, so many industry and agency are trying to change the moon. And also, of course, we need a circular economy too. This is a lot of discussion, I know. And the lunar circular economy, so my first discussion is with the iSpace. It's almost 10 years ago. So applying we have a lot of the knowledge on the Earth about the circular economy. We have a lot of lessons learned, especially in Europe and Japan, we have a lot. So we are trying to utilize that knowledge to the lunar circular economy too. In the, for example, so we will launch several landers. Of course, lander, after finish the mission, it will be a kind of garbage. But we discussed with the iSpace members, okay, once we have the standard interface design, and if we design for the disassemble and later reintegration, reutilize that one, maybe we can utilize the previous mission equipment. So, but we have to design in advance. We can do later. So such kind of discussion we are already started. Okay, sorry, it's time. So summary. So we just finished the lunar activity architecture, not the industry architecture, but it is a base for the lunar industry architecture. So this is to enable fair and sustainable lunar development. So industry architecture consideration from the early stage is important. That is our thinking. So that's the reason we are doing this activity. So we are welcome to the collaborate together internationally. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Master Sensei. Due to the time limitation, we don't accept questions. So please go to the Sensei.
Yes, I stay 2 days, so anytime you can come to me.
Okay, so we'd like to have a quick, the group photo. So all the speakers, please come to the front. Walter-san and Saiki-san, Mako-san, Fabio-san, and Shirasaka Sensei stay here. And in the meantime, please give the big applause to all the speakers. Thank you very much. In front.
Thank you.
So now we can continue with the next session. We have the first panel of the day. It's quite important for us because for sure this is one of the key activity in Torino. And it's my pleasure to call on the stage Maria Antonietta Perino from Telesenia Space that will lead this panel and for sure will call all the speakers on the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. So I shall really thank from my heart the previous speaker that next time will be one of the panelists because he perfectly introduced the topic. I am going to share with you a little bit of our knowledge and our consideration related to lunar surface architecture with my colleague Antonella Ferri from Thales Alenia Space. Logan Way from Blue Origin that kindly accepted to join the panel. Simone Pierrotta from the Italian Space Agency, I hope is here. Yes. And Dr. Ayman Ahmed from the Egyptian Space Agency. Did I forget anybody? Welcome. Oh, sorry, my sister, Mariella Graziano from GMV. We don't want a formal panel. We are going to talk about open architecture with an open audience, with open minds. So I need to give directions, basic rules. All the answers might be short, directive, easy, without acronyms, so that everybody can understand. And short because we hope to have a little bit of remaining time for people to join the discussion. 2 minutes to briefly tell who you are to the audience. Antonella.
Is this working? Yes, okay. So my name is Antonella Ferri. I'm a member of the Advanced Exploration Program Office in the Division Exploration and Science Italy, in Thales Alenia Space. Non c'è nessun tasto.
Okay, I don't know what to do. Microphone.
Okay. Okay, yes. My name is Antonella Ferri. I'm a member of the Advanced Exploration Program of the Division Explorations and Science Italy in Thales Alenia Space here in Turin.
Logan.
Hi, good morning. I'm Logan Ware. I'm the commercial director for Blue Origin, responsible for Europe, based in Paris and Luxembourg now.
Good afternoon, Simone Pirrotta from Italian Space Agency, and I'm usually acting as a project manager, but also represent ASI in exploration board at ESA and at ISAC-G. I'm currently vice chair of ISAC-G and co-chair of the Exploration Roadmap Working Group.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ayman Ahmed, and I'm a senior director in the Egyptian Space Agency. Also, I'm serving as a vice chair of the Space Resource, a legal aspect on the United Nations Corpus.
Good morning. I'm Mariella Graziano. I'm executive director at GMV in Spain, but also coordinating other countries as Poland, Romania, many of them. All of them, excluding Italy, basically.
Okay, and myself, Maria Antonietta Perino, have been working in Thales Alenia Space here in Torino for almost 40 years. Next year will be my 40. Doing what? Doing exploration, since I can remember, Moon and Mars, Keiko, working a lot with architecture. Keiko, you're not paying attention, but next year you will be in my panel. And so currently dealing with lunar economy, for which is very important all what you just said. It's really important that we act since the very beginning and conceive a system of systems that can allow to different players, large industry, small industry, universities, researchers, to have a minimum infrastructure on the moon that can sustain the activities that we really hope to execute in a short term. So let's start. Moon is not an easy place, but there are a lot of reasons why we want to go back and start working there. Many missions are planned in the next few years. And so we hope we will have time to disclose the current initiatives, the current planning. Let's start. Simone, the Italian Space Agency is playing an important role in lunar exploration. Can you briefly mention the main contributions that Italy is given to the Artemis program, please?
Sure, very briefly, but if without using acronyms, it will double my time, so I'm sorry. Italian Space Agency, as for many other domains, operates as, of course, a national coordinator and has purely national initiatives. But for exploration, it's much more common that we operate as part of ESA. We are an important contributor to ESA, and we confirmed our commitment at the recent ministerial meeting. And in that frame, I think that we can mention, of course, to be prime for the lander, the Argonaut lander, and we want to play an important role in the infrastructure for the communication architecture of the Moonlight program, for example. We also have a bilateral, of course, field of cooperation, yes. And probably the flagship there is the multipurpose stabilization module that is being under design here in Turin, but it's an important element of the Moon, Mars, and Artemis architecture. And recently, the advancement there, it will be an important element. It's has been accepted in the architecture of
the global,
and I'm sure that
in the
there will
overall
be more details
architecture.
there.
Dr. Ayman Ahmed. We don't know each other yet, but this will be a good opportunity.
Yeah, sure.
Please, to myself, but to the audience, tell us which are the plans for the Egyptian Space Agency to contribute to the lunar exploration.
Yeah, so let me first start on the east side of the world. So in Egypt, we have been an active space agency maybe 7 years ago, so we're still a young agency. However, 2023, we signed the International Lunar Research Station Agreement with China. And we see this as a good opportunity for us as a developing space nation to take part in the lunar missions. 2024, we started our joint and active collaboration with China in Chang'e 7 mission. Last year, we developed our product to China for this installation, and we hope that next year we will be part of this mission. Also, we are targeting to Chang'e 8 as a lunar lander. We are also developing a small device that will be landing on in the lunar surface as well. So we understand that we are not allocating a huge human resources and financial resources to our lunar mission because as a developing country, we don't have this financial budget to do this. However, I think and I believe that international collaboration can provide a lot of countries like Egypt and a lot of African countries, which also are part of, to be part of the lunar mission. So we don't limit the contribution to the lunar missions as advancing and spacefaring nations. So also during the formation of the African Space Agency space program, we have been very keen to both the space exploration as a deep space exploration and lunar missions as one of the part for even the future generation of the African countries. So we believe the international collaboration here will be part of the lunar exploration.
We got the message. International collaboration
Yes.
to make room for...
That's why we believe that this model is a very effective and very successful model for international collaboration, and we hope that we be very open for this sort of collaboration in future. Thank you.
Super. Logan, before we can operate on the moon, we need to deliver asset to the moon. So the first need that comes into your mind, how can we go there? What do we need?
Yeah,
Which means?
in building a road to space is rather challenging. It starts here on Earth, and it takes a lot of infrastructure to transit to lunar orbit. And I think Seiko-san brought it up in his presentation about how do we reuse the landers, the materials that are on the surface of the moon that are expired, basically, and can we repurpose them based on interoperability? Another way is to reuse those landers as well. Reuse them for cargo transit, reuse them for crew transit, and basically that's how you reduce the cost of access overall. So build a road, do it frequently, reuse the things that you're launching first of all, and then reuse the things that are transiting between Earth orbit and lunar orbit. Drastically reduces the cost of access, produces a flywheel, gets more users involved, gets more industry as a part of Seiko-san's architecture that he outlined quite comprehensively, I might add. So I think building a road to space is really the challenge in the focus for our mission at Blue Origin, and it's sort of the first step. And then the second step of our mission at Blue Origin is as we continue to build an effective and cost-effective road to space, what do we do once we're there to utilize the resources that are there? And I'll be on Simone's panel tomorrow to talk a little bit more about that portion.
Okay, hold on on that, because we were going to talk about satellites around the moon, but we come to that point. Okay. Antonella, Thales Alenia Space is heavily involved. It's super busy. We are super busy. Yeah. We know. No weekends. Doing what for the moon? Can you just share with the audience at least two elements, Argonaut and MPH?
Well, talking about landers, I'm happy to be here with Blue Origin. I like their lander too.
You like them? You like the blue moon. Everybody likes the blue moon.
Yeah.
Yes.
It makes also me somehow anxious because it's a huge enterprise. Anyway,
Yes, but
in any
little
case,
is smart is good.
Yeah, we are working. You know, Walter mentioned this before. This very important program, which is Argonaut. Argonaut is the ESA program for the first lunar lander, European lunar lander. And we are actually developing it here in Turin. Argonaut is being designed for global moon surface landing. We can assume that it can land everywhere on the moon. It is designed, let me say, in worst case conditions. Can go South Pole, can go equator, and so on. And it is designed for 1,500 kilograms up to 2,000 kilograms of mass capacity. The first mission will be presumably on the South Pole, of course, and it is going to land with the first time used. This will be a first ever also, with 3 motors of 6 kilonewtons developed by NAMO. This is important to say because in Europe we need to develop motors because we need to have more access on the lunar surfaces, and just that motor might not be enough in the future. And so it is important that we at least start with something which is really a big enterprise. Then we have another big program is the multipurpose habitat.
With the Italian Space
With
Agency?
the Italian Space Agency. Walter Cugno named it before as well in his presentation. This is, let me say, a big rover designed for a crew of 2 at least, if I'm not wrong. Crew of 2 with locomotions capabilities. It is a sort of like a huge camper filled up with equipment and also with some room for payload. Not too much for the first time, but anyway, something. And as soon as it will be landed on top of Logan lander, it will ride for some 100 kilometers far away, autonomy, just avoiding problems from shadowing, from landers, and so on. It has the capability to move on the surface. This, as I said, it will be. Sorry. Yeah.
And then people might believe that I give you more time because we work in the same company, and that is wrong. Logan, let's imagine that we have all these different building blocks in different locations. At the beginning, the South Pole will be crowded, let's say, but we will have also elements in the lunar far side. We just heard from our colleague from China. What do we need to have so that all these different elements can communicate with each other and back to Earth?
Yeah. Well, first of all, and I'll reference to Fabrizio's presentation earlier, is hyper-precise landing is made capable by orbiting assets. So those navigation nodes that were shown as a part of the ESA Moonlight constellation will help large landers. So maybe, for instance, the Mark II cargo lander with a multi-purpose habitat on top, that is going to a very precise location. Having the navigation and control capabilities enabled by a constellation like that will also help not only to land, but then help the multi-purpose habitat to go exactly, very precisely where it's wanting to go to execute its science. And if we understand where resources are, we're going to want to land very close and not have much logistics to get there.
And Mariella, beside the support that people may provide to different means, including rovers, you were just mentioning rovers, wouldn't that be wiser for the rovers to have some sort of autonomy?
Okay, so as you just said, and everybody, I think we all agree, Moon is a harsh environment, is complex and is dangerous. So rover are a key elements for helping especially humans to be there later on. So it's true that we went on the moon many years ago. I was on the way of being here when we landed. But the reality is that we still don't know the moon sufficiently. So rovers is very important that they go there. They go there in an efficient manner. They go there mapping the surface. And they go there making as much as science as possible. And if we want to have any commercial lines, they shall go efficient and cheap. Because we are talking a lot and we mix concepts, but commercial means client-driven and cheap. Otherwise, there's no...
And your company is contributing to this end?
Yeah, we are working a lot in this, trying to solve specific problem. So we are making very advanced and I think kind of first in Europe for sure, but maybe also bigger than in onboard autonomy, decision-making, long traverse, connection of our rover with, we have a rover now called Rapid, which is going 1.3 kilometers per second, so one order of magnitude than standard rovers. We are tackling the problem of lunar night, so also having rover moving on the terminal of the moon, so you avoid the night. We are having rover, we had an analog campaign. All of this is not only technology, we are performing very deep analog campaigns. Rover already is simulating the connection with the LC, with the Lunar Communication Navigation System, no acronyms.
Good.
So we made this summer in Fuerteventura 2 months campaigns where we had a rover in a crater, in a natural crater, already working with the GPS and with a simulated moonlight.
And do you think that artificial intelligence could help?
We are using, yes, we are using artificial intelligence more on collaborative man-machine, machine-machine, because it's very important also the role that rovers will have with astronauts. So it's not only in science. In space, we have the problem that we are missing data, but we performed a very comprehensive analog where we've been collecting data in Aztec, in Hawaii during different campaigns, and we have available a very comprehensive database of data with which we are training our libraries. We just concluded
that you're going to make public to other users?
They are not really public because I mean it's something very, very valuable. What we are available of this is sharing, collaborating. something is key and is coming everywhere, but then we need to make the former step, then knowing. A potentially successful exploration shall be based on collaboration.
Okay, let's talk about that, Simone. As a representative of a space agency, I think that you are the right person to comment the concept of open architecture, not only from a technical point of view, but also from the point of view of the players, the potential players. Please.
Has been already mentioned several times, and it's known that a sustainable infrastructure like the one that we are considering should be, of course, based on interoperability. And this must rely on interoperable elements that have been designed on common standards. Establish those standards, it's a little bit hard, of course, and the risk is probably that the technical side will be much faster than what we can regulate, because the first one that will arrive will establish the standards, actually, if there is no kind of system to regulate it in advance. And so we see as an active part in several fora where we try to discuss and to promote this type of discussion, because also this will allow also different level of for different type of players, the institutional players or the commercial one, different levels to take part in this activity.
Everybody contributing with different assets. What is available, as Ahmed was saying.
Second? Yeah. And recently there was, for example, an interesting initiative named ATLAC, established by UNOSA at Copus. It is also really open because there are contributors, and the co-chairs themselves are part of different areas and regions. There's ILRS and Artemis people trying to identify the common need to establish the standards and the basis. Yeah.
Are we part of this group of entities to work with this open architecture? Is open to many space agencies, to many companies? I think that you should publicize your website so that people... Not only Japan, you have to open up. Okay, good. Antonella, from a technological point of view, we have been talking about precise landing. Logan mentioned precise landing. Is that easy to land precisely on a lunar surface spot? Is that easy?
Of course not. Everybody in this room is perfectly aware of that of everything. However, landing on the moon is a difficult.
It's tricky.
Is really difficult, not only for landing. For coming to technologies, we are not starting up from scratch. We know. But however, we have really a lot to develop. We need to be more effective on the autonomy of the operations. We need to elaborate more on the terrain relative navigation, to have more efficient lidars and radars and sensors. Everybody knows about that. But there is a topic, I mean, everybody knows this, everybody is working on that. There is a topic which often comes on my desk and it's difficult to answer. And it is related to the thermal control and the batteries. To me, these are really two big challenge topics, because I see more and more requirement from scientists and other entities for exploring moon, asking to stay long time in shadowed areas. Scientists want to go in the PSR, the permanent shadowed areas. Temperature there goes down to something like 250 degrees, something like that, forever, always. It is very stable, which is nice for experiments, but how do we keep equipment working at that temperature? There is no way. So we need to elaborate more on how to, we must to think more seriously, I think, on the thermal control. I think that there is no solution other than the nuclear one. I'm afraid, at least until today, I never heard anything better than that.
We are going to comment about game-changing technologies.
Yeah. And on batteries, because the alternative is to use batteries. You have to stay in the shadow for a long time, and not always solar panels are enough. And you need large batteries, and the more the batteries, the less the payload you can take on the moon. And so we need definitely more efficient batteries. We have to work a lot on that.
We stay for a bit on payload, thank you, Antonella, and on the need to conceive an architecture that can sustain science opportunity, as was pointed out from the audience before. Mariella, we were in Vienna 10 days ago at the United Nations, and we touched that aspect, the concept of sharing information, of open science. Tell us your opinion.
My opinion is that sometimes we are not going, we are not performing properly the same step, the proper steps, because the reality is that if we fill the moon with lots of garbage, we will not do any science. So it is very important at the very beginning that we preserve the scientific element of moon in a limited manner, because if we keep on landing, then we will destroy the scientific environment, especially if we go all in the same place. Now, different stories that we need also to push technological developments, because, so in my opinion, we need first a very coordinated worldwide science campaign, where we can really map scientifically the moon. We know where we are, what we can do, identifying real interesting spots. And those spots will be limited, and everybody will most likely get to go on that same spot for whatever reason, either commercial, institutional, or scientific. So what that means, that science shall be coordinated and open to everybody. So in my opinion, there is a real need at the very beginning of all this campaign for going to the moon to have a coordinated science and all the data available to everybody. After that, also deciding how we go there. And
so the initiative that you presented early this morning about this open science approach with CubeSat could be the first step, but then many others should follow.
We need orbiter, we need rovers, so because we need a wide map. I mean, no matter what we do, especially if our target is sending humans on the moon, we know there's no atmosphere, radiation, radiation, temperatures. This is not really easy for human beings to be there, but also scientifically. So really, I think we can. You know, it's very important. We need to be serious, otherwise. I saw very nice slides on we shall avoid what we've been doing on the Earth. For the moon is even more important.
Yes. We shouldn't repeat the same mistakes.
Exactly.
Ayman, when you introduce yourself, you mentioned how important is to think about a safe and sustainable lunar development. Which are the needed technologies to be able to do that?
So I think I hear now some topics related to the sustainable existence of the human on the lunar surface. One of them, let me focus on two challenges. One of them is the landing, precise landing. So in order to have a precise landing in the lunar surface, we need to map the lunar surface first and to identify what is the material you are going to land on. Because identification of material is very sensitive one. You have to have technologies like the spectrography, spectral monitoring to identify what type of material the site contains before you make the landing. which requires also to have some sort of open lunar platform to exchange the dialogues, to share the data and the information. This is one thing. The other thing is, as I heard now, the survival of the temperature and thermal conditions. As you may know that during the lunar night, there is no power at all. So if we are not going to operate our equipment on the lunar night, at least we have to survive the lunar night. So surviving the lunar night, I'm afraid it will be only the RTGs or something like this, which is very critical usage and requires a lot of constraints and very dangerous materials, especially if some garbage is falling inside this equipment or have some accidental and undesigned and you have some sort of risk for the mission. It would contaminate the whole area for maybe a few years in the future. That's why I believe we need a new technology that can at least survive the lunar night. That's why our team is now thinking about the Chang'e 8 mission, how to survive our equipment with a passive control during the lunar night, like some materials that has a good heat capacity to survive the two weeks of lunar night and the very, very low temperature.
Let's remain on this topic, Simone. The concept of game-changing technology. Ahmad was talking about night survival. What if that's not enough for us? What if we want to keep going during the night and working and operating?
Of course, if you're considering a long-term presence, we cannot mention in-situ resource utilization. That is a key enabler for long permanence. And just take 1 minute to mention that ASI is working on a demonstrator of oxygen extraction that should be launched end of 2028, 2029. We are considering several options to access the moon surface, but we want to validate on the moon surface a concept that has already been proven in laboratory and is very promising in a small scale, but it can be, of course, scaled up. So ASRU, it's critical, of course. We need to, and first of all, and I hope it will be discussed tomorrow in the other panel that I try to coordinate, it's critical to have a resource assessment. We need to know where are the resources, quantity, and we need to know accessibility. We cannot establish and consider to use them without having a precise definition of how to access and how then to distribute, of course. Another, you want something very game changing. Okay, something that is could be a backbone for everything is, of course, artificial intelligence. But it can regulate and optimize all the process that we want to implement there, from ASRU to science. But it is a fragile to be established locally on the moon, of course, because it's a terrible environment. We know temperature gradient. We know that dust is so dust mitigation is an important element of this. And so artificial intelligence will support everything, and it can potentially game changing, but must be properly implemented there. It relies on good sensors, for example, for guiding navigation, but the sensors are exposed to that environment as well as the rest of the system. Power has been already mentioned. Power should be generated but also distributed. So we have to consider how to access different assets in a potential restricted region, but not that small. So we need to define since the beginning how have an efficient way to distribute power. Access, you already mentioned. I think
it has to be generated, so you're skipping the answer.
Power is the only option, as already mentioned, is the nuclear option. We can establish extremely efficient solar arrays in the areas where there is on rims that are permanently illuminated, but it's not. And so some of the current architecture for those short periods, for instance, this foldable vertical panels that will be released close to the lander, and where different assets can benefit of them.
Or we could have solar power satellites in lunar orbit, beam
and then,
down.
yeah, sure. But in that case, we need to transfer through microwave to optical systems. Everything is it's under study, and will make the infrastructure as we are dreaming to be, like long-term.
Thank you. Logan, we are talking about this word is abuse, sustainability. From a practical point of view, let's say that in 10 years we will have had different missions to the moon, leaving there different elements, landers, rovers. Is there anybody developing some intelligent thinking what to do with the elements that are no longer in use?
Yeah, and maybe I can talk
Difficult,
about it in
tough
the
question.
yeah, real.
Tough
thanks
question
for
to you.
teeing me up there, Antonetta. So there. First and foremost, and I'll sort of build on the groundbreaking technologies that are required also, but reusing these vehicles as many times as possible is the first thing to do. So planning a launch vehicle that can be reused dozens of times, planning a lander that can land humans dozens of times, and bring them back home, of course. That's the sort of first priority. That's really how you make the most effective use of these materials that are limited in resource here on Earth, and then trying to access those resources on the moon that are limited here. Exactly, non-impinged regolith, absolutely, and you have to be from the sense of sustainability. You reuse these things a lot of times. You figure out how to use the resources that are there, and then look, the vehicles are quite large that we're talking about. So Blue Origin's building large vehicles to go back to the moon. There's definitely some interesting formulation going on around how those can be utilized as habitats, how they can be utilized as shelters. If you have a permanent human presence on the surface, you have to figure out how to use those.
In that direction.
Absolutely. But I would say first and foremost, reusing the vehicle for its primary purpose is probably the best.
What if one of those tens of little CubeSat that we heard before, when they are no longer working, is there a responsible thinking how to dismiss them, where to dismiss them? Because we are talking about in-orbit servicing for satellites in orbit around the Earth. We should be devoting some thinking also on what to do of assets that will be positioned around the moon in the next 10, 20 years. We really don't want to duplicate. So I got that you said yes.
This is the orbiting mechanism.
Very
So will be destroyed in the atmosphere of Earth.
perfect.
Yeah, so maybe just to build on that, the strategy can be to extend the life as long as possible, but absolutely going to a graveyard orbit is necessary.
When it's no longer
so that it's
option.
safe and it doesn't interfere with any science missions that are done on the surface of the moon as well.
Because we have an obligation to be responsible with respect to the people that will come after us. Some of them are already here in the corridor. I really hope that you are stopping by and admire what these young people are able to. Jan, you saw that. What these people are able to do. Mariella, we speak a lot, you and me, about our son and about
Think about our needs.
what we offer them. Are we offering the new generation a voice in all this reasoning? Because I think that we shall do that. Because our professional life is going to end in Giuseppe. Longer ago, but now it's time for people that are at the university right now and will become our colleagues in few years. Mariella.
So here there are lots of nice
and try to, don't be too much on the topic, because
without young people there will no generation, there will they will know nothing. I mean, we need people working, so otherwise no game. So this is the first topic. No game in general. So there's first, I think that space exploration is the perfect arena where to train international collaboration, because it's so tough and so difficult that it's the perfect place where we can train this. Said this, I think that there's I never been in a conference where talking about a space exploration, somebody with my age or even older is not saying that we need to inspire young generation. I also think that our old model does not inspiring anyone. So what I think with respect to this is young generation shall not only be mentioned or considered somehow, they shall be co-author of this.
They shall be involved.
They shall be voices, and they are part of the strategic asset. They are key elements for many reasons.
So this is a basic message that we shall all carry back home.
This, they can introduce fresh air, they can introduce fresh knowledge, they can introduce something that our generation doesn't have, which is a digital flexibility that we do not have, whatever we say. So their sense of sustainability is quite different than ours. Their ethics and their collaborative is much better. So
stop, but no, I want to give you the possibility to make some points. No question, just yes. Yes, because the audience is there to contribute to the discussion. Quickly. Because after us, there is the picture. And then lunch. Somebody else. Okay.
Yeah,
so Giuseppe is killing me.
I would like to make the technical point. As I'm from ESRIC, the Space Resources Innovation Center, and we have a project in sustainability of space resources, we say that everything that is in space is a space resources. So our approach is that everything that is left on the moon, it's becoming a space resources. So we have a study on recycling what is left and how to reuse. So the first thing that we are doing is to reuse the electronic parts and to see what we can do with that. So we started really this study of recycling because we are thinking that what is left on the moon becomes space resources in itself.
As they were saying, Logan, perfect. Last, because, And you are?
Mikhail Szczepanskis from Deep Space Energy.
I know you. Yes, from Latvia. Yes.
Yes, correct. So Deep Space Energy.
A brilliant new technical. I don't know. I missed the word, but yes, your idea is good. Your idea is good.
Thank you very much for nice words. Actually, the company, our company, developed radioisotope power, particularly for moon, nuclear power. I just want to add 5 cents for these resources which we already left and how to reuse them. So my company conducted a very interesting hypothetical study. There is one asset already left by Apollo. There are 5 RTGs still on the surface of the moon, and they still produce 60% of the heat they used to produce in the beginning of the mission. And that was the first and the only design by NASA where the fuel can be removed just simply by hand. By saying that, it's absolutely brilliant example how we can reuse very valuable artifact just simply using that radioisotope heat units to put them in the new conversion system and having radioisotope power system on the moon.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Thank you.
So for anybody interested to keep talking about RTG, just meet Mikhail. And I like to close the panel. You want a big picture? Okay. And thank you for listening to us. And keep talking with any of us during the lunch break. Thank you.
photographer is coming. Okay. Thank you, Maria Antonietta, and all the speakers for this very interesting panel. Now we have the last moment before lunch, and it's a moment to celebrate people that really had given contribution to our field and that Moon Village Association would like to acknowledge. That's why I would like to call on the stage Giuseppe Ribaldi for the MVA Award and announcement ceremony. So, please.
Okay. Well, I think we have to get a little bit of people in order. So, Satoru-san, please joining me. We have Shima, which is coming from the back. So, if you can please join us, sit down there. And if you can have a little bit of silence, because if you want to talk, please go outside, because sorry, can you tell to move out? Okay, all right, because we don't want to wait too much before lunch, so everybody is probably hungry to lunch, but this is also an important moment for us. So I think in this part of the program, we have basically 5 segments. So we try to do this within the 15-20 minutes as planned, okay? But I think to recognize people and to give awards is part of the life of an organization, and also is useful to motivate the people. So I think it's an important moment, maybe not for all of you, but for some of us, it is important. And so for the first, I would like to start with the MVA Outstanding Contribution Award. This is an award which we have never given before. This is an award for people within the organization or outside the organization, which has given sustainable contribution to the association, which has been now for 8 years. And so this is the first time. And so I think I have the pleasure, basically. So this is the award which I'm going to open up and to see who is inside this special award. And so the award for this year is to Jan Kolar. So Jan has been, so Jan, come here. I think Jan has been with our organization since the very beginning. He has been doing an excellent job, and if there was somebody which deserved to have the first outstanding award, is Jan. So Jan, this is really great pleasure to give it to you.
Yes,
so
thank you very much, Giuseppe.
So there is even the motivation.
It's a big surprise for me. I really was not aware about it.
No, that's right. That's where it should be.
It was very risky because I could be outside also.
No, but that's why I was mentioning. So I think the motivation, and then I'll ask him to say a few words, and then we can take a picture if there is a photograph, please. So here it is. So for many years of his contribution and commitment, dedicated and service as a treasurer of the Moon Village Association. So, Jan, thank you so much. Maybe if you can say a few words before we make the picture.
Thank you really very much, and thank you everybody. Thank you, Giuseppe, personally to you as a long president. And as you rightly mentioned, I had a pleasure to be with the MVA from the very beginning. And at the same time, also because time is running, it's probably mine last opportunity to be as a person who is still involved in the board, because I am actively contributing to MVA for 8 years. But I decided that it's time to step down, and we had a lot of discussion about the young generation. Right. So also the MVA is a good place for the young generation, and the activity and energy from young blood is definitely very needed in the MVA as well. So I invite all of you who are thinking about possibility to be a part of the MBA, this is really the right time, because what we have had already today, it opened the big and bright perspective for the future, for the young generation. So thank you very much.
Let's have a picture. Is that okay? Done. Okay. Thank you so much. That's what it should be. So I think indeed it was a surprise for Jan, but that's how it should be. Prizes for outstanding award should be a surprise. Now we come to more related to moon market. And so, as you know, the MVA since few years is giving moon market annual awards. And so this year, actually, we have given out something like 13 Moon Village Award. But as far as I'm aware, we have 4 people that here they can collect the award. And so I think you have seen earlier Satoru-san. Satoru-san is responsible for the moon market. So maybe Satoru-san, I prefer that you read the name of the person which has got the award. I give it to you, and then I pass it on when the person comes. Please. Please.
So first, 2025 Moon Market Annual Award, excuse me, category Special Award for Lunar Infrastructure is proudly presented to Gabriella Carrozza, CEO, ISAISEI Corporation Italy. Congratulations for the Oxygen Space, Oxygen Lunar Habitat, Lunar Market Habitat Infrastructure, Life Support System. The company project is recognized for a uniquely cost-competitive hybrid inflatable habitat platform, rapidly deployable, and featuring maximized real estate volume. Congratulations.
Okay, so please join us, and I think we have a picture here. So, okay, thank you to you. Thank you. So let's have here the picture. All right. Is that okay? Done. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then, second.
Yeah. Okay, second 2025 Moon Market Annual Award category, Special Award for Lunar Game Changer. It's proudly presented to Jeffrey Max, Chief Executive, Magna Petra Corporation, US, for helium-3 isotope extraction, lunar market, energy, quantum computing, medicine. The company project is recognized for streamlined, cost-effective logistics in helium-3 isotopes extraction as an alternative to massive rigorous processing. Congratulations. I'm receiving on behalf of Jeff.
So since the person is from United States and is not here, so I think Satoru-san will take the prize for him. So please. So if we can have a picture. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, you have a speech, please.
Long. So Jeff is a member of industry working group. So he asked me to give the speech. I will read on behalf of Jeff. The team at Magna Petra Corporation is honored to have been selected for this prestigious MBE Annual Award Enterprise Selection by the Moon Village Association. This recognition is a treatment to the dedication and vision shared by our organization and the broader lunar exploration community. The Moon Village Association plays an essential role in helping architecture and transform lunar aspirations into reality for all humanity. For countless generations, our ancestors gazed at the moon with awe and fascination. Today, in our lifetimes, we are witnessing the transformation of these lunar dreams into a tangible achievement. The MBA provides a vital forum, a holding space for scientists and explorers to unite in pursuit of a future where the moon is a practical of our daily life. At its core, the Magna Petra mission is not solely focused on the moon or space. It is fundamentally a mission centered on power and resources conducted within cislunar and lunar domains. The capture and return of helium-3 from the lunar surface signals the beginning of an era defined by abundant, clean energy for Earth, offering a sustainable power source for the next 150 years of human development. The emergence of an AI future depends on the scale of power and the computerized resources that are currently unavailable. Helium-3 as a zero radioactive waste fuel for fusion and the hypercoolant for quantum computing provide the foundation for a reliable supply chain that will enable this future, all while generating virtually no environmental impact. This mission is definitely deserving of widespread attention and support. Our technology is designed to be non-destructive and non-invasive. There is no blasting, grinding, or surface impact, ensuring that the lunar surface remains intact, as for the 4.6 billion years. This commitment to environmental preservation is central to our approach and values. Achieving this ambitious mission requires collaboration. We cannot do it alone. Our partners, wherever terrestrial, cislunar, or operating on the lunar surface, are pivotal in making our objectives attainable within the next 5 years. The Moon Village Association's role in cultivating this ecosystem is critical, as it brings together humanity's lunar aspirations and objectives across countries, disciplines, and organizations. By uniting individual and commercial entities alike, the MBA is paving the way for a rich and exciting future of all. Magna Petra Corp is truly honored to be part of this remarkable community. Thank you. Jeffrey Marks, CEO.
Okay, so thank you, Satoru-san. So I think we need to give an acceleration to this process. So the next one, I think it's supposed to be to somebody which is now representing Mohammed Zarvani. Okay, so he is representing basically an organization which is getting the award for Lunar Stakeholder International Cooperation. Maybe you can read briefly and then hand it over to you.
So the next 2025 Moon Market Annual Award category, Special Award for Lunar Stakeholders International Corporation, is proudly presented to Takhag Damplina. Sorry, my pronunciation is not good. So group leader, SGAC, SCPG, Austria. Lunar Legoris-based thermal energy storage, lunar market energy, habitat infrastructure. The company project is recognized for outstanding lunar stakeholders, international cooperation geared toward sustainable energy supply for the Moon Village generation. Congratulations.
Please,
yeah,
please. Okay. Done? Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I I think we are at the end. I'm just making sure that we don't have Samer Al-Sahari from basically Egyptian. He's from the University of basically in Egypt, Alexandria. I don't think we have here. So therefore, we are not going to underdog. We're going to send the prize to him. So I think we can close this session, and then we can go basically to the third part of the session, which is Promo Moon. So Shima, so we are going to tell you in 1 minute, please, Shima, and I think there is a schedule there. What is the Promo Moon project, which we have, MVA has been doing proudly with Ukraine organization called Yuzhnoye. So Shima, please, you are the representative from MVA dealing with Yuzhnoye. Please tell us how is the situation and what is the plan for this year. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Shima. At MBA, I'm the Moon Market Development Coordinator Support. And with the Promo Moon initiative, this is an initiative which was launched by the Moon Village Association as well as the Yuzhnoye State Design Office. So this year we are launching the 5th season. So Promo Moon is basically looking for individuals or companies who are working on projects related to lunar economy. And the idea is that we will be giving B2B mentoring sessions and the Q&A sessions for them. So this year, the call is already open, and we are looking for mainly companies participating in 4 different categories. One is transportation on and to moon, and then the transportation on the moon. Then the third one is infrastructures on the moon, and the fourth is ISRO-related developments. So if you are interested in participating in this kind of activities or projects, we welcome your application, and we will be having top 7 projects, and after selecting these 7 projects, we will be moving to top 3 projects, and the top 3 winners will be getting the B2B sessions. So thank you.
Indeed, she was fast, but okay, to wrap up on what you have seen and heard so far, the MVA is very much active in the moon market as well as in promoting coaching of new startup by means of Promo Moon, which then also link to the working group, which is co-chaired by Satoru-san. So there is a lot of activity within the MVA about fostering economy and fostering industry. So please keep it in mind. Tomorrow I'm going to open the Lunar Economic Summit on behalf of the MVA. So be aware that MVA is very active. You have known and seen some of the people here. So if you want, and Shima is there, so if you want to talk with them during today and tomorrow, you're mostly welcome to see how you, not what MVA can do, but what you can do for MVA. So because I think it's an important aspect. Now, before now and the lunch, I'm going just to have 2 quick announcements, and then we will break for lunch. So we are more or less on time. So the first is I have the pleasure to tell you that we have launched a new initiative which is asking for proposing Moon Village Center. What is a Moon Village Center? A Moon Village Center basically is something in hardware, so it's something concrete, it's not virtual. So it is an effective facility which will be, as you can see, is a hub which is going to be localized depending on the country or location, and is going to deal basically with the activity which MVA is carrying out, but of course is going to take into account the priority from the host. The host is going to, of course, put the funding required to operate the center, and therefore the host, together with MVA, will discuss what the priorities are in order also to foster cooperation. This has been released just a few days ago. The closing is 31st of March, but we are aware at least of a couple of countries. China indicated already in the presentation that they're probably going to make a proposal for a Moon Village Center for Asia Pacific, and hopefully we're going to have other countries which can propose. So this is a new idea. It's all on the website. You are mostly welcome to look at it. We hope to have several Moon Village Centers around the globe, which really is going to help also the communication and be the hub for discussion about cooperation. So that is one of the message. I don't know if there is any question. I think it's late, so we go to the last announcement. And the last announcement is where are we going to be next year for the International Moon Day. So there has been a competition, and this year competition for the IMD, not for the workshop. The workshop will be announced tomorrow, just to be clear. So this is the IMD main event. You know that MVA has proposed the International Moon Day to the COPWOS, and then we are organizing and coordinating. Every year we have main event as well as global events. And this year, the main event was in Dubai. Last year, we had the pleasure to be in China. Next year, we had a wonderful, let's say, proposal, amongst the others, from Bogota in Colombia, which I consider very important because Latin America has to be part of the future development of the moon. And so we just want to have the pleasure to announce it to you. So it does not mean that you have to go, but I think this is a piece of information. So MVA is really cover all the different continents. As for tomorrow you will hear where is going to be the next workshop in 2026 at the closure. So with that, and only with basically 5 minutes delay, I'd like to close the session of this afternoon. And I'm going to invite all of you at lunch, which I hope is outside. Thank you, and have a good lunch.
Lunch or on the other side of the other corridor, but you have to go right and then straight and you will find it.
You want to say?
Io non credo che l'abbiano già caricata, adesso vediamo. Perché magari verrà dopo qualcuno un po' prima della presentazione a caricarla, ecco. Adesso vediamo un po' se... Allora, sì, perché qua non tutti, diciamo, alcuni speaker le vanno a caricare direttamente qua. Quindi non so prendere il programma per vedere. Qui abbiamo Muraro, Technical Session, va benissimo qua perché, esatto, qui abbiamo Petrone, Edem NVA, Technical Session, perfetto. Poi abbiamo Gianluca Pellecchia e della Valle Pellecchia, perfetto, uno. Curcio. Adesso l'altro schermo. Fammi vedere. Curcio. Allora, comunque, tutte le 4 presentazioni sono qua dentro, quindi non dovrebbero essere da caricare. Perfetto. Curcio. Questo lo cerchiamo. Aprono e aprono, esatto. Questo curcio vediamo, adesso lo cerco di capire chi è. Perfetto, sì, senza problemi. Direi che è tutto bene, anche come tempi direi che siamo stati perfetti, 3 minuti, 4 di ritardo, avrei messo firma dall'inizio, ecco. Sto un po' lì con la frusta ogni tanto, così se qualcuno va lungo mi faccio vedere, però direi che è andata bene. In fondo, sulla sinistra c'è una sala e ce n'è anche un'altra dall'altra parte del centro congressi, quindi ci sono 2 punti di ristorazione, ecco, quindi assolutamente. Ottimo. E adesso metto a posto 2 cose e poi vengo anche a mangiare, ecco, ma prima facciamo funzionare tutto, poi... Curcio, copia, anzi, curcio, taglia, 4, Londra, adesso vado di là, voglio solo vedere perché... Sì, mi piacere. Io pensavo che siete soci no. Siamo in qualche modo ci incrociamo sempre, ma non siamo mai... Sono progetti della Federica II. Sì.
Sono tutti studenti. Ho visto. Sono un po' in ansia loro perché sono veramente studiati, non sono neanche...
presentazioni caricate. Dovrebbe, non qua, adesso non so chi l'ha messa qua, ma andiamo un po' indietro. Quelle 4 presentazioni sono già caricate, quindi direi che non ci sono grosse incertezze, ecco, quindi arriverà Simone. Dimmi tutto.
Senti, che ne so, Olivier mi ha detto che no, che devo ricontrollare perché lui non è sicuro che i nomi sono gli stessi.
Allora, guarda nell'app, perché nell'app.
Allora, mi ha detto che ha cambiato i nomi qua, Inna, Eder, Alessia e Giorgia.
Sì, ma l'ha vista
Ma
adesso?
non
L'ha vista?
nell'app, qua non ce l'hai?
Qua ce l'ho anche, in realtà ce l'hanno sopra, ma dovrebbe avercela anche qua. Però è da aggiornare perché mi manca l'ultimo. Giorgia devo aggiungerlo, lo aggiungo dopo perché non sapevamo se alla fine A un quarto, quindi abbiamo 2 minuti di ritardo forse. Può. Dove? A mangiare? Sì. Okay, welcome to the first technical session of this symposium. Actually, we are in 2 parallel sessions. There is one in the Lisbon room and the other one here in the London room. Technical session today are about experimental mission and technology demonstration. And the first talk will be given by Paolo Muraro, and he will give a talk about testing in aerospace. So, Paolo, please. I just remember you, we have 15 minutes for each presentation. So actually, please, just use maybe 12, 13, and then we have time for the fourth question. So now it should appear on the other screen.
Is it appearing?
Oh, yes. Is already open, just leave to share. I just asked the technician to share the screen, please. Thank you. And let me open once again.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Paolo Moravo. I'm principal engineer for Lunar Lander Missions, a big exploration company. And today I'm going to present you our concept for a lunar lander ground demonstrator called Oneros. So I'm going to talk about, first of all, why we're doing the test, our objectives, the concept of the test, and lastly, the vehicle itself. So, as we all know, landing on the moon and in general performing activities on the moon is difficult. The moon is a harsh mistress. And of many lunar landers, some of them have failed for a variety of reasons. And for this reason, we decided to design a proper de-risking campaign that is performed on the ground to revive the risk for future lunar lander missions. So we decided to focus on 3 risks that are very important when it comes to landing landers on the moon. We're talking about guidance, navigation, and control, propulsion systems, and the landing system themselves, so the landing legs. So guidance, navigation, and control often the main culprit for failures when it comes to lunar landers. It's important to know where we are, how fast we are, where we are going. Propulsion system, they have to operate in a variety of different performance ranges, in difficult environments. And lastly, for landing system, they have to adapt to a difficult terrain. They have to be strong, but also lightweight. And lastly, we want to test the possibility of reusable landing system and reusable concept for absorbing the energy at landing. So, from the first risk that we identify, we move on to the actual test objective that we want to define, which is not easy. While, of course, flying a mission is more complex, testing a vehicle on ground has its own complexities. And we want to make sure that our test objectives are robust enough in terms of cost, schedule, and also safety. So, from the risk, we define the different objectives we want to de-risk and to validate. We want to validate the full GNC loop of our vehicle. We want to operate our propulsion system across a variety of performance ranges, and we want to attempt landing multiple times and in different conditions. But things that we have to take into consideration are also risks about de-risking. So we have to take into consideration that naturally when we perform demonstration on ground, we have limits to what we can do. We have to consider that, of course, we have propulsion systems that are not safe to test and they take long to develop. And so these things are all taken into consideration into developing a robust testing concept. And so this is why, for the Pioneers de-risking campaign, we decided to focus on the power landing phase of the last leg of a mission of a lunar lander, and we decided to focus on flying in control conditions and to execute what we call a gated test campaign, so with different sequential test objectives. So, talking about this sequential test campaign, we can, from the test objective, derive the test concept. And the step-by-step approach allows us to de-risk the various milestones without having to compromise the schedule of the test. So we're talking about 3-layer testing concept. First of all, we start with de-risking the different technology blocks. Then we move on to what we call control maneuver de-risking. And lastly, we do a full de-risking of a GNC loop. So here we're presenting the 3 main building blocks. Of course, what we mentioned, GNC, landing legs, and the test on our engine, Huracan. So naturally, when it comes to GNC, before we move to vehicle test, we want to do test static level, obviously modeling and simulation, hardware in the loop also. And lastly, test on a drone. On the landing leg, we want to perform tests first at the single landing leg level, drop test. And of course, there are the tests on the engine. Then, once we have validated our single technology blocks, we move on to the integration with the vehicle. We perform some other subsystem level tests, like on the sloshing, on the propulsion system as it is integrated. And we are ready for the second phase, which is the control maneuver de-risking. Here we perform first a dry run, so a cold flow testing of the system. We move on to hot fire and then to tether tests, tests where the vehicle is hanging off of a crane. And with this, we can demonstrate our GNC capability for control hovering and ascent descent. And lastly, we move on to free flight tests. So free flight is, of course, performed in a non-controlled environment where our vehicle is not hanging off a crane. So it's also safety to be taken into consideration. And we perform first some vertical maneuvers and lastly some maneuvers to the landing site. So here is our high-level concept for the hot fire test. So the vehicle is hanging off a crane, it's fixed, so there is a crane and some hangers to keep it fixed. So we're just testing the propulsion system, making sure that everything works before we move on to the hovering concept. So the vehicle is hanging off a crane, it's hovering for a little bit, it performs a lateral displacement just to make sure that everything is stable. And then we can move on to something more complex, where the vehicle performs some actual ascent and descent maneuvers, some lateral translation, some lateral displacement to make sure that it can target a potential landing site and move towards it. And lastly, for the free flight, this is our concept. So the vehicle flies off 35 meters in the air, performs a pitch over, does a slope towards a potential landing site while performing the scan of the terrain with its sensors, then performs another pitch over once it's upon the landing site and descends upon it. Now, obviously, we need a platform to perform all of these things. You have seen like a little schematic in the pictures, but when it comes to designing this kind of platform, we decide to design it around 4 main pillars. So first of all, safety, most important concern. Simplicity and maintainability. We want something that is developed fast, that is developed using as much as possible reusable components of the shelf, that is maintainable between tests, and we want also it to be compatible with existing products of our company. And here it is, our little boy. So as you can see, it's a quad configuration. So it's called quad because it has 4 main tanks for the liquid oxygen and liquid methane. At the center, it has the engine, our Huracan engine for lunar missions. And then I'm going to present the little blocks a little bit later. So our main engine is a pump-fed throttleable Metalox engine. It has a gimbal for pitch and yaw control. We decided to go in this direction to lever the power of the engine itself and to make sure that we can reduce the requirements on our reaction control system. Reaction control system that is powered by the same helium that is pressurizing the tanks. So we are leveraging also this synergy between the 2 systems. When it comes to avionics and GNC, as I said, we want to use as much as possible off-the-shelf components, and in some cases, components that are developed in-house. For the GNC, we want to use a minimal viable sensing suite that is considered essential for lunar landing. So we're talking about a camera, LiDAR, and a radar altimeter. And then when it comes to landing legs, so we're considering a combination of crushable elements and elements that can be reused across different landings. So mechanisms that can absorb energy, for example, electromagnetic dampers. So with this threat flow, we present our first step for our robust, incremental, and collaborative test campaign for de-risking systems for lunar landing. And we hope that this also presents an opportunity for the lunar community to engage in possibilities to implement other technology blocks across our ONEOS demonstrator that allows to de-risk this exciting endeavor where you are taking, so getting to the moon. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. There is any question from the audience? Okay.
Hi, Lutz.
Yeah. Hi, good to meet you here. Yeah, quick question. What's the timeline then for the demonstrator? What are you having in mind?
So the timeline in mind is to start testing in 2027. At least for the system level test, for the earlier test demonstration in 2026.
Great, good, thanks.
Oh, there's one here.
Michael Szczepanskis, Deep Space Energy. I want to ask a very generic question, if I may. So we have heard and we have seen quite a lot of hard landings, crashes in other worlds. So I struggle to understand. So you believe actually that your robust approach will de-risk or decrease the number of such hard landings in future, right? By testing that on ground. So can you? What I want to ask, did you? What kind of probabilities or what kind of things you do not cover, which still can lead to the hard crashes?
So naturally, there are things we cannot cover. Naturally, on the ground, we cannot replicate all elements of the environment, like for example temperatures or vacuum. So we need to take into consideration. But when it comes at least to critical elements that we consider like a sensor for navigation or the control of a vehicle, so integrating both propulsion and the guidance, this is something that we can de-risk with this solution. Naturally, we can focus on the last part. We cannot replicate like entry from orbit due to operational constraints, but we believe that this is a good approach to get a good de-risking before we move on to the actual development of a lunar lander.
Practically speaking, in terms of percentages, how would you estimate how much of the system do you de-risk and leave 10%?
So in terms of percentages, I cannot give you a specific number, to be honest, on my mind right now. We are de-risking, as I said, both specific systems. So the rest, we accept that it's going to be part of a normal development campaign for a lunar lander. So some of the building blocks, we have to focus naturally also on keeping it relatively simple and low cost since it is a test campaign. I hope I could answer. Thank you, Lutz.
Okay, so thank you for the very nice discussion. For sure, we have time maybe also to discuss later on the coffee break. So thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we can call the second speaker of today, that is Alessandro Petrone. Alessandro will give a presentation about an experimental demonstration towards a long-term establishment on the moon, the Eden project. So please, Alessandro, also for you, 15 minutes. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alessandro Petrone from the University of Naples, Federico II, and today I'm here to present you the Eden project, which is a project developed by 16 students during the Space Engineering Master's degree course, the same framework of the next two presentations that my colleagues will present you next to me in this session. In particular, EDEN stands for Experimental Demonstration for Long-Term Establishment on the Moon, and this is a brief overview of the presentation. We will start from the mission objectives, moving through the lunar site selection and mission concept, the involved instrumentation and system engineering processes, and finally, the end of mission planning. In the last few years, human and robotic space exploration has experienced a renewed momentum, and the European Space Agency launched the Terranova program with the ambition to position Europe as a key actor in this new era, and aims focusing on three main destinations, the low Earth orbit, the Moon, and Mars. In this framework, the Moon represents the next logical step to envision the long-term human presence beyond the Earth, and the habitability becomes a crucial topic. EDEN aims to position itself at the center of this discussion, as we can see from the mission objectives, which are deploy an experimental habitat on Moon surface, conduct habitability studies on its internal environment, such as the study of radiation impact on human body and of the acoustic propagation for the well-being of a potential future crew, and finally, study the structural material resilience under lunar environmental conditions. For us, this represents the foundation for envisioning the long-term human presence on our satellite. So, as location for our mission, we have chosen the lunar South Pole, in particular the C1 site. And the main reasons are related to the following factors: the illumination. In fact, 20 years of observation shows an 88% of maximum average illumination and a 92% of solar visibility. Coverage, because our mission is compliant with moonlight, and it has been designed to provide optimized communication with the South Pole. And accessibility, because the C1 site has moderate slopes, that means suitable landing area. But also the PSR proximity represents an opportunity for a potential repurposing of our payload after the mission. So now we can pass to the Eden core, that is its mission concept. In particular, it consists of a lunar descent element that in our case is the European Space Agency lander Argonaut, and by a lunar payload system designed by us with a total mass of about 800 kilograms, and whose main elements are the lunar inflatable habitat, fully integrated with all necessary subsystems and alimented by a regenerative fuel cell system, a deployment system composed by a crane mechanism that ensures to have a precise placement of the habitat on the Moon surface, and a payload composed by a mannequin and a monitoring system. This is a render of the deployment phase. In particular, we can see the habitat in its stowed configuration and the crane mechanism that lifts and lowers the habitat on the Moon surface. And by this moment, the habitat is fully independent from the lander, and it is ready to deploy its solar array and antenna and enter its inflation mode. Now it is ready for the operation. In the next slide, we can see the habitat in its deployed configuration. and this helps us to better understand its layer composition. In fact, it is composed by several layers in order to better understand, it is composed by several layers to survive in the harsh lunar environment. And for example, we have the MLI and silverized Teflon for thermal control as external layers, MMOD for micrometeoroids impact, several structural layers, and UHMVP as radiation shielding. In particular, about radiation shielding, this graph obtained through the radiation analysis shows us the total ionizing dose absorbed. In particular, we have the first one layer that is the protective layer. The third one is the radiation vest of the mannequin, and the second is the space between the first and second layer. Moreover, this analysis shows also that the total ionizing dose is reduced by the radiation shielding to a tolerable value that is well below the damage threshold for electrical components. And with this condition, we have modeled an habitat that ensure radiation safety for a 30-year-old female astronaut whose parameter correspond to our mannequin that have selected for the mission. So the mission constraints for the absorbed dose is set to be less than 1.3 millisievert per day, and the main consequence of this is the 1-year mission duration choice. So, taking a look inside the habitat, we can easily understand that the EVA mannequin represent a crucial role in our mission. In particular, EVA replicates human tissue response through tissue equivalent plastic layers, and she is also equipped with a passive dosimetry in order to collect data about the absorbed dose over time, but in general about the radiation effect on human body. And in fact, she's also equipped with a radiation vest that shield the most sensitive anatomical region. Not only EVA, but also our habitat is equipped with a monitoring system in order to collect data about the internal environment and its habitability. And in fact, we have multi-gas and CO2 sensors to track oxygen, nitrogen, and any potential dangerous gas. Temperature and pressure sensors, but also an acoustic monitoring system to replicate a study about the sound propagation already conducted on the International Space Station. This is a very important aspect for the well-being of a crew. And remaining about the habitability concept, also the thermal control system plays a crucial role in our mission. In particular, it is designed to ensure an internal stable temperature thanks to the use of a network of electric heaters and also of internal heat source that comes from the payload. But the thermal control system, such as the monitoring system that we have previously seen, are augmented by the electrical power system that has presented several challenges due to the presence of lunar dust that can significantly reduce the efficiency of the solar array, but also the long duration of lunar night. And to solve these challenges, we have selected the rollout solar array developed by NASA in order to use its deployment and rotation mechanism that permits to maximize the solar exposure. And also as an energy storage solution, we have selected the regenerative fuel cell due to its high specific energy and reduced mass. So now I'd like to talk to you about our system engineering process. In particular, starting from the mission objectives, we have defined the high-level requirements and then the requirements at each level, drafting a technical specification with 15 mission requirements, 38 system requirements, 42 segment requirements, and finally 140 subsystem requirements. Here below is reported an example. In fact, starting from the mission need to realize an internal environment to study its habitability, we have defined a temperature range at system level, identifying a thermal control system at segment level to meet this range, and characterizing the multi-layer insulation at subsystem level. So for the end of mission planning, we have considered two main scenarios to align the LPS with a sustainable lunar exploration. In particular, the first one involves the LPS repurposing. In fact, its configuration permits to remove the coverage of the central structure and also to carry out other post-mission analysis, but also to replace the payload with another one and replicate the same study at another site. While the second scenario involves the LPS integration into in situ resource utilization. For example, due to its proximity to the PSR, the LPS could be integrated into harvesting and purification water ice processes, and once the water is processed, it could be used to feed the RFC system in order to permit to the LPS to serve as recharge station for any asset in its proximity. So the presentation is over. I'd like to thank my team for the effort behind this work, and thank you all for the attention.
So thank you very much for the really interesting presentation. So any question from the audience? Please.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you, when you show with the deployment mechanism, is the deployment mechanism something that you have also been working on, or are you using existing mechanisms?
For what regard the deployment mechanism, we have studied the literature about this specific deployment mechanism, but our structure department has designed a deployment mechanism that feel with our needs, mainly, is this. We have adapted something that was already on literature, yes.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Any other curiosity, or please?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Really interesting to see how you deal with radiation on the moon. How exactly did you do the simulations on this? And also, what are the considerations in terms of the materials that you use for radiation shielding?
Sorry, I didn't understand better.
What is the basis of the simulation results for the radiation shielding that you showed?
For what regard the simulation, this is a preliminary phase, the zero phase, so we have to do much work, but we have also a technical specification with more detail if you are interested to this.
Then I'll follow it up after. Thank you.
Okay, probably there was still one question, and then we have to move forward.
Hi, compliment for the presentation. I see that you plan to analyze the gases inside the habitat, and you talked about CO2 and oxygen, but since it is with lost dummy, apart from gas contaminants and volatiles that can be released by the materials, how do you plan to check the life support system for oxygen and CO2 without biological systems inside?
We have selected a monitoring system composed by several sensors that collect data about these aspects, also in order to have a redundancy of data, of collected data, and in general to be covered by these aspects. So these mainly.
Oh, yes, but without a biological source of CO2 inside the habitat, because you have just a dummy.
Okay. In this phase, For what regard oxygen and nitrogen, we have tanks that recreate an internal environment. But for the biological aspect, for the moment, we don't think about this aspect, but I think that it could be a good suggestion for future implementation of our mission.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much once again for your presentation. Or maybe if you can move forward, maybe even during the coffee break, maybe you have the chance to discuss. We are a little bit later, so we have to recover a little bit of time. So
thank you.
Thank you very much for your understanding. So thank you once again for your presentation. So we can move to the third talk of today. The next author will be Maria Felicia Della Valle with a presentation with the title From Moonquake to Moon Basis, Medusa Mission. So also for you, 15 minutes. Stage is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Maria Felicia Della Valle, member of Medusa Teams, and today I will show you our mission. The first thing to understand is the name Medusa, that means moonquakes evaluation and detection using seismological analysis. So we want to analyze the moonquakes. This is an overview of what we talk today. And the first things to understand when we talk about moonquakes is the difference between the earthquakes and moonquakes that are not in the intensity but in the duration. And these represent a very significant problem for the future infrastructure. And if the final goals for the human life of the moon is the stability of the lunar basis, obviously we should define a clear mission objective. The first one is to acquire seismological data. The second one is to find some indicators in order to predict the seismic activity. And the third one is to monitoring the cyclic moonquakes in order to find some pattern. Our mission have a duration of 5 years. Is setting in the South Pole region of the moon, near the Shackleton crater in its far side, and we chose this landing site for different reasons. The first one, here we have an high seismic activity due to the presence of the fault and the Lobate scarps. Also the optimal illumination condition, and to the end, we know that this is the point of interest for the future lunar mission. Our concept is composed by two different elements, a geophysical station that from this point we call a geostation, and a rover. The geostation have the principal goals to monitor the cyclic seismic activity thanks to a seismograph package, and also we have a thermal probe and a retroreflector that help to find that indicators to predict the seismic activity. About the rover, on it we have a lunar penetrating radar and a panoramic camera to acquire the geological analysis information. The rover paths represent the dimension of the future lunar houses, and it was based on the ground penetrating radar that are used on the Earth to find some safe area that are not seismically active anymore. One of the most important things of our mission is that Medusa is in compliance with the lunar lander from the European Space Agency, Argonaut, and we deployed a landing strategy in which we consider some external torques like gravity gradient, solar radiation pressure, or thrust misalignment. Our landing strategy starts with a lower orbiting with a human maneuver, and ends with the touchdown. The duration is an hour, and we arrive to a total delta V that is equal to 1.9 kilometers per second. And this guarantees us a landing that is safe and smooth and goes inside the safety ellipse. About our design, the first thing to say is that our geostation is divided in two different parts. The first one is the geostation box and contain a certain number of sensor and components, and the other part is the protective shield. In particular, inside the geostation box, we find the thermal probe, the camera, and the spectrometer. And on the protective shield, we find the magnetometer, the seismograph package, and the retroreflector. One of the most important things to say is the duration of our mission, and this means that we should design everything that supports the duration. And this means that all the part of the geostation should work like a shield from the lunar environment. So from the impact with the micrometeoroids, the lunar radiation, and also from the variation of temperature during the day-night cycle. For example, we have some mobile parts that allows us to retract the most sensitive component like the camera and the spectrometer. Also, the configuration that we choose for the geostation, that are 2 foils of aluminum, aerospace aluminum, to protect from the micrometeoroids, and between them there is some insulation material that is the Kapton from to protect the sensor from the variation of temperature. And also we follow this also during the landing phase, design an external protective shield that is called cladding in multi-layer insulation to protect all the components from the micrometeoroids at the temperature. 1 minute after the touchdown, we start with the unloading phase, and we made them with a designed robotic arm. He had the capacity of 300 kilograms in its extremity, and he unloaded at first the protective shield, then the geostation box, and to the end the rover. When everything is on the lunar surface, it starts with the deployment mode, and this means that all the deployment mechanism on board of the geostation box starts to open up. The first are the solar panels, then the K-band parabolic antenna, the camera shaft, and to the end the thermal probe. Going inside some subsystem, the first is telemetry tracking and command that is compliant with the Moonlight constellation. And for our mission, we choose 2 bands of communication. The first one is the S-band antenna that are linked to the navigation satellite of the Moonlight constellation. Based on our analysis, we find one window for communication of 19 hours. And the second antenna is a K-band parabolic antenna, coupled with the 2-axis gimbal to pointing the communication satellite of a Moonlight constellation, and we find 2 windows for communication, each one of 9 hours. Obviously, for our mission, we put inside the geostation an onboard computer and another one for redundancy that has a capacity storage of 32 gigabytes, and he had the goals to store data during the nighttime. About the electrical power subsystem, we have 2 power sources. The first one are the solar panel, and the second one are lithium-ion batteries that are coupled and regulated with the PCDU. About that dimensioning, for the solar panel, we dimension them in the worst condition, and this means that for 24 hours we consider on the 4 modes that has the highest power request. About the dimensioning of the battery, we consider the mean power request during the night time for the longest night that we find, that in our case is 5 days. And also there is another battery that are not on the geostation box, but remains on the lunar lander. And this battery had to provide the power for the robotic arm and the telescopic shaft of the cladding. About the thermal control subsystem, we consider 4 causes that can rise the temperature of our system, like the direct solar radiation, the reflected solar radiation, the infrared moon radiation, and internal production. And one cause is that can lower the temperature of the system, that is the emitted radiation of the system. Also, we make two different analyses. The first one is the steady-state analysis to find the worst temperature condition in the hot case and in the cold case. And also we made the transient analysis to find the behavior of the temperature in time. From this analysis, we find 4 solutions for our mission. The first one is the white coating for all the components that are directly in contact with the lunar ambient. Then we use the heaters, switch them on and off during the nighttime in order to maintain an optimal temperature range inside the gestation box. Then we have, like I said before, some insulation material like the multi-layer insulation and the Kapton. And to the end, we use the thermal strap to bring the heat from one surface that is exposed to the sun to the retroreflector. At the end of the design phase, we find a total mass with margins of our mission that is less than 800 kilograms, and we occupy the volume on board of Argonaut that is 7.2 cubic meters. At the end of this presentation, let me underline the strengths of our mission. The first one is the integrability with the mission of the European Space Agency, like Argonaut and Moonlight. Then the duration of our mission, that is 5 years, allows us to acquire data in a continuous ways for 5 years. Then the lunar penetrating radar that are on board of the rover let us to identify the areas that are not seismically active anymore, and we can use it like the area for the lunar infrastructure. And to the end, the presence of retroreflector support the position and the navigation for the future landing corridors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the really interesting presentation. So the discussion is open. Any questions or comments? Please.
Thank you for the presentation. It was interesting. I understand that to answer your basic question about the lunar quakes, you need to get information about the interior, about the moon interior. So, do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's in that connection, I think that the very important part of your mission is a lunar radar, because radar will get some information. In this connection, I am curious, did you try also to use radar experiments on the lunar orbiter? Because moon was also in past investigated using radar, penetrating radar, subsurface radar. So if it's possible to have some connections with what you have in your mind.
In this phase, we don't think about radar, honestly, not on the orbit, because we use...
No. I mean, you are thinking about your radar on the surface. Was it correct, or I was...
the sensor that we use.
Yes. So this is a radar. You call it radar.
Yeah.
So the system, the physical radar, is the same as it was on our orbit in past, on orbiter in past missions.
It was we use the sensor that we think can give us some information about the ambient in order to find some connection between what happens on the moon and if this can influence the frequency of the seismic. So
okay, so I think we can.
Okay, there's another question there. Yeah.
If I can contribute, since I took part in the activities, for sure, measurements from satellites can be combined with the one collected on the ground by the rover. The scale of measurements is different, so measuring the effects of moonquakes on different scales, different stratification is helpful for sure, even if it is not part of their activities.
Okay, probably there is still one, please, short question, and then we can move forward.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to question your landing site. So the question is whether you can, whether you conduct any study, whether you can actually do this measurement somewhere else, not only in that specific spot. The motivation for this question comes from my recent, so I recently was at lunar surface workshop at ESA, and they were just looking for the places where they can build infrastructure with Argonaut landings. And surprisingly, a lot of scientists were advocating for something else, but not the South Pole. So that's why my question, whether it's sensitive to that landing page or not, landing site or not.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Do you need to land at the South Pole where you selected, or you can do that anywhere else?
We choose that area because we want that area. Obviously, we made only numerical simulation, and we use a software of orbital propagation to define the landing strategy.
No, let's say, I think that maybe just a little bit later, maybe we can also maybe during the coffee break continue the discussion eventually. So maybe we can skip to that. So thank you once again for the presentation. So we have the last speaker of the session. So I invite on the stage Gianluca Pellecchia that will give us a talk about a versatile laboratory for moon-based experiments on biological response to lunar environment. So, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gianluca Pellecchia, also from University of Naples Federico II, and in my speech, A Versatile Laboratory for Moon-Based Experiments on Biological Response to Lunar Environment, I will present our project MEDEA. As the two projects you have just seen has been conducted with a team of 16 people. Before I start my presentation, I want to show you a quick overview of what you're going to see now. So, starting from the first point, that is, what is MEDEA? First of all, MEDEA is a name that comes from Greek mythology, but is also an acronym that means Moon Exobiology Demonstrative Experimental Analysis, and is kind of self-explanatory, since MEDEA aims to be first Europe's dedicated exobiology payload on the Moon, and aims to investigate how life can survive, adapt, and support long-term missions on the lunar surface and beyond. So, given this quick overview, you may be asking why MEDEA? Why did you conduct such a study? So basically, you all know that international contest and scientific contest is having a new interest on the Moon. There is a new race for the Moon. So Europe and US are leading it with Artemis, but also other players. ESA itself is developing Argonaut, on which MEDEA relies for its landing. And MEDEA wants to join ESA's vision for a sustainable human presence and its landing to stay. And of course, you already know that these are crucial years for science in space, since ISS is decommissioning, and this will leave the field for new players, both private and public, that want to do experiments, basically, on the Earth orbit and beyond. So, for our mission, we took some inspiration from BAMSAT, OrioCube, NASA GenLab, and BioSentinel, for example. So, in this context, we realized the mission objectives of MEDEA. Basically, we want to successfully deploy and operate a self-contained scientific payload on the lunar surface for an extended duration, capable of conducting a whole suite of exobiological experiments without direct human intervention. We want to investigate how biological systems react to lunar surface conditions with the aim of contributing to the field of exobiology. And finally, we want to develop and realize a modular architecture that can be reused in future scientific missions. So, given this framework, we realized our architecture. First of all, I want to define the landing site of our mission. It's similar to the two you already seen. So we are at the lunar South Pole, C1 area, between Shackleton and Degerlache craters. The reason behind this is that the temperature range are good, I mean still extreme, but better. The illumination conditions are really good. We rely on solar panels for our energetic needs, so this is important. Here you can see also a simulation of the illumination condition conducted by our environmental team. There is a good trafficability. We want our mission to be in contact with future human missions, so we hope that this is a good place to do this. And there is a good slope angle that is good for our landing and deployment of the mission. You will see later. So, given all this, I can show you the Iason module. Iason is another name that comes from Greek mythology. Some of you may know he had a love story with Medea, but gossips apart, it's basically a scientific chest of drawers. That's it. The reason behind this is that we want our module to be completely self-sustainable. The reason for this is that although we come with Argonaut, we want to come down from Argonaut and conduct our experiments independently, both on an energetical point of view, on a thermical point of view, and on a communicational point of view. So the main core are the boxes. The boxes are modular and standardized because we want our whole design to be reusable. And they are isolated between one another in order to maximize the number and variety of the experiments. Also, they are very versatile in order, of course, to maximize the variety of experiments. So, each box, in fact, comes with a maximum mass of 2 kilos and is able to give to the experiments a power of up to 30 watts. And the thermical range as narrow as 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. This is kind of impressive considering the starting point. And the insulation itself gives this feature, but we also use some heaters inside each box. And insulation gives us also the possibility to have 100 rad threshold values for radiation. Each box has a baseline configuration, but they can be changed in considering each experiment. So we can give a microfluidic system for active sample cultivation because we can use both metabolically active and inactive samples. We can use many inspection instruments, I mean various of them. So a bright field microscope or a color camera or a photodiodes or UV spectrometers. But all of this serves for what kind of mission and what kind of experiments, you may be asking. So we divided the scientific topics we want to investigate through our architecture in two main categories. Space medicine, since, as you know, if we want to have long-term lunar missions, we need to investigate the effect of the harsh lunar environment on the human body. So some examples here are DNA repairing mechanisms, skeletal muscle degradation mechanisms, but also another important topic is space food, since, as you know, we can't bring food from home, so for long-term missions, I mean. So we need to utilize experiments such as about the survivability of lichen symbiosis, the photosynthetic efficiency of cyanobacteria, and the quantification of chlorophyll A density. All of the data we can collect can be sent to Earth using moonlight when it will be available, of course. For this reason, Iason is provided with 2 sets of S-band antenna and 2 sets of Ka-band antennas. S-band are meant for telemetry, K-band for scientific data, as many of you may know. From our calculation, we still don't know the real orbit of moonlight, but we think that at least 2 contacts per day for the first 2 years are possible. Finally, as you may be, as my colleagues may have said, this project was part of a 0A phase study. And so we produced a whole power budget, economical budget, risk assessments, and so on, and also a mass budget. I want to show you here the mass budget for two reasons. The first one is the fact that it is compliant with the constraints of Argonaut, the known one at least. And also because another important part of Medea was the design of the Heracles descending mechanism. This descending mechanism is extremely simple. We need it because if we want to be independent from Argonaut, we have to separate from Argonaut, basically. So it's based, as you can see, on two arms and a beam, and uses an electric pulley to lift the module, and the two arms put it on the side of Argonaut, and then the pulley releases it on the surface. This can be fully automatized using maybe pogo pins, for example, under the legs of the module. Finally, as we approach the end of this presentation, I want to highlight the main feature of Medea, the integrability of Medea with future ESA infrastructures, the fact that we can provide long-term biological monitoring with a 2 years nominal mission duration that can be extended, of course, because as you can see in the last point, the experiment can be upgraded and reused thanks to the standardized plug-and-play architecture. And finally, we want to enable future habitats and life support providing in situ data. In this last slide, you can see the whole team of Medea, my teammates, that made this possible. Thank you all for your attention. If any of you has any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the presentation. So the discussion is open. Any question, comments from the audience?
What about the power supply?
This?
Power supply. So you have not mentioned it in the presentation.
Power supply. Power supply.
Oh, the power supply, yes. As you can see, there is a solar panel. It's a deployable one. I mean, I'm going to show you in a minute. Here it is. It's basically based on a stepped motor, so it rotates and is deployable. So when we are on Argonaut, is undeployed, and then we deploy it.
So it's coming from the lander.
What?
The power supply comes from lander.
Yes.
Okay.
No, not from the lander. We are autonomous on this point of view. It's as you can see, is on Yason itself and is deployed, is closed when we are on Argonaut. When we come down, after that we deploy it and basically use it. Of course, we have a lot of batteries inside. As you can see, most of the volume seems empty from the outside, but there is battery inside. For lunar nights, of course.
Yeah, for the lunar night, have you calculated?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, another couple of questions.
Just a quick clarification, Fabrizio dell'Espazio Moonlight program. You will have, if you want, the orbital parameters. Take into account, as I said this morning, we have plenty of hours per day of connection if you are in the South Pole area. And we will have also soon available a simulator so that you can simulate with our simulator that is available in a let me say, web access. You can simulate your mission and understand what are the capabilities that you can have from Moonlight satellite, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
We can talk also later if you want.
Any other question? There was one there.
At around C1 site, temperature distribution. Before this slide, you show the temperature map at the C1 areas, right?
Yes.
And so I have some question. One is that how to create this temperature distribution.
You mean where did we find it? I mean, it's all coming apart from illumination data. It's all coming from literature. We found it in some paper. I was not in the environmental team, so I don't know what paper for sure.
Okay.
But yes, I can show. I can tell you. Asking my colleagues later if you want.
Based on the resolution, maybe due to based on the DM analysis for the narrow angle camera, I think. And the next question is that this is the temperature range means the maximum temperature or minimum temperature or average temperature range.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's the average one. I think maybe during the night it's less, but I'm not sure of that. I may check on the paper or ask some colleagues.
So you show the black circle areas, maybe is Shackleton.
Yes.
And Shackleton is very low temperature and at around 2 or 3 kelvins, and LRO Diviner monitors 7 kelvins, but the temperature range is so high, I think, high and not shallow. I don't know why.
I should ask too. We are on the verge of the crater, not inside of it. So this may be the difference. I don't know.
Okay. So after when the coffee break, let's discuss about it. Okay.
Actually, we are out of time, so thank you once again for the presentation.
Thank you.
And let's just. Okay, so now we just want to take a moment to remember for sure a person that was for all of us a colleague, for many of us friends, for sure for all of us was an inspiration. So I call on the stage Maria Antonietta Perino, that was a colleague of Claudio, that will introduce the session. So please.
Thank you, Enrico, and a big thank to the organizer of this conference, because you had this proposal from your heart. And in fact, as you said, for me, Claudio has been a colleague for many, many years. Really, we were working in the same office. So I have a lot of memories. I don't want to bother you with those, but any coffee with Claudio was interesting. He was a super solid mathematician, but he had also a deep knowledge, and I see another colleague of mine nodding, a deep knowledge in history. So while we were drinking coffee, he could have tell us the name of the generals of different battles. And I just met a person that spent many working opportunities with Claudio recently, my understanding. So, Nicolò, come here in front of us and share what you have in mind. Nicolò Antonietti.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicolò Antonietti, and thank you to the association for finding the time for Claudio to be remembered. And I first met Claudio in 2004 when he was a lecturer at the Politecnico for a doctoral course about his beloved KLT, Caronin-Loewe transform. I was a student. Yes, it's a mathematical tool, basically an integral equation. And he was born 77 years ago in Turin, the same city he would proudly say also the great mathematician Lagrange was born. And he was internationally known for his quest in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, for his applications of the Caronin-Loewe transform to signal processing and communication. And for the use of the sun's gravitational lens as the tool for communication. He also proposed to ESA a space mission to reach the focus of the sun's gravitational lens to experiment the gain of this kind of antenna. His research was always at the frontier, wormholes, propulsion. He then moved to a more political challenge, which is the protection of the moon far side from radio pollution for scientific research. And close to the end of his life, he also tried to model the evolution of life thanks to the Evo-SETI theory that he just made up. As Maria Perino was saying, he worked for 20 years at Alenia Spazio here in Turin. Then he collaborated with the Politecnico, and he also served as a technical scientific director of the International Academy of Astronautics, and he published, I don't remember, over 150 scientific papers and 5 books, also thick books, 3 of which were honored international awards. He was also a member of the Moon Village Association, and other than his scientific work, he is also remembered because, again, I can... yeah, we have stories. I mean, every time we used to talk, a short conversation would last hours, because he could remember by heart facts, dates, characters, whatever. And he would really enjoy to talk about a story because he liked it. Because of his scientific career, in recognition of his scientific career, the binary asteroid 11264 Claudio Maccone bears his name. It was because of the proposal that he made to the ESA for the space mission to the focus of the sun's gravitational lens. He will be remembered because of his visionary thinking. He was always ahead. He would propose, just like the mission to the solar gravitational lens focus, missions when other people didn't even think it was possible. He'll be remembered for his intellectual generosity. Whatever he knew, he would give it away to everybody, just for the sake of advancing the research, and for his kind-hearted generosity. He would really light up any room where he would enter in. And by the time he left, on August the 20th this year, we had already been friends for many years. So thank you for remembering Claudio, and thank you on his behalf.
Okay, we have still a short video from another colleague of Claudio that actually was intended to be here, but he had some difficulties. So probably we can say it.
Well, thanks, Nicolo. As Nicolo says, I've known about Claudio for at least 30 years and been a personal friend of Claudio for at least the last 20 years. I think he was definitely an inspiration for people of my generation. When most of SETI was being done in the US, in fact being done in California, Claudio was someone from Italy, someone from Europe who was active in this field. And as a young person 30 years ago, for me that was inspirational. I was on the west furthest west you can get in Europe, just about in the northwest coast of Scotland. And here was this Italian who was passionate about SETI. SETI was a huge part of Claudio's life and his world, and his infection. He was so enthusiastic about it that it infected all of us. We all became enthusiastic about this big question of whether there's life in the universe apart from here on this planet, or whether there's intelligent life in the universe. Within our community, I'm not really here on my own. I feel as though I have hundreds of people behind me. The SETI community, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, it's a large and growing community, and Claudio was really a major part of that. And he had hundreds of colleagues around the world in different locations. They cannot be here today, but I feel as though they're behind me right at this moment, and really mourning the passing of Claudio, because Claudio was not just a respected figure in our field, he was very much loved by people. That was the nature of Claudio, his generosity of spirit, his kindness. It was never possible to get angry with Claudio, although sometimes he did some interesting things, but his natural style and his grace and that kindness meant you could never get angry with him. He was such a good and nice person and passionate about this topic. And as mentioned before, he was prominent within the International Academy of Astronautics. He chaired the SETI Permanent Committee for a long time. But he was always there for SETI. SETI has undergone a rejuvenation, and Claudio was very much part of that over the last 10 years. He helped bring us from a very low state up to the very high state that we are in today. But Claudio was there when things were not as good as they are today. He was always there for SETI. He was always ready to put SETI in its position as a science, a research area, using scientific tools and the scientific method to answer this question. And I think we all very much respect that, but also thank him that he was there in the days when other people were not there. Claudio stood for SETI, and he gave people like myself the chance to come into this really important field. I always felt that when I saw Claudio at a meeting, I felt happy. As soon as I saw him walk in, and he always had great style. He was always a gentleman. He spoke in such a way. He was a great storyteller. He was dramatic. He always just lit up a meeting. If Claudio was there, I knew this was going to be a good meeting. I knew it was going to be a fun meeting. He didn't take himself totally seriously all the time. But one thing that I learned was never to underestimate Claudio. He could joke and be funny, but deep down, his passion for SETI meant he was really serious about that topic. I think Claudio, he really lived and breathed and dreamt about SETI. It was all-encompassing in his life. And I know that he wasn't a religious man, but I think the question that we're interested in, this question of whether there's life in the universe, and in particular whether there's intelligent life in the universe, has a religious connection. It's one of those big questions that humanity has asked itself over the millennia. Where did we come from? Who made us? Where do we go after death? Another question that we have is there other civilizations, other intelligent species out there? And I would like to think that today that Claudio is a little bit closer to knowing the answer to this question. Are we alone in the universe? He wasn't religious, but I think today, and I hope that Claudio knows the answer to that question. Thank you very much.
Giuseppe, you want to add maybe something?
Yeah, as the president of the Moon Village Association, I want to say that I wanted to have this session, as many of you know, because I think we owe this to Claudio. All of us, at least many of us, had the privilege to talk with him. His character has been explained in detail, so we are not going, because there is coffee waiting for the people. But I just want to talk about, because it's funny, and I think we have to remember the people for the funny part, because this is what really we need to take with us. And he was very naive when you were talking with him, and he never understood that he wanted to have a treaty for forbidding to utilize the far side of the moon except for radio astronomy. And he was coming back with this idea that he wanted to have a treaty. And I tried to explain many, many times that it was never going to be a treaty. Nevertheless, every time he was coming back, and then when he saw me, every time he said, yes, I understood, I should not ask any longer for the treaty. But was Claudio, was his naivety, which was not made out of ignorance, but it was made out because he believed in what he said. So that's all I wanted to say. There is now time for the coffee, but let's remember Claudio always, like anybody else, on the positive side, as always, and for the funny part. Thank you.
So, thank you all to attend us this session. Now we have a break and the work starts again in 20 minutes. So, thank you very much.
Okay, good. I have it. I'm hearing it. Awesome. Oh, I had one here. Dear audience, bear with us with some few minutes. I think we are fighting against the pause time, the coffee break, so give us some 2 minutes and then we'll start with good housekeeping. Welcome for those joining us. Please take the note that we're starting in 2 minutes from now. It's going to be 57. After your coffee break, you have very nice seats, and we will keep you dynamic. I think we have a very dynamic topic to share with you. Okay, 57. We gave 2 minutes for the late joiners. Late joiners, welcome. We are very happy to have this session this afternoon. Let me introduce quickly myself. I'm Olivier Zephyr, Head of Innovation and Business Development for the Technoport brand. Technoport is a technology business incubator based in Luxembourg. Our mission statement is to bridge early stage ventures to market. And guess what? I think most of you know Luxembourg for the faces I'm recognizing and the incentives and support policies we are having to showcase currently what can be done into space, searching for collaborations. And collaboration is going to be the key word today. And collaboration is in many formats. Our topic of the day is going to be about financial and technology convergence. Please don't remember Luxembourg only for the financial part. That's not why I'm bringing financial upfront. I'm bringing financial upfront for early stage ventures people, where cash flow is meaningful. We're deciding of who to partner with. What's the rate of grants and projects you should handle in your portfolio? That's not an easy thing when you're in early stage ventures. Early stage ventures can be corporate spin-in, they can be SMEs, they can be startups. This is currently the audience in which Technoport is dealing with. And of course, we don't do that alone. We are very happy to address the topic of space resources utilization with ESREC, the European Space Resources Innovation Center, where we are having this collaboration, we are having these business to research collaborations. And these are the key terms I'm going to share today with our exquisite panelists, our exquisite speakers of the day represent a blend of support parties, financial and more. From Oblu Ventures, please applause Georgia Mila, who's representing a venture firm. Thank you, please, for Georgia. Another support partner, also representing the bridge between terrestrial and space application, Alessia Menduni, Business Development and Innovation Manager from EIT Manufacturing South. Of course, I was speaking about bridging parties. Here we have the support parties, but what about the in-space operators? We have the pleasure to welcome from Litigo Space, Ina Uranova, CTO of Litigo Space.
Hello.
Last but not least, Lunar Outpost, a company having different operations in different parts of the world. I think Edler will be able to tell us in our future discussion. He's the operation manager of Lunar Outpost, one of a unit based in Luxembourg, and we are looking forward to exchange with you how we are bridging, how we are making deep tech for space operations. Big round of applause for Edler, please. So what I want to share with you, dear audience, is what we were what we are expecting as key takeaway from this panel. I'm a basic technician myself. When starting a meeting, a gathering, a meetup, what's the takeaway? What we want to take away from this session? And don't hesitate to be interactive when the time will come for the Q&As. We are looking forward to say how investors, public or private, are structuring resilient portfolio. How do you do this? That's very complex in space, you know. When you hear the projections of our advisory firms are going to say we are going in a 3 million market, okay, bring that to your board. Make them understand currently how you're building your portfolio and how currently you're helping frontier innovation through your funding portfolio. For support institution, how do you explore synergies? And this is what we want to exchange much with EIT Manufacturing, for example. How are we crossing, you know, between terrestrial and space application? We are used as a technology business incubator to say, hey, let's find the commercial off-the-shelf technologies to make that space grade. It's not that easy as it sounds. There's much investigation job to be able to do that. And this is the feedback that you receive generally from blue chips companies, right? And for the startups, when I said startups again, it's about also spin-in, spin-outs from corporates. I was speaking with Thales Alenia yesterday. Interesting to understand how we are building it. We want to say, how do you elaborate optimal development strategies? So without further me continuing to speak, we have prepared currently for each of our speakers a quick intro about themselves. And I will invite first Georgia. Can you give us a quick intro about yourself? What do you do? The mission statement of Oblu. Thank you, Georgia.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. I work at Oblu, a company that invests in early stage deep tech startups. Despite what I do, I have a scientific background. I completed my PhD at CERN. I'm a particle physicist. I implemented many technology transfer projects at the university, and later I joined large companies. But as my career progressed, I realized that I'm missing out the opportunity to stay at the forefront of innovation. So I took an executive MBA in business innovation, where I learned about finance and venture capital, and right now I'm here to investing in deep tech startups.
Thank you. So now we have a good pointer of investment strategies. Ina, tell us about you, please.
Okay, so my background is in space engineering, mainly systems engineering. I started already working on the CubeSat project at the university, where we also had to think whether we spin off our technology that we developed or not. Apparently we didn't, and then I can tell you why. Then I was involved mainly in setting up the companies in Poland in emerging space. At that time, Poland became a member of ESA, and there were a lot of companies and projects starting for space. Then I moved to Luxembourg to start up another company, and then 4 years in a bigger company in Czech Republic, then back. So basically in terms of topics, I worked for Earth observation, for laser communication, for structures, company who did the structure of Plato, of part of the structure for Vega launcher, of Roselle observation satellite. We did a lot of projects on in-orbit servicing, a lot of electronics and so on, so I touched many subjects. And now in Litigo, yes, I'm supporting the building of the space branch, because it's a spin-off of terrestrial technology, of analytical chemistry, to bring it to space for prospection on the moon and other celestial bodies. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ina. And indeed, let's now follow by Alessia.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not an engineer, so sorry for this. I graduate in international studies focused on China, India, Middle East, and now I'm enrolling a second master on cognitive science concerning the decision-making and the emotional aspect of collaborative robotics. In the IT manufacturing, I focus on liaison with industrial ecosystem, as well as to support the startups to be more prompt and to be more commercial. Before, I was involved here in Torino in a regional cluster concerning smart manufacturing, and before I was involved in Centro Estero, that is the Piemonte Agency for Investment and Internationalization, where I was focused on aerospace sector.
I think this works, right?
Yes, yeah. It does. Edler, floor is yours.
More comfortable. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Olivier. Thank you, Technoport, for organizing the panel and also the opportunity to be here. Once again, my name is Eder Santana. I'm the operations manager at Lunar Outpost Luxembourg. So basically, I'm responsible for all our European business and operations here in this part of the continent. Myself, I have an aerospace background, similar to some of the colleagues here. I'm from Mexico, so I had the opportunity to travel a little bit. So I finished my studies in Mexico. I moved to Ukraine, where I did my master's in Ukraine. Very beautiful time. Very sorry what is happening now with this situation there, but it's a wonderful country over there. I spent there 2 years, very wonderful time over there. And then I went to continue my PhD, and I specialized a bit more in hypersonic propulsion, University of Stuttgart, and then I came to Luxembourg in 2015. For over the past 15 years, I have been involved in R&D, work in propulsion, hypersonics, thermodynamics, heat transfer, and also in the operations, business operations. And yeah, so it's at the moment I'm based in Luxembourg.
Thank you so much. Why we were currently pointing the background and experience of our speakers? It's because building strategies, development strategies, meeting your ecosystem as we are doing here, just check the experience, the broadness of the experience of the people we are having here. And this is how you design your future strategy and how you find your partners. And the topic we wanted to share with you is about cross-sector synergies. I'm not going to speak only about dual use. We are speaking about dual application. How do we make the link between terrestrial assets being used into space and space assets having an opportunity for terrestrial application. How do we consider in our roadmap civil military application? And most of all, when you're carrying your technology portfolio, this is part of my background, how do you explain to your board you're de-risking your R&D portfolio? How do you do this? How do you trade with a listed company without engaging them in entering in a too risky element and being able to draw out effective collaboration on this basis? The first question that I'm going to bring to our speakers of the day is how do you structure and what are the key public and private partners you need to be able to net and work with? Let's take the investment portfolio perspective. Georgia, if you can tell us a bit more about how do you bring that level of collaboration across these two parties?
Yes, indeed. It works?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, Galaxia, Oblu is managing Galaxia, that is the national Italian technology transfer funds for aerospace technologies. We have many partnerships with the knowledge transfer office of many universities and research centers, and they help us to highlight the most promising technology for aerospace. While we choose these technologies, we also focus on the dual use, so technology that can reach first the terrestrial market and after the space market. So from an investor point of view, it is a really advantage to have a technology that can scale on both industries.
And this is where I suppose you're searching to support these early stage ventures to see this right matching. And I believe you're the one giving a signal also to the other market players, meaning I do believe that you have other followers, other funds following you, meaning the strategic talks that you share, it's about, they look about which one on your end you are supporting. So that is a key message to other investors potentially, right?
Okay, yes, the key message for us is that a startup cannot grow alone. They have to build a broad network of partnerships to enlarge strengthen their capability to build a resilient supply chain. So starting from their equipment up until to the final service to the customers.
Thank you. Ina, taking back the operational perspective, I know you know much about this thing about equilibrating your investment as a business developer between your private support parties and your public support parties. How do you address this day-to-day challenge?
Yes, I think the main purpose why the startup thinking about it is, okay, we starting with a great idea, with a great passion, but then we need to survive till this great passion is basically monetized. And we try to seek, it's not like it's something that we want, but it's a necessity basically. Without it, we would not be able to grow and to survive. And we start to understand how to manage these different sources of funding, how they work, and how we want to use them in the steps of our strategy, walking to the goal, to the main strategy of the company. Because the public funding, either it's a grant, either it's, I don't know, some kind of support, it mainly requires also some co-funding from our side, because of course with the public funding you need to, they want to see that you also believe in your idea, that it's not only the public who's putting the money, that you need also to put something from the company. And it's not always that easy. And you need to understand also what are the deliverables, what you need to give back, what is the structure, what are advantages and disadvantages. For example, if we think about some kind of testing or demonstration with other partners before launching the product, we can do it and anyway. For example, we need to put the money to make it happen. We can think, okay, if we are in a hurry to do it because of the market, then we'd rather put our own money and go faster. But if there is not like a super big rush, then we always think, okay, why not to make it a little bit broader? Why not to do it with the public funding and bring more partners there and and to build a bit bigger budget with what we can put there. Yes, so it's always trade-offs, and a lot of them are coming from understanding how these different tools works. And I think it's not always the same answer by the time. So in the first 3 years or first year, we would choose different strategy. Next 3 years, we would choose a bit different. But basically, it's if, let's say, you want to make a like a graph, then it would be rather like the percentage that at the beginning it would be more public or investors, if that is the case, because it's not always the case. And then in the future to basically have more percentage from the sales, from the, let's say, our own operations, and to keep around 20% for R&D, for new technologies as a public funding.
I think there's a tricky point. How do you end up, being a project-based company where it's difficult to reach your yearly projections and margin, and to keep in mind that you still need to go towards your products? This is the tricky
It's difficult to survive long-term only project-based. I mean, you can point the space companies project-based, like majority, yeah. Even bigger players, they have 100% coming from the institutional space, but the life is quite difficult. From milestone to milestone, it's tricky.
Thank you. Alessia, can you give us a pointer about EIT manufacturing, about how are you deploying your support measures and how companies are leveraging it?
Absolutely. Before, because I'm a bad person, I did not present EIT Manufacturing, that is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So we focus on the industrial ecosystem and innovative ecosystem to support their growth, to support their competitiveness, resilience and sustainability according to the topics of the strategic agenda of European Union. And according to European Union and to Mr. Draghi report, what we are stressing is that private competitor must enter into the funding, must enter into these opportunities. So we see as a combination of public and private funding the opportunities for companies to grow. In particular, what we do in EIT Manufacturing, we act with a double hat, I would say. First of all, we directly invest as a private in deep tech startups in which we believe that are covering, for example, critical challenges, not only in the aerospace, but in manufacturing, since we focus on the industrial process. But at the same time, we act as a public body. So we received a European mandate to develop and to manage the cascading fund, so the European funding opportunity. So we see this double role as an opportunity really to push the innovation into something concrete, with a concrete impact that is to go to market.
Thank you. And Edler, not to close on this one, give us your vision. Given you have a group vision today, you are a mature early stage venture, to point out, operating on different jurisdictions, having the overview of both what private and public parties can give.
Yes. We have, as you mentioned, we already have some investment. It works?
Now it is.
Yes? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, public and private partnerships is like a key component for any startup, especially when you are starting. I think it was already mentioned about collaboration. I think it's not new that everyone already. We know that space is quite complex and we cannot do everything alone. So we are open always to get collaboration with any other companies. We are also partner with institutions, also with public institutions, private institutions, also for funding opportunities. And it has worked pretty well. One of the things that also helps is to get strategic partners. So when you get grants or you get some projects with kind of well-known agencies, I can say from our case with NASA, for example, with ESA or with LSA, just by the fact that you are already in that with this partner, with this agency, it really helps a lot. So it gives you a lot of credibility. It makes things easier also when you talk to private investors, when you want to pitch the thing. So it's already, have already something to back you up. So one of the things that I would say it works to try is to get also with this type of research centers or R&D national agencies to get in contact with them, to pitch the projects, to get the support, and together with that you are building up a little bit, you are backing up already your ideas, your concept, and you can bring it later on to pitch to investors, and it really facilitates a lot. In our case, we have also we do. We're talking also about convergence. These things. So we also have terrestrial products, so terrestrial technologies. And it was also mentioned here just by Ina. We are also building solutions for terrestrial applications which give you some revenue. So that then we can also use this revenue also for our long-term vision. For us, our vision, Lunar Outpost, we are working in technologies to enable human presence, permanent human presence in space. So it's a big thing. It's expensive, and it's in the long term. So we have also our own revenue for terrestrial products that we are using for the terrestrial market. And with the technology that we are developing, we are also taking some parts, spin-off, and commercializing these components or subsystems for other commercial applications. So if you put all of this together and you are backed up by some agencies, research and development centers, and then it's easier to approach to VC or to any other private investors to get more support.
Thank you for the detail you're giving to us, how currently you're measuring your terrestrial footprint and knowing how do you balance that with your space investigation. And you clearly describe how you're leveraging up the public support as a trigger to be able to bring the private investors regarding your projects. Alessia, can we continue on that topic? We were speaking about dual application from EDLER perspective, and now can we speak also about dual, or what should we be conscious today on an EIT manufacturing perspective? And on our side, taking the space tech perspective, collaborating with manufacturing industry is an opportunity to de-risk your portfolio, to find partners that already has potentially commercial off the shelf, who has the experience, who has the administrative maturity, and who are able also to knit the tiers of the industry. ISRU is an emerging sector, and how do we consolidate through that emerging sector? And how can we get EIT manufacturing to a small place?
Yes,
Alessia?
exactly. We see not only the dual use, okay, but also the cross-fertilization of the sectors very interesting, because, manufacturing fortunately has less constraints than aerospace. So the suggestion, first of all, is to check and to focus on sectors and be scalable. So starting from the aerospace sectors, but try to be scalable into other sectors that can be explored and that fortunately have less constraint in terms of legal, in terms of standards, in terms of quality, high level. So this is my first suggestion. Second, the collaboration with the colleagues was very wonderful. We organized together the space meetings in which we have the opportunity to converge European startups, so our portfolio startup focus on the aerospace, to go straight ahead and to explore the industrial challenges. So it was very interesting for our ecosystem because from the operating point of view, it was really agile. We received all the information, we spread out to our ecosystem, and our startups were enthusiastic to join the initiative. So we see the opportunity to cross-fertilize sectors as a great chance for all of our startups. So hopefully we would like to continue in this great adventure.
Thank you for this, Alicia. Indeed, we want on our side, we are creating with EIT Manufacturing a Space Meets Manufacturing Challenge. We're currently, I'm going to name the brands, but it's not the one of the only brands. You have, for example, ArcelorMittal, who are analyzing some technical challenges of our end and seeing what are the bridges that we can have towards space exploration. But Ina, your brand, Lightigo, before going to Lightigo Space, have a significant footprint already terrestrial. How do you can share with us
in our
this experience?
case, of course, it's. We speak about a dual use in terms of space, terrestrial. In my opinion, it doesn't always have to be terrestrial. Sometimes there is a space company who seeks terrestrial application because they just cannot sell today their space application. But in our case, it was the other way around, that the technology was first terrestrial. And we have sales in the terrestrial market. And then there was a decision to move also to space because of the advantages. Also, many companies considering moving to space, they take the advantage of kind of flagship, that it leads the technology, leads the R&D. It looks nice. Also, even if you sell for terrestrial and you say, okay, I do also space, it's quite attractive. So now we are basically meeting the challenge of expanding the terrestrial products to have better cash flow for space products until they will reach the space market. So this is basically, and to sustain the R&D and development and the demonstration, because for the moon it is very challenging. And of course also moon economy, which it's a bit unpredictable. We can do some estimations, but we all know that it might change because the timeline is quite big. Quite distant. So before we usually starting to sell to space application on the moon, when the whole ecosystem, because we need the whole ecosystem, we cannot sell to one, to two pieces, because it doesn't bring any sustainability. So before we reach that uncertain target, we need to sustain.
Can you tell us how receptive are the support agencies, given the fact that you are able to present, as Edler was pointing out, you are able to present already as Lightigo, terrestrial operations, significant products. Is that you, or you also bringing that as an added value for you to speak with public support parties?
Of course, I think it's not a secret that that's why Luxembourg is so attractive for the startups, because of its particular funding for these technologies and focus. But these money are not falling from the skies. It comes with the certain conditions, and the condition is that you have a plan to sustain, and you have terrestrial application which will help you to sustain. Because of course it would be a loss of opportunity and money if they put the money in the company, which after 2-3 years of development will just not reach the final goal.
Get it, thank you. And this is what we are going to speak about next, about this trade-off when you are sitting on the other part with Georgia, analyzing features, analyzing product development perspective. Give us the VC perspective. How are you seeing currently this type of trade-off? How are you able to evaluate, okay, we are good at terrestrial, we're already good at one thing, and how can we think we are going to be good in two areas of operation? Because sometimes we speak of it as a simple thing, right? Oh, let's do dual use. Of course, everybody's doing dual use today. We know the mechanic. When you say there's policy in favor of you, of course you will try to tweak your product to fit everything. How do you read this on a day-to-day basis, Georgia, on a VC perspective?
Okay. The Technology Transfer Funds invest in aerospace technologies, but the competencies of the core team are already there to implement also the terrestrial use case. So nothing new to invent. It's just to enlarge the vision, the initial vision of your product. From our point of view, if the team is stronger, can perform both activities together. And the potentiality is yes to survive, and the risk, the investment for from an investor point of view, because you have two markets in which you can have success, basically. But also to exploit better the full potentiality of our technology.
Thank you. I get this point, and I'm going.
The terrestrial use case is not a technology push. It's just an exploitation of something that is already there.
Yeah, it's the security. So this is where you're building your foundational basis. And I've jumped on that topic of foundational basis. To go back to Alessia, I know that you support consortium building. And this is what we are seeing on our end as an opportunity, seeing on the manufacturing perspective. If I have a company into space tech, thinking of SRU, ISRU, regulate what I can do, and potentially I can check through my catalog of network what can potentially be used to bring some foundational basis to my projections. Can you tell us a bit more about this consortia support capabilities from an EIT manufacturing perspective, please?
Yes, so in EIT, we have, first of all, a pan-European network, because we are a European institution. We are based in several geographical areas. So first of all, you can pick it up and cherry pick from our pan-European ecosystem of startups, of talents, of university, of RTOs, of companies. So first of all, you can use it. Second, of course, what can concretely do actually is to support the creation of consortia in order to better respond to, for example, European project, national initiative and regional as well. So we have the capability, first of all, to scout the best option in terms of public funding or mixed public and private funding that respond to the company needs, for example, and then we are able to create a consortia based on the requirements of the open call and the topic. So in our ecosystem, as I said, I'm not an engineer, we are also engineer, we have different experience, different CVs that are able to respond to a company needs.
Thank you. We need that blend of expertise, engineers and non-engineers, speaking as a humble technician myself. One of the topics we wanted to address, ending this panel, is each one of us as a speaker over here needs to come up with a certain transparency of operation. You need to report about your performance. In our point on how timing is key to bring projections. We are all expecting, I'm taking the SRU perspective, what's going to happen in 2030, what's going to happen in 2035, what are going to be launch capabilities. Taking timing as a perspective, and I will go through Edda to start this topic. What are the main recommendation points if you were to take back your position in Lunar Outpost? How would you foresee the balance of dual application, civil or military or terrestrial, which type of partner you onboard, and how do you keep timing conscious by bringing an output to each of these parties to you? Because I think it's a shared output and impact.
Yeah, timing is a very sensitive. It's difficult to have timing, to have the correct planning. Things that are very dynamic, it changes a lot, so there are a lot of dynamics in going into that. For dual use, now many things, so most of the products, if we want, we can also find the dual use application, either some of these terrestrial or space or civil and military. So I think here is just kind of to find the right market, the right timing when to bring these products and to whom to advertise these products. And this also can be also depending also of the consortium. So we're just talking now about the consortium. So it depends with whom you are partnering, who are your main investors. So sometimes there are like some internal policies that may allow you to go more into one direction more than the other direction. So at the end, it's it's more like a global view of who is involved and what type of the market we are looking into that. For about the timing, I think we tend to be very optimistic. Always said like we are going to develop this by this year is going to be ready, and I think it's sometimes things happening in between, either whatever supply chain issues or just engineering problems, testing, things that don't go. So I think one of the things probably just to be a bit more conscious and then to analyze a bit more the timing, that there is always, I mean, especially for new companies that they are pitching the projects and making a milestones in front of the investors or any other agencies, just to keep as much as transparent and realistic with the planning, because I mean, people that you as a startup you are pitching to, I mean, they already know and they have heard the same talks before. So if we come with some unrealistic or very optimistic timing, they may already know that these things is not going to happen. So we need to find some balance on that, and a lot of transparency also from our side to the investors, because at the end we are also building up like the relationship of trust, either to the VCs or to the agencies. So it's a constant communication. I mean, from our side, we try to be as much as transparent with all our investors and also with agencies or the people, the entities that we report to.
Thank you for pointing out these parameters, and this is which I can comment on a commercialization support perspective with ESREC, which is the brand also sponsoring the Moon Village workshop and symposium, where we bring ventures to be attentive to what are the B2B relations that you need to entertain, what are the B2G, business to government relation that you need to entertain, to operate, especially in space. Your jurisdiction critical. What are the business to finance relation you're supposed to be able to bring, and not to forget the business to research perspective, specifically that today we are sitting in IDA. And I will bring Alessia. Tell us your main recommendation points today from an EIT manufacturing perspective.
Yes. If I may add something, it kind of take a message to the ventures of tomorrow. So to today researchers that are aiming at creating startups, that are aiming at working with companies. So my first recommendation, of course, is to open to collaboration, no matter what it means. And the second is to take into account, especially for researcher, academia, and people that work at the university, to take into account the market or the industrial perspective since the beginning. Because sometimes there are brilliant paper and brilliant ideas that unfortunately death before becoming something else. So we support these brilliant ideas into something. For example, just a concrete example. We have a call called Jumpstart, in which we support researchers to transform their ideas into startups, into something commercial. But my suggestion, as I said, is to take into account in the frame, when you think about a new solution, when you study about a solution, to include the industrial element, because otherwise it's more difficult that you are able to go further.
Thank you for this. And before getting to Ina, what I want to recall is currently we are still in an emerging domain, and downstream perspective, upstream perspective, how under Litigo you're seeing, and under a recommendation model, okay, you are going to that space area, how do I make sure I'm covering the right spectrum? How do I combine my partners, as Ada was pointing out? I know you're active on this one, to have laser spectrometry being applicable as sensors in bits and pieces. How do you address this consolidation of a value chain, which still needs to be consolidated?
I'm quite lucky being in Technoport and incubated in ESRIC, because we have partners who are also partners from the program and who has a very similar approach. So they have terrestrial solutions, and this terrestrial patent solution they want to transfer for moon economy, for lunar economy. So today we are already speaking how we can onboard our technology, our sensor onto their terrestrial solutions, and then to repeat it in space.
Okay, I get the clear message is that always again, thinking terrestrial, yes, the space is good, but how the foundational...
I would not say that it's for everyone, because sometimes you have, for example, let's take laser comm technology, which will be very necessary for the future exploration, but today you can already make money out of it. So it doesn't mean that the company developing laser comm always needs to seek the terrestrial solution. No, today they have clients, so they can perfectly sustain. It's different for us with our technology.
Opportunity window is different depending on the venture you're carrying. So just spot your opportunity and deep dive into it. Georgia, you're going to have a closing word about your recommendation points, seeing so many companies trying to value so many IPs to make that in reality. Please tell us your recommendation points.
Okay, so I do agree with all the previous takeaways we mentioned, but I would also to add the importance of collaborating, co-develop with also other startups, because large companies are definitely fine. They are the key market leader and help support to scale up the technology on the market, but also the collaboration with the other companies that can offer very edge product that are synergic with the startups product is also a really relevant strategy for rapid growth. Indeed, in Galaxia we did 27 investments in only 3 years, and these 27 companies are interacting each other because they built a true ecosystem for in-orbit services and lunar exploitation, working together.
Thank you so much. I want to leave the floor to the audience to be interactive with us. Would any member of the audience have any questions to our speakers or to the support programs we are developing with ESRIC, de-risking, trying to reach? Anybody? Raise your hands. I would have questions, seeing the blends of topics we are addressing. I think we are sharing the challenges, the same challenges, unless we are completely not understanding how this industry is getting structured. Any question? We have a question over here. A mic is coming to you.
Sorry. If you are a researcher and if you are an engineer and you have your own technology that you want to involve in, and if you see the market and the world, and can you how to convince that what you have developed is the best one, or you have to choose a different one, and that kind of decision, how can you make those in the situation? I don't know if my question is right or not, because you are saying that you are engineer and you have to manage those technologies good, right?
Ina or Edler, are you seeing yourself answering? Who wants to start first?
Yes, I think there is no like one answer that do this and then you are covered. I think there are many steps that needs to be done because I think what we are missing, because I was in a similar situation, we started to do the project thinking about technology, not about the application. And then what we are missing at the universities or research centers is a good practical connection with the industry. I don't say theoretical connection with the industry, because this we have, but we are missing practical one. So this is one thing. Another thing is a little bit of homework. It's additional thing that okay, we don't like to do it as engineers and researchers, but I think if we want to, let's say, have our technology implemented somewhere, which is, I mean, from my perspective, when I was also developing some technology, for me, I didn't even think about money. I was thinking that if it would be useful, if someone would use it, that would be the best, let's say, reward for me for this technology. And this homework for engineers and for researchers is to dig a little bit in what is happening on the market, what is happening in the industry, to read a little bit the not only scientific literature, but also business literature, and to attend not only scientific conferences, but also commercial part, to understand what is cooking, what is happening, talk a little bit with people, with the industries. There are also a lot of solutions, like Olivier mentioned, big companies like Thales, they have the incubators. I think it's also not to jump directly into incubator, but at least to talk to these people, to understand whether something that we are developing has a timing now and the client now.
Meaningful industry reach. I think we can resume under that term. Dear audience, welcome you to bring our hands together for this exquisite panel. And I think you will have opportunity to exchange at the ESREC booth. Thank you again for your participation. Thank you, dear panel. Sure.
Okay, so we can now move to the next panel, and I'm pleased to welcome on the stage once again Mr. Kurosu, that will lead the next panel. So please, Satoru, stage is yours.
Traffic, a bit of traffic.
Okay, so let me start panel of lunar industry. I'm Satoru Cross, I'm a moderator. And let me introduce our distinguished panelists. And I'd like to ask everybody to have a short, let's say 2 minutes introduction. So starting from Saiki-san, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Atsushi Saiki. I'm an executive fellow of iSpace and also co-chair of Industrial Working Group for MBA. I joined iSpace 5 years ago, 2020 September, and then I became a CRO, Chief Revenue Officer, globally looking after all the biz dev and other sales activities, besides investment or the funding. And then I became executive fellow last year, November, special assignment from CEO, founder, and also executive relations, and do the speech or presentation on behalf of Hakama, the CEO. And that's myself. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion here today.
Thank you, Saiki-san. And Onuki-san, please.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Onuki, and I worked for Sparks, an investment company which has a space fund. After working for the general construction company and the space division and JAXA. And our space fund is what is called Toyota Fund, because Toyota is a main limited partner, and therefore we support Toyota Luna Cruiser project. My career started with Luna-based concept of construction company, and still I work for a Luna project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next one is Enomoto-san, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yosuke Enomoto, Senior Manager of PwC Consulting in Japan. I'm a leader of the space business practice in Japan. Basically, we provide the consulting services for the public sector and the private sectors. And throughout the knowledge we gain throughout this kind of project, we sometimes provide some reports. And related to Luna activities, we will plan to release a new new Luna market assessment report in this month. So I will inform about the roughly summary about this report later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one, Rari-san, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not Japanese, you have noticed that. My name is Larry. I'm working at ESRIC in Luxembourg, so the European Space Resource Innovation Center. Since 5 years in the commercialization activity. I have 19 years of experience, not yet 20, so precise to mention that. Mainly in consulting, so I know your experience in consulting, developing business scales, scaling projects, oil and gas industry, in resources and natural gases. And since 5 years at ESRIC in the field of space resources. So for us, it's a great challenge, an opportunity to collaborate with the Moon Village Association. I have the great opportunity to be part and being the co-chair of the Luna Commerce and Economics Working Group. Changed recently the name, but for those who are still with the old name, it's good to mention that. So it's an opportunity to be there with you today, especially in Turin, and expecting more collaboration with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I move to the presentation? My presentation? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let me first start the presentation of our outcome of a newly established industry working group of Moon Village Association. This working group was kicked off about half a year ago in June. So we spent a lot of time together, online, offline, to create the study over the we call phase 1. So let me introduce our outcome titled Lunar Industry Development, Giant Leaps, Small Steps. So here's a member. We have 12 members from 6 countries, very diversified member from the major non-space companies and space ventures, and the venture company of Helium-3, who got the award this morning. So now we are 5 of us, and also the Shima, she's now taking picture, is also team member. And do I miss everybody? Not yet, huh? Okay, so the goal of our team is we'd like to position the lunar industry as a high growth sector and also leverage lunar-derived technology to address Earth-based challenges. So these are two purposes we started half a year ago. And here's the agenda. So we, especially a non-space company and also space venture, already enter the lunar market. So we had challenges, frankly speaking, or even struggle how to make money because it takes long time and also need an investment. How to make this, lunar industry or lunar commercial business available and sustainable. So good thing is that we had a sense of crisis. And then after a lot of discussion, we came to the conclusion we should focus on what should be the minimum start of the lunar industry so that we can expand that. Because we, first of all, cover the overall picture of the lunar industry, huge, because we need to build all the infrastructure. It takes decades and need $1 trillion. But without starting from a small thing, we can never achieve the lunar industry. So we did this kind of a study. And still we need to do a lot of more, the detailed study. So we call this is a phase 1 as the initial start of the study. So before I going into the my presentation, so let me show you this. What do you think this is? Do you know this toy I'm now firing up? Do you know that? Yeah. So robot. And this was a smallest and the lightest transformer lunar exploration robot, and developed by Takara Tomy, Sony, and Dosha University, and of course JAXA. So this robot was rounded together with the slim JAXA's lunar lander, and then took a picture of the lander autonomously, running around the slim, and took a picture and transmit this picture without going to slim. So there are two tiny robots. This is a Sorakiwa Level 2, and Level 1 will transmit the signal directly to the Earth. So so always the demonstration fails, so this is the first time to demonstrate. And so just let me open this. So here is a Sorakyu-kun. Then I hope it works. No. Okay, so what I want to say is that so after this was landed on the moon, so it was sold out immediately. And it took for me the long time before I bought this robot. And also this got lots of awards in the on the Earth, like the Prime Minister Award about the innovation, and of course the Japan Toy the award, and also internationally he got award from the Forbes and also Time magazine for the innovation. And he also got an award, a serious award about the Space Robotics Award. So this means that if this kind of company had a success in the space, they can sell a lot of this kind of a toy on the Earth, and their stock price increase. So this is a kind of a tiny example that if we are successful on the moon, then just don't think about the moon, but we can expand the business on Earth. Okay, so let me start my presentation. So there are kind of a commercial moon rush, and the several CRIPS lander. That on top of that, we have a commercial, the success cases like SolarQ and also the iSpace had their own, the funding to create the business on the moon. And in Japan, there are kind of unique situations happening. Like in this, the LIBIC stands for the Lunar Industrial Vision Council. There are many major non-space companies are entering for this lunar business. And out of 26 the major companies, more than 80% are non-space company. So, Saiki-san, could you a little bit explain about your commercial initiative?
Actually, using this Mission 2 slide, I would like to explain. And for some of you who were in this meeting room in the morning, I already explained the company details, so I try not to duplicate. So besides this, our Luxembourg rover that we were installing on Mission 2, commercial non-space related company payload was one of the key. And if you look at on the right-hand side bottom, you see this one company called Takasago Thermal Engineering. This is a Japanese company who has a technology to split water to hydrogen and oxygen. And if we have succeeded, this was supposed to be first ever lunar environment experiment to actually split this technology, our water to hydrogen and oxygen. Of course, we brought pure water from Earth this time, but this was a first step. And we are in discussion with them for next future missions because unfortunately it was a hard landing and we could not do it. The next company, Ugrena, is again Japanese company. It's private. It has nothing to do with space business. But what we brought was a microalgae. And what they wanted to do was, again, first lunar environment R&D test to see how the microalgae grow in a lunar environment. And of course, their intention was in future, they want to use that as a nutrition for astronauts and other people who will be habiting on the lunar surface. Then we had this Taiwan National Central University radiation probe, but also Bandai Namco is the company who made that, the robot. We had they are the Gundam company. So we brought this Gundam charter printed on the plate. But also, we also had a Swedish entrepreneur having a moon house. This is a Swedish red small house. They told me it's like a Mount Fuji for Japanese. So whenever Swedish people go back home, they see their this house and they say, "Oh, I'm back home." And they wanted to have this photo taken on the lunar surface. So again, this was nothing to do with the space business in the past, but we tried to involve all these non-space companies and explaining to them how what they do on the lunar surface or lunar environment or lunar orbit can be a differentiating factor to them in their terrestrial business. And that's where maybe not directly from space business, but indirectly have some extra profit for them. So that's how we try to involve. That's how we try to expand our business. And that will be how the market will be growing in future. Yeah, and then this is Earthrise, which was taken from our lander photo. And next page is from, next page please, yeah. Yeah, that's the Mission 1 photo which I explained. This is the sun eclipse in Australia. This was taken in 2023 in April. That's our Mission 1 photo. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Saiki-san. While Saiki-san talking, I'm fixing my toy.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
So it opened up. This is a transformer, so it was small at the time of payload, and it opens that, and then yeah, it can drive like that, and it take a picture on the smartphone, so you can drive, and also this has the autonomy mode to if you have a marker and you just going around and take a picture. So this is a replica, but almost the same function of the real robot which went to the moon. Okay, enough about demo. Okay.
Can I just make an
Yeah.
additional comment, 30 seconds? I just want to also talk about the future. What we're starting to consider now is, as I mentioned, we have a contract with Magna Petroleum for helium-3 extraction in future, but also we're thinking about RHU in future on the lunar surface, which will lead to extra power. And then we are thinking about the data center on the lunar surface, or you can say edge device to be installed on lunar surface. And also maybe in future, semiconductor production in lunar surface. So all these things are future potentials, but of course, as iSpace, we cannot do it alone. So the challenge is to involve terrestrial companies who has a technology for that and try to work together to achieve that as an additional future division.
Thank you very much. Okay. So why lunar industry, but why we are showing the picture of us? There's a famous report of WWF in 2010. It says, if we continue with the business as usual, by 2030, we will need the equivalent of 2 planets, 2 Earths, to maintain our lifestyle. So as you know, there's only one Earth, so it is not sustainable. So we are impacting on a damaging to the nature or biosphere. And the impact on climate change and global warming is getting more and more obvious, and the resources getting scarce. So we should ask a question, real question: how can we live without harming nature or biosphere? And think about we go to the moon, want to have, for example, habitation on the moon. So there's no nature, no biosphere, and there's no fossil. Oil, gas, coal. If there's a fossil, that's scary. And if we create the habitation or infrastructure, it will be automatically the system does not rely on the biosphere. And to take something to the moon, it costs you about $1 million per kilo. It's very expensive. So we need to create the ultimate 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle requirements to survive on the moon. And also, to go to the moon and to utilize the resource there will be the proving ground for space-based resource utilization. And in addition, it's driving innovation as a frontier of technology development, inspiring STEM education, and creating new jobs on Earth. So, and also we are very lucky that we have moon over the body, sizable body with the gravity and very close to the Earth. And suppose if Earth for the size of a soccer ball, or 22 centimeters, how far the moon and Mars? And in case of moon, it's just about 6.6 meters, but in case of Mars, 3.9 kilometers. And it takes 25 minutes one way to get the communication. So we are lucky we have the moon, and we can say that in space, the moon is the nearest potential industry site with a solid surface. So then we talk a lot about what kind of business we can create, not only just focusing on the moon, but what is the impact on Earth. So this is the work of Enomoto-san. Enomoto-san, could you a little bit talk about?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a rough image, the potential business segments. But the key message of this slide is, how can I say, investment in the moon has some impacts. As Kurosan mentioned, especially in Japan, many non-space business companies have an interest in lunar activity. But it is difficult to make a decision to investment in the moon activities, only considering the lunar market, because it has a long time and it requires a large investment. So that's why we need to consider about the impact on us. So yes, so we need to consider about impacts the below we describe the below of this slide. Yes, so I think yes, many Japanese companies try to consider about these kind of impacts throughout the lunar activity.
Thank you very much. So then we are narrowing down our discussion about resources. And water resources, everybody talking about that, so no need to say it again. And also there are certain resources may serve as a potential supplement to those on Earth. For example, helium-3, which we got, Margaret Petra got the award, and he was one of, Jeff was one of our working group member. And also we should not forget about the other type of resources we call soft or intangible resources, like data center. I will come back to you later. So about the water, we discussed what kind of a business which we can create from the water, because water is very cheap on the earth. So how come we can make a business out of that? And after the lot of talk, so we finally focusing on the propellant, the cells. And we started, however, what kind of, the volume which we are able to sell, and we should start from minimum, not over, the optimistic type of, research. And we came to the minimum, we assume that the minimum, the needs is ascender, return vehicle, and hopper. And so about the propellant plant, our member, JGC Corporation, luckily has started already the joint study with JAXA back in 2021 for their lunar ISRU plant focusing on lunar propellant. And this year, look at this the press release, and they are now going to the another phase of the plant design, and even to create the kind of pilot plant on the Earth first. So then, sorry about the busy slide, and so what kind of a quantified analysis we can do. And we focus on the minimum, the needs of a propellant for the ascender, and also the hopper. And we came to the assumption that maybe we have 123 tons per year. And the cost is now I said that it takes $1 million to carry the payload to the moon. But we expect the reduction of usable rocket cost. So let's assume that $100,000 per kilos. And then there are detailed study about plant mass. And even though the propellant plant mass was just about 3.76 tons, but need power. So power is a problem. And long story short, we assume that about 30 to 50 tons. And then development cost is just rough number, $1 billion. Then about the sales, we should sell. The assumption is to sell the propellant half of the transportation cost, and the profit margin is 20%. Then we came up to the assumed calculation that we can make a return on investment within 3 to 5 years. It was not so bad number. So I skip acquisition. So then if investors are happy to invest the money to get a return within 3.5 years, we can assume this is a first initial infrastructure. So if first initial infrastructure is there, we can expand to add more function like this. Due to time constraint, I don't read everything. But then I would like to cover some kind of hot topics. First one is Lunar Data Center. So this was made by Chris, so unfortunately he cannot be here to present that. But so Lunar Data Center was Space Data Center was a kind of science fiction until maybe a few years ago. However, it's getting a serious, not necessarily moon, but Space Data Center, orbit data center is the kind of hot topics because there's a big issue on the Earth, on the ground, that power issues and also the heat issues. So considering the space environment, like if we have a sunshade, it can create a minus 100 degrees kind of environment, and also sunshine should be available, more available than Earth. So then we found that we researched that even already one company had an actual demonstration on the moon Actually, it was first quarter 2025. So the company launched the 1 kilo, the payload on the Intuitive Machines, the lander, and did the first test. So it's not the science fiction anymore. And then, so the infrastructure, why this, data center is used when necessary. So can be the rather we have a land, and also we can create a big infrastructure. So even though the kind of a latency of 5 seconds, we can have a batch processing to do that, or kind of a vault backup storage for the moon use. So there are lots of ideas about that. So this is the example of a data center to utilize the lunar, the environment. And helium-3, I gave the speech of Jeff this morning, so I don't repeat everything. But now again, so the nuclear fusion is becoming a hot topics. Again, the news of a data center of AI. And this is also, this was a kind of science fiction until a few years ago. But Jeff is brave enough to already got a contract with iSpace to have on a payload, reconnaissance mission payload in the mission 3. And he's saying that his company will have a first sample return aiming for 2030. So this is ongoing. And then another issue is the space tourism. So Oniki-san, could you explain your slide?
Lunar tourism. So lunar tourism is expecting to be realized as a lunar business from the beginning. And it will be 3 types of lunar tourism: lunar orbital tourism, lunar orbital station tourism, lunar surface tourism, or skipping lunar orbital station tourism because of the difficulties. And the next slide, please. And the revenue of the lunar tourism is, this is a modest lunar tourism market prediction, and $2 billion in 2035 and $4 billion 2040. It is about 10% of all of the space tourism markets, and including the commercial human spaceflight. Lunar tourism will be scaled by flight frequency and the number of passengers, and of course, the number of moonship. So this prediction is by Starship and Blue Moon, but and we are expecting the Chinese moonship and Indian moonship. So this is the rough and modest prediction, but maybe more than that.
Thank you very much. So I think we need to speed up. So there are a big market about advertisement, entertainment, and we have a big market on the earth. So if we can get just 1% of that, you can imagine it is a big number. And also so first we talk about sustainability, and if the humans are living in a space on the moon, so this will create the ideal circular economy system. It will solve the problem about the problem of the energy and water and the food. And then, so this is the number. So this is the investment which is necessary to, achieve the SDGs. So you can imagine if 1% is addressed to the development or technology born in the moon, so it's a big number. So then, so I'm happy to have this slide from Enomoto-san. So Price House is releasing the Lunar Report Volume 2. Next week. So we are lucky that Enomo-san here and to explain about this, the numbers. First time in the world. Enomo-san, please.
Thank you. Yes, as Grosso mentions, we plan to release a new version of the report for lunar market assessment. Some of you may know we published the first version in 2021. In that time, we focus on the 3 themes: lunar transportation, lunar data, and ISRU. But at this time, we focus on the infrastructure of Luna. As I described in this, the 5 infrastructure: mobility, communication, energy, habitation, and water. Please go to next slide. Thank you. Yes, we basically estimated the market size based on the public information related to the mission information, such as Artemis. But this kind of information was limited because the information we can gain until 2030. So after 2030, we have to create some hypotheses. So to do so, we first estimate the number of people who will visit or stay on the moon. And we also consider about two types of scenario: nominal and optimistic. And this is a number. So yes, based on these kind of numbers, we estimated how many infrastructure we need to build on the Luna. And the result is next page. Thank you. Yeah, this is a result of the investment side. That means if we could build this kind of infrastructure, how many costs will need it? The nominal scenario, the total $17.3 billion cumulative around 25 years. And the optimistic scenario, it's around $8-9 billion. And below this slide, this is a proportion of each cost. Of course, the first phase, the initial phase, the transportation cost accounts the large number. But the transportation cost will decrease throughout the total 25 years. In 2050, it's around 50 or 60%. Yes. Go to the next slide. Yes. This is the revenue estimated revenue side. The nominal scenario we estimated as a total $94 billion. And optimistic scenario, the total $127 billion. This is a revenue, but I think this is the first roughly calculation. Based on if we can have some business based on this kind of infrastructure, maybe we can. It will be this kind of the numbers. But I think there are lots of potential to be happen some kind of the new application or services based on this kind of infrastructure. So maybe the revenue side will be much more bigger than this. This is a base number. Yes, I'd like to say, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So then we got the number from Pricewaterhouse, and also we did an initial study about infrastructure on the moon. And we just assumed, so what kind of a total, the market volume. Still, this is preliminary. We say that from 150 billion to 230 billion, depends upon the scenario. Is a kind of assumed market size. So we'd like to elaborate this number in the next phase. So now that we are at 2025, so we are now doing an industry feasibility study, like JDC is doing with JAXA. And they are now trying to have a kind of a pilot plant in the middle of 2030. So I would say that the plant setup is starting in the mid-30s. And then, after this plant setup is in, we can expand gradually to other infrastructure. It may happen in 2036, 2040. If this is possible, 2040s establishment time for the lunar economic zone. And as I just briefly said, that there's a big impact of the technology and insight developing the moon to the Earth. But we would like to quantify that in the second phase. So, and also we discuss how to realize that, and then this we will, no time to explain this time, so we will do that in the second phase too. And here's the conclusion. So we examine the overall landscape of lunar industry segment. So like Inamoto-san showed you the picture. And then we focus on how the industry should start. And then we did a study about our first small step as a lunar propellant plant. So that in phase 2, we will conduct a deeper analysis and elaborate the numbers and so that and also we will have a validity to impact on Earth. And in the phase 3, after we complete the elaboration of a number, also the strategy, we would like to engage the actual relevant stakeholders to promote realization on this initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. Now we have 8. Sorry. No, it's coming. So now this is not the typical panel, but we'd like to get the feedback. This is a very initial report, and it was revealed to the outside, first time in the world. Question, please. Question or comment, please. Hi.
A question on data centers. So have you looked specifically at the component related to two of the most potentially challenging areas, so maintenance and power management, which are likely to be difficult to do?
This is either question for Larry-san, so he is expecting. So Larry-san, please.
Yeah, we had looked in two ways, in fact. This was my colleague, Chris Bosquion, who wasn't there, who really worked in details, but I have worked a lot on data centers. Data centers have been considered in two ways. We have discussed about terrestrial application for space applications in terms of applications and not in terms of technology. If you want to have a successful business on the moon, you need to have applications. We have talking about lunar landing pads, like Astroport Space Technologies, about data centers. There are multiple companies doing that. Yes, we have considered because they have dual applications for Earth and for space, but also in terms of components. Some components can be done, deployed, delivered in space, and some could be adapted. There are a lot of studies right now for different type of component and how we can, in terms of requirement and materials, they can be adapted. So there are two ways. Or you do it directly on the surface of the moon and considering that for the moon, or you even consider bringing some of them from Earth. But in any case, you need it for dual application for Earth and for space. But besides that, for sustainability aspects. Why? Because data centers have consumption in terms of climate approach. But secondly, because a lot of research centers, like ESRIC, in fact, we work in a sense that having a sustainability approach in terms of development on the surface of the moon. So for us in the future, data centers can clearly be considered as an application in the future. Not in all the lines, because there are multiple aspects to considering data centers, but most of them, yes. Does it respond to your question, or you want more details?
Thank you very much for the question. Any more? Yeah, Yamashi-sensei.
Thank you. I also joined this group, so I was also discussing about. But Cross-san mentioned about ecosystem and also the whether lunar surface need ecosystem. This question I will talk in tomorrow in the technical session. But however, what I'm thinking right now is I think you don't have to implement the ecosystem to the moon because it's very proximity for the Earth. If you need a terrestrial ecosystem, you just stay in the Earth. And if you go to the moon, you just enjoy it. Not having ecosystem at all. That could be possible. But for the limited area, you can make some the terrestrial water and the plant and everything. But it doesn't need to cover everything. Recently I'm thinking for that but in the same time the lunar surface is a harsh environment if you compare to the Mars and Earth because of the lack of the magnetosphere and lack of the other atmosphere. So that harsh environment has to adapt before you implement something. So I don't know what is the minimum requirement for the lunar. At least you can do some business or not. You don't have to implement everything, but you can reduce the risk at least in order for the moon to be accessible for us. That is my very important question and proposal. And what do you think about that? How to?
Yeah, could you repeat the question itself?
Actually, yeah, for the implementing the all ecosystem to the moon, the terraforming the moon is not needed. But at the same time, you have to think to better or accessible the lunar environment, because the lunar environment is, if you compare to the Mars and other place, it's a more hardest in terms of the radiation and everything.
Right.
So at least, for example, applying this for the tour and any industry, you have to moderate something. But what sense can you think about the moderating, though?
Right. Any comment, Ari-san? Okay.
It's a difficult question. We will not terraform the moon, neither Mars in a short term, definitely. There is an approach, it's a multi-step approach. There are multiple phases in commercializing a planetary body. Tomorrow will be the moon, will be Mars, any kind of, I would say, rocky planet around the gaseous planet. That's the future for exploration, for astrobiology, and so on. If we consider the moon as a first step, this is what ESRIC is considering. A lot of research centers, even in Japan, even some private companies who have some pilot plants in progress that I've seen, and invite you all to visit that during Space Tide events. There are a lot of demonstration, and even during the Space Resources Week, what ESRIC will be demonstrating in a way. But those steps need to be planned. There are different periods. There are demo missions. That's what is happening. There are demo missions at ISS. There are demo missions on the surface of the moon. But the key constraint is definitely the transportation, going from Earth to the moon to test something. I invite you all for having a clear vision what ESRIC is doing in our booth just below with the companies. The commercialization group at ESRIC is trying to look for different type of companies where they can have a concept of operation, a CONOPS, where they can work together. That will give you a vision what we are trying to do. It will not be in 5 years. It will not be in 10 years. I think the rough period is 15, 20 years for having a real commercial approach. Right now, we are driven on an R&D perspective. Definitely, this is true. But that doesn't mean there are no return on that. And this is where we go from research to market. I invite you all just to have a vision to modeling that. But in reality, the testing will be key, and the ecosystem. If we don't have a cluster, private cluster, not public cluster, that's very important that private industries join to do things because they have the funding and they have the capabilities. Because what you do in harsh environments, the mining sector, the oil and gas sector, even the defense sector, it's a specific topic here, but this is where you have the capabilities for doing something. Alone you will never do it, but together you can do it. This is why having this private cluster to split the different type of mission can help being successful.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Yamaki Sensei is our industry working group member, and tomorrow he will present the sort of a core biome, which is a minimum, biosphere, which could be a starting point of a human, habitation. So what time is your presentation? Okay, then please check. So this is very interesting presentation. Okay, any more question? Okay, please. A comment or feedback?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm always astonished about the numbers of non-space sector involved in Japan. From 26, you mentioned 22. I believe you mentioned Toyota, there's Nissan, but I'm thinking also, because of my background, about the engineering corporation like Kajima or Yokogawa or Shimizu. I'm wondering, this is the question to you, Larry, how we can increase the non-space industry based on Japanese experience in that area? I mean, I know this is a difficult question, but it's like...
Good question.
Thank you.
If I knew the answer, I would be recruited by a lot of private ventures and asset management companies. No, the challenge is the mentality. I think it was in the previous session, it's a mentality, how you move that. I think there are a lot of great companies. I will take an example. I think I know it's France, oil and gas industry. When they are stock exchanged, you have shares quoted, you have impacts. So CAC 40, Bel 20, Bel 20 in Belgium, so those are just... You have some obligations to your shareholders. But there are also private companies, but this is how it should start. This is my personal opinion here. I'm not talking for ESRIC, because it's an extremely complex topic and there is no clear answer. But I think it's a question of motivation and vision. if you foresee yourself in a 20, 30, 40 years, it might happen. I think the Japanese government is a clear example. This is what they're doing. And this is why we're seeing so many private sector. This is why SREC is highly present in Japan, because we see the interest even for Europe. And those challenges are very important for us. But if the private sector sticks to shareholders without a vision and only relying on price equity, we have seen a good example in Japan. I didn't know that. The stock exchange, the stock price increased, in fact, due to this announcement. We should rely on that. But there is a big risk. If a mission fails, what will happen then on the stock exchange? I think Engie and multiple Italian oil and gas industry will never accept that. Never, because it's publicly in a way, not fully private, and big interactions.
So the question, why are so many non-space companies in Japan entering the moon market development, is a big question. I don't have answer. However, so when Yokogawa Electric Corporation joined the the first lunar co-study kind of group, already we have more than 50 non-space companies there. And when I entered, I was invited by my friend. I entered that. At that time, I had no idea to do the moon business. Well, even I hated, because I was a corporate executive, board of director of a multinational company in Japan. And if I had somebody propose the idea about lunar business, I just said chop. However, so after I entered this group, the Frontier Business Study group, everybody is very enthusiastic about the lunar business. Everybody, and then I was much influenced by this kind of colleagues. And then if I analyze what happened, partly because of iSpace. iSpace became the science fiction to the reality in Japan. And this study group was founded in 2016. So 1 year before, even before the Movie Association, by the CEO of iSpace and also the MRI Research Institute. And then we have more than 50 companies working still together after the almost 9 years. And they became IMD, the organization. So good question. We like to keep this momentum. However, we also as a former executive, I'm feeling that we cannot continue like that. That's the reason why we got together. I invited one by one to create this study. And then in the next phase, we'd like to elaborate and then invite formally the other stakeholders. Thank you very much. Okay, time is up. So I'd like to ask everybody to give the last comment, and please share your closing thought on the lunar industry. So, from Saki-san. So one by one.
Okay, this is something I mentioned during the morning one. I always close this with this phrase, the famous phrase from Winston Churchill, those who were not in the morning. He said, success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. And I think it's a very difficult challenge that we're doing for space business, but we need to continue. And we need to have lessons learned from our failures. And I would like to add, as a startup company, it is not just the courage, but also courage and cash to continue. That counts. Thank you.
Omiki-san. Yeah, okay. Good talk. Omiki-san.
So that's the comment?
Yes.
I'd like to share the passion towards lunar economic development. And also I'm expecting and very much exciting to the another side of the aspect of the impact, culture side of impact to develop the lunar economic development.
Thank you very much. はい、山本さん。 Thank
Yes.
you very much.
For me, the Luna activity is the special thing for me. It's like the life work because I have a son. He is just 4 years old, but I gave his name the meaning of the Luna. And when he grow up, I mean around the time when 2040, I hope the Luna is similar to us. So I would like to contribute to realize this kind of the world. Yeah, so we can collaborate with each other and promote the Luna activity together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rari-san.
I have 3 sentences. I think we should stop talking and start doing, in fact. This is the theory. I think this is a famous word from Walt Disney. I think everyone is using that. But this is a fact. We should do things and not only talking about things. Second point, I think the motivation is key. We need to see a future, a vision for all of us in the space industry. I have also 2 kids, and I start to explaining that it becomes natural space, but this is because it's my passion. And third thing, to get back to something we have done, if we want to push the terrestrial companies to go in space, we should, I think, learn the people who come from the space industry to speak the terrestrial language. In the sense, don't speak about technology. Speak about a use case and a return on investment. If you go to see big companies, you tell them, if you do this, don't speak about sintering, something that no one understands besides technical people. Tell them, if we sell that, for example, we do that in space, this will generate so much revenue, return on investment of 20 million, it will work. But from what I see from a lot of space agencies, it's discussions, technologies that won't work, for sure. Mining companies, they will never invest, they will start. Oil and gas, too risky, so speak their languages. So this is for the space community. Speak about return on investment, and it will work.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, this is phase 1 and our journey just started. So we really appreciate your feedback and continuous support. So thank you very much, and a big applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
And final word, maybe for anyone, you have the opportunity to collaborate with existing associations like the Moon Village Association who are present there. This is the right way to be involved in different activities. It's volunteering, there are a lot of activities all around the world, present here in Luxembourg, so use this opportunity. We are here, visit the website, the Moon Village Association, and this is a great opportunity to be involved in something bigger than what it seems.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not my fault. Who is the chair? Cioè, io all'assemblea dell'AIDA, se poi faccio l'intervento, se no lo faccio domani. E c'è Nicoletta che è pronta a gestire tutto.
Io penso che, data la situazione lo faccio domani, rispondiamo. Credo. Sei tu, dipende da quanto tempo. Quanto tempo?
Io non ho bisogno di nulla.
Con la presentazione.
Non lo so.
Last minute すぎるリクエスト。
Se no facciamo farla domani perché siamo già in ritardo rispetto a quello che dovrebbe essere online. Nassim dovrebbe essere online, c'è un video, ci sono 3 eventi.
Nicoletta, please. Giuseppe changes his mind, so he preferred to have tomorrow my presentation and today the rest. So the speaker is connected.
There is also a video.
So the basically made by Tommy. idea is to run this area AI to automatically going around and take a good picture and send a good, select a good picture and transmit only the good picture without, the screen, because the screen may be broken. But they want to have any, status of broken or unbroken. So they put another, little bit bigger hopping robot, and then this hopping robot will transfer, the picture directly to the by UHA. So all the other, amateur signal. Of course, they cannot express that. It's a kind of, fun. You are IC alumni? Yes. Which year?
So can you please take a seat, because we are trying to come to a conclusion, but we have some session. We have online connected Dr. Nasser Al-Saaf, which is the chairman of the International Moon Day. So Nasser, please, the floor is yours, and apology for the delay. Please go ahead. Nasser, please go ahead.
Nasser? Nasser?
Is there a problem with the connection?
I think so.
All right. So if there is a problem with the online connection, maybe you can start with the video. Start with the video, and then hopefully you can reconnect to him, because we need to close at 6, the latest.
We're going to need plants as a food source. Within the next decade, humanity is going to attempt the colonization of the moon. And for that, astronauts will have to grow their own food. As well, we need plants for oxygen generation, carbon dioxide removal, and mental health. When you talk or hear the astronauts regarding the happiness and the joy that they get from working on plant experiments on the International Space Station, it really explains what plants are going to be very beneficial for mental health purposes on future colonization attempts on the moon.
Favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat, and some of them got frozen to go back to the ground, but many got to stay with us and we ate them.
Station Huntsville on 2, we have video in mode 1. Look at those chili peppers.
What we're doing.
So in 2022, Annalisa Paul and her colleagues were able to grow plants in genuine lunar regolith brought back from Apollo 11 mission, Apollo 12, and Apollo 17 using this system that you see right here. The plants were able to grow, they were able to germinate. However, looking at the transcriptome analysis of the different Arabidopsis plants grown on the different Apollo sites, they displayed increased reactive oxygen species response, salt, metal, as well as heat. So plants are indeed stressed.
The last working group aims to examine the feasibility of growing plants in lunar regolith. We are looking at if these plants are toxic and their accumulation of certain metals and minerals above daily limits that may put astronauts at risk. We want to know if this can contribute to disease, but we also know that spaceflight causes many changes in the body. So we want to use the studies previously discussed to examine their relationship to genes that interact with these chemicals. We hope that this will lead to discussion for potential countermeasures, such as plant bioengineering to limit accumulation or various regolith amendments. Through this work, we've looked at previous studies to evaluate both regolith and simulant-grown plants, as well as plants grown in harsh environments all over the world. We are using this information to build a database of studies of plants grown in these conditions. We want to know how these chemicals accumulate in toxic amounts in various plant species and in these various environments. And lastly, use the astronaut data we have to understand how spaceflight may require further considerations for toxicity and disease.
So I think this is the end of the video as far as I can see. So I think this is just an invitation for you to look also on the website. Agriculture was not mentioned as far as I've seen in the multitude of different utilization of the moon. So please maybe use this working group and maybe try to connect with them, because there are quite a number of companies already involved in applying this technology also to Earth. So this is a very concrete application. So can we now try to go back to the live? And if not, we'll play, I say a few words, and then we play the video from Dubai, and then we try to wrap up. So is that okay? So let's, okay. So that's the video from the, let me introduce. So this is the chairman of the University of Dubai, with whom we organized the International Moon Day 2025. And so he's going to speak about the event which took place 20th of July of this year. And then if there is a possibility, we connect with the online, and if not. So please go ahead with the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, before I begin, please allow me to express my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person at this 9th Global Moon Village Workshop and Symposium. I truly wish I could be there physically among such esteemed experts. Unfortunately, circumstances prevented my travel. It's an honor to join you online today to share our insight, lessons learned, and the strategic reflections from hosting the International Moon Day 2025 main event here at the University of Dubai. This year's edition was one of the largest IMD main events to date, demonstrating the UAE deep commitment to advancing lunar exploration with its international partners. Our celebration, held on the 20th of July this year, brought together nearly 100 participants, around 70 in person and 30 online, ensuring a genuinely global presence. Allow me to share some key insights. First, high-level global participation. Our agenda featured senior leaders from major global space agencies, including JAXA, ASI, China's Deep Exploration Laboratory, ANUSA, the Moon Village Association, and the International Moon Day, many of whom delivered opening remarks or keynote speeches. This reinforced that IMD is not only a celebration, but a platform for shaping global lunar cooperation. Second, linking lunar exploration to Earth challenges. One of the most important discussions highlighted how space-based capabilities can solve terrestrial challenges. For example, we explored how energy harvested in space using satellites could help power AI data centers on Earth, a topic that resonated strongly with participants as the world faces growing energy demand driven by AI systems. Last, youth engagement and future talent. A major highlight was the UAE Moonlight 2050 Challenge, where schools and university students designed future moon bases for the UAE using generative AI tools. This reaffirmed that youth creativity is essential for a sustainable lunar future exploration. I will highlight some of the lessons learned from hosting the IMD 2025 main event. Lesson 1, global dialogue on lunar governance is essential. The lunar governance sessions underscored several urgent issues. First, ambiguities in current space treaties regarding lunar resource utilization. Second, the need for coordination between major programs such as Artemis and ILRS. And third, ensuring transparency, peaceful use, and equitable participation. These themes require continued global dialogue facilitated by platforms such as the IMD main event. Second, early coordination planning is critical. With contribution from multiple space agencies, universities, and private companies, early planning proved essential for smooth coordination and maximizing participation. Third, engaging local ecosystem creates momentum. By involving the UAE Space Agency, Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, local universities, and students, we succeeded in creating a genuine local lunar ecosystem for the day, one that can continue to grow beyond the event. A key success factor in hosting the IMD 2025 main event here in Dubai was establishing or forming an internal IMD planning committee at the University of Dubai. This committee met weekly to coordinate logistics, content, speakers, student engagement activities, and internal operations. In addition, we held bi-weekly coordination meeting with the MVA IMD global team, ensuring alignment, resolving challenges early, and securing high-level internal participation. My recommendations for the future IMD main events, based on our experiences and feedback gathered, I propose the following recommendation to strengthen future IMD celebration worldwide. First, build strong local international bridges. Actively engage local space stakeholders, academia, national space agencies, observatories, private companies, and the media to ensure IMD becomes a catalyst for long-term collaboration. Second, initiate early and structured planning. A multi-month planning process enables organizations to confirm high-profile speakers, coordinate with international agencies, and secure student and community participation. Last but not least, expand youth-centric activities globally. Encourage competitions, hackathons, moon-based design challenges, and space innovation showcases similar to the Moonlight 2050 Challenge. These activities inspire the next generation of lunar explorers and foster global community building. In closing, IMD in 2025 in Dubai demonstrated the power of collaboration, inclusivity, and shared purpose. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Moon Village Association and the International Moon Day Committee for their dedication, guidance, and tireless support throughout the planning and execution of this event. This partnership was instrumental in making the IMD 2025 global success. Through the combined efforts of global space leaders, students, scientists, and partners, we truly lived the theme, one moon, one vision, one future. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So I think with some difficulty, but I hope you heard what has been said by Dr. Said. So now probably we have again, try again, Dr. Nasser Al-Saaf, chairman of the International Moon Day. Nasser, can you hear us? Nasser, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So we just heard Dr. Said. So he talked already about the IMD main event. So I think now the floor is yours for your presentation. So obviously you can speak very little about the event in Dubai. So please, the floor is yours, Nasser. You have about 5 to 10 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me see. Can you see my presentation? Hello?
Top right corner, slideshow.
Slideshow. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. First of all, good evening, everyone. Sorry about the glitch. I am talking to you here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we'll start with the welcoming you to the Moon Village Association Workshop and Symposium 2025 in Turin, Italy. As you all probably heard, that the United Nations in 2021 declared the International Moon Day to be observed annually every 20th of July. The basic goals for the IMD is for public awareness and promotion and sustainability in moon exploration and utilization, aiming for global cooperation and international alignment of stakeholders. The impact of IMD has several benefits, goals, collaboration, and science. Stakeholders all over the world are invited to organize events on this date, which is the 20th of July, actually even before or a little bit after, but the main one will be the 20th of July, and inform MVA to increase their visibility and foster future cooperation. The goals are serving sustainable lunar activity, so shareholders, stakeholders to achieve optimal solutions towards a balanced approach for next generation human presence on the moon. For collaboration, an essential part of the IMD work model is to be globally inclusive by taking advantage of gig economy platforms to reach out for a more refined lunar-based knowledge. Science-wise, through careful and contemporary knowledge management, employing modern techniques, the IMD is hoping to emerge as a platform by itself to foster new lunar science and technology. Now I'll go through a quick review of the previous International Moon Day events, starting from the inaugural one. Every year there's a theme. This year's theme was One Moon, One Vision, One Future. And last year was the theme was Illuminating the Shadows. And the year before it was Beginning the New Lunar Journey for Humanity. And the inaugural year was the Lunar Exploration, Coordination, and Sustainability. Okay, so the inaugural International Moon Day was in 2022, was hosted by the Drake State Community and Technical College in Huntsville, Alabama, USA. That is the home of the Saturn V rockets, which had propelled the Apollo program to the moon more than half a century ago. The second one was in 2023, and it was hosted at the National Science Museum in Gwacheon, Korea. And last year, it was the third International Moon Day. It was hosted at Harbin Institute of Technology in Harbin, China. So you probably heard from my colleague, Dr. Dhahiri, about the International Moon Day event of this year in University of Dubai in United Arab Emirates, so I won't beleaguer that. However, here is a map showing a 50% increase in the global events this year from last year. So this year we had over 60 events, over 30 countries and in 6 continents. The main event for 2026 the venue will be Maloca Interactive Museum of Science and Technology in Bogota, Colombia. And we hope to be looking forward to working with everybody there to have a very successful International Moon Day main event. The IMD 2025 annual report should be available at our website here at www.internationalmoonday.org sometime in February 2026. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, Nasser, thank you so much for this quick turnaround. So maybe just to wrap up, you have seen and you heard about the past International Moon Day. This year, I announced this morning the International Moon Day main event is going to take place in Bogota, Colombia. But of course, we would like to see many global events. I don't know if it has been mentioned, there have been 60 events this year. We hope to double every year. So I invite everyone to organize basically global events. For instance, in Luxembourg, it's sometimes that we are missing a global event, so as well as Japan. So I think we had already several events in Japan, but please keep increasing the number of events. This is an ideal platform, basically, to increase cooperation and understanding between the different participants. So with that, I think it's a little bit over 6 o'clock, so I'll hand it over for the final remark on the logistic to Enrico. Thank you. Please, Enrico.
So thank you all for remaining up to the end of the day. Actually, this evening, for sure, we still have the dinner for the people that has booked it. The meeting is 7:30 p.m. in front of the restaurant. You have the address on the program. 7:30, yeah, 7:30. So you have the address on the program. You can just directly go there. It's a little bit in the city center, so hopefully it's not raining. It's all the day that I'm not going out, but hopefully it's not raining anymore. So we wait for you at the dinner, and for the other people, have a nice evening, and see you tomorrow morning. We will start 8:45 with another round of plenaries from agency. So please come, and for sure it will be another great day here at the Symposium of the Moon Village Association. So thank you everyone, and see you tomorrow morning.